Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Bull gives you wings.
What's good, my gamers and ballers, and maganda araw to the people here locally here for eFIBA Season 3 live in the Philippines. Shout out to everyone in Clark, Pampanga. Make some noise. Let me hear you. That's what I'm talking about. It's been a crazy season. It started all the way in October, and now we're here live. I'm going to be your host, Vince Cheng, a.k.a. The Energy, and I got to introduce my brother to the right and also my brother from down under, Mr. Chris Simpson, Trumpet Monkey. How you doing, man?
Mate, excited and delighted to be here, Vince. No better man to be on the desk with, but what a freaking arena. Are you kidding me? This is absolutely awesome. Electrifying atmosphere here.
Live at the SMX Convention Center again in Clark, Pampanga. It is Pampanga Day, so everyone, happy Pampanga Day. But I want you to really tune in because now we have the final 8 teams for eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. And as I said, it's been a long road since we got here.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. 62 teams participating, which is a third of the, all of the countries in the world and every single continent represented, which is massive. You can see the map breaking it down right there. It has been a tournament for the ages, and it chisels down to 8 teams from 62, the best of the best. This is the premier NBA 2K tournament in the whole world now. These are the 40 best players in the world. And we're staying with them in the same hotel. It's been a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. You see 6 from North America, 4 from South America, 20 from Europe, 17 from Africa, 8 from Asia, 2 for Oceania. But let's talk about the Middle East first because there were 3 teams there, and that was Lebanon, Oman, and now Saudi Arabia has a chance to become World Final champ.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Lebanon, they were phenomenal last year. Good effort from Oman as well. But the Saudis, they really showed up in form, on time, when they needed to win those qualifiers, to book their tickets. They are a very humble team as well. You know, we've had the pleasure of hanging out with all the teams we got little tidbits here and there, you know, tidbits and information behind the scenes. But I can tell you, the Saudis are well prepared. That was a well-oiled machine we saw during the qualifiers. Really, probably their best performance in years. And they're peaking at exactly the right moment.
Absolutely. And now we're going to break down Asia, in which the hometown heroes are here. The Philippines came out that group, but they had to fight against Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia, Indonesia, Thailand, India, and Macau.
Yeah, and that was a really strong region as well right there. Obviously, the Philippines and Indonesia, it always goes down to the wire. That is one of those amazing rivalries for the ages. They know each other really well. They scrimmage all the time. But the hometown heroes, Vince, look, there's that expression, don't forget your toothbrush, right? But these lads, even if they do, they're only going to drive like an hour or something down the road. So the crowd is going to be going absolutely bananas for them. It has been a really fun few days here in the Philippines. Everybody's been so gracious, the best hosts ever. And yeah, they're going to be kicking off things tonight. It's going to be fireworks, let me tell you.
All right, now you're from Australia. Now your cousins to the east are now here. I want you to break down Oceania.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was Guam and New Zealand there in Oceania. And it's the Kiwis punching their ticket yet again. They're at the World Finals last year, and they really turned some heads right there. Horsey dropping the 50 burger. Team USA in particular, with a lot of positive things to say about the Kiwis, which is, that's praise from Caesar, as they say. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Now, they don't have to travel that far, and the time zone is really fantastic for them as well. Only a couple of hours difference, so it's kind of like their backyard right here, and I'm expecting big things.
Talk about time zone. Now we're going to go back to my backyard, North America, in which USA is the defending champs of eFIBA Season 2, but they went against Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and Guatemala. And now everyone has a target on their back because they want to be crowned eFIBA World Final Champ.
Yeah, you got the feeling that every time a team played against USA, it was like their finals, you know, like their Super Bowl. They were going up against them, but hey, they punched their ticket. They look really, really good in qualifiers, as advertised. They're trying to do the two-peat. They're trying to go back-to-back here at the World Finals. So yeah, we're expecting big things, but heavyweights the crown, as they say.
Yep, indeed. And now I want you to break down South America because you do it so well.
Oh, yeah. It's metal sharpens metal. It's always Argentina and Brazil going neck and neck right there. Uruguay and Venezuela take nothing away from those two strong squads as well. It will be Brazil punching their ticket back-to-back years now. You know, they always bring the ball and they always bring the party. They are a fantastic team. Tons of fun around the hotel as well. Lots of charisma. And yeah, look, we're not going to name names, but they scrimmaged against a certain very good team yesterday and pushed them all the way down the wire. We know they were sandbagging, holding back a few of their plays as well. So look out for Brazil. They might be very, very strong.
Very intricate. Could be a dark horse. But now we're going to go to Europe, the biggest region we had with 22 teams. Albania, Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Spain. And the winners are on the right.
Yeah, Greece, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Kosovo, Lithuania, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and Serbia. And it would be Turkey and Portugal punching their ticket out of the conference that we affectionately refer to as Catzilla, because it's unforgiving, unpredictable. It doesn't care about your feelings. You just have to be the best of the best out of the continent. 22 teams. It did not disappoint. It was exhausting for the players and the commentators. Let me tell you, that was some of the best 2K competition we've ever seen. I mean, Finland coming along and pushing Turkey all the way, Sweden as well. So many massive stories there, but take nothing away from the two winners there, Turkey and Portugal. And of course, Turkey are going 5-peat there in Europe, 5-time European champions, and they are expecting big things of themselves. When it comes to this particular tournament, you've seen my predictions as well, so you know I think very highly of them. It is going to be very interesting to see how those two teams fare.
We couldn't have written the script better. Should have been on Broadway, but now we got to talk about Africa, which we had the most new teams in eFIBA, and it was Angola, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Gabon, Madagascar, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Morocco. And on that other side,
oh, Benin, Togo, Algeria, Kenya, Guinea, Tunisia, Cameroon, and the Ivory Coast. But of course, it's Algeria who end up punching their ticket, and this was a little bit of a quacker-shocker because Morocco looked so good last year, and we were expecting them to go back-to-back. Egypt, previous champions as well. But Algeria, and just quietly, I'm not going to name names, but I have my player sources. A lot of people are expecting massive things out of this Algeria team. We're talking top 3 finish. So dark horses without a doubt, all right? They got a star in their flag, but they've got 5 stars on that team. we're expecting big things. And yeah, like you said, the second largest conference, 17 teams, so many new teams as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing the players that have come out of Africa in the future. Algeria here representing. This is going to be huge.
Yep, and now we're going to check out what these teams are playing for. Not only to say they're the best in the world, but a prize pool of $50,000. It's going to be broken up in different kind of ways because the MVP is going to get some money, defensive player is going to get some money, and maybe the top 5 All-Stars are going to get it. This is massive.
Yeah, it is, and shout out to FIBA for bringing out the money bags. I mean, not only these players representing their nations, playing for that national pride, but of course, the financial compensation is huge for them. This is a massive opportunity. You touched upon it as well. Everybody is going to be taking home a little bit of that cheddar right there, including the World 5. So, hey, your team comes 8th, but you're one of the best 5 players in the world. You're going to get you're going to be picking up that drink tab, okay? You're going to get a little cheddar, but this is massive. That's what it's all about. You know, back-to-back years now with huge prize pools at the eFIBA World Finals, both Season 2 and Season 3. Very exciting stuff. And, hey, it just adds a little bit of extra tension into the mix right there for the players. I love it.
Yep, we love it, and we just talked about the prize, but we talk about the teams. We see who's going to be playing for the 8 final teams here in beautiful Philippines. But now let's check out this venue at the SMX Center here in Clark, Pampanga. It is absolutely beautiful, exquisite, and so detailed. As you see everywhere, people are supporting you, see the Gilas Pilipinas. Shout out to everyone that's helping us put this beautiful idea to life. Smart, PLDT, Signal, Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, and Samahang Basketball Naga Pilipinas. Thank you so much. And as you can see, so much is to be done around here. I mean, I'm getting like antsy because I want to participate.
Yeah, man. I mean, literally all of the teams and the commentators were having their chance at the shootout right there. Now, I thought that was a Funko for you right there, Vince. The resemblance is uncanny. Of course, it's Michael Jordan. And but it's been a bunch of fun. The sponsors really went all out. We're having so much fun here. And, yeah, the best set ever to be on, especially when we're in between rehearsals and takes. We get to go shoot some hoops. We get to have some Red Bull, giving us wings. Haven't quite managed to dunk on that ring yet, though.
Yep, and also this whole event is helped by and presented by Acer Predator. And again, discover the power and then dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And also special shout out to our sponsor, Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. And there's a lot of teams here may need some extra energy, so they got more of that to dunk, might knock down that 3, and also just win that game.
Oh, without a doubt, mate. I mean, we're going to see some of the best dunks in 2K history here at the World Finals of eFIBA Season 3. Make no mistake, Red Bull going to be giving them plenty of wings, and I don't know which teams are going to be hunting their prey through the jungle like the Predator there. We've definitely got some out-of-this-world players, definitely otherworldly, some aliens representing these nations right here. They are phenomenal.
Yep, and now let's check out the matches for today because we have a full schedule. There's going to be so many different chances for people to win, and I want to explain too, it's going to be best of 2, okay? It's going to be Philippines versus New Zealand, Portugal versus Saudi Arabia, Saudi versus Algeria, Brazil versus New Zealand, Portugal versus USA, Turkey versus New Zealand, and then we have another set of games for you.
Oh, yeah, it's a full day slate of action right here. Turkey will be playing the hometown hero Philippines. It'll be USA versus Algeria, then Turkey versus Brazil, Portugal versus Algeria, the Philippines versus Brazil, finishing off with an absolutely epic game as well. USA versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That will not disappoint. The best of 2 format, Vince. We love this. We speak about this on air, off air. It is cumulative points, which is absolutely huge, and it's been impacting the way teams strategize for these games. We see a lot of scoreboard management. We see a lot of clock management as well. I love it when it comes to game number 2. Who's going to pull up the rock? Who's going to slow it down? Who's going to milk that clock for all it's worth? And then who's going to be pushing the envelope, pedal to the metal, trying to get those points and make up the big difference? It's going to be absolutely massive, and the teams are getting ready.
Yep, and it's not just us. We have some help from our courtside reporters live here in the Philippines. Shout out to my man Blue and also the Beef Mommy. And also, I love to talk about how the Philippines has been helping us so much with this gameplay as well. The hometown heroes are definitely trying to show out. I mean, we saw them go against USA in eFIBA Season 2. And you know, the first game was actually pretty close. The next game was pretty dominant, so they have a chance to come out on top.
Oh, no, they do, absolutely. And what they found out is you got to play the full 4 quarters against USA basketball when it comes down the stretch. However, they also got a big dub during scrimmages, so take nothing away from what goes on behind the scenes before the broadcast starts. There is a lot of chirping. There's a lot of scrimmages, a lot of action behind the scenes. It's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, the host country landed in Manila, got to see the skyline there. We've been greeted by smiles everywhere we go, helpful people. And let's just give a quick shout out to the literally hundreds of people behind the scenes here on the production team setting up the facility. One event ended and then they had sleepless nights setting up right here. And this is just room number 1, Vince. Wait until people see the LED screen there for the finals next door. Oh my God, this is going to be absolutely epic.
Finals indeed, and I'm going to let you know everything about this tournament. But again, we want to repeat this because the best of 2, some people get confused. It is going to be the best of the 2 games and cumulative scores. So you can technically lose the first game, but then win the second game by a certain margin and still come out on top.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we love. It impacts the strategy. It impacts the way they play. I love it.
All right, and now we're going to go to courtside really quick with my man Blue and Beef Mommy.
Thank you so much, Vince and Chris. And we are having an exemplary time here at the eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. My name is Blue, and joined with me here is the wonderful and lovely Beef Mommy. What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
I mean, it's exhilarating to see the energy of everyone here. And it's not just us, of course.
Of course.
We got a representative of Turkey.
Hey.
He's in the zone right now, dude.
Absolutely, I can
There's definitely a lot
tell.
of things we can ask him before he actually starts later on in the afternoon.
Yeah. All right. So I'm here with.
Birkan, low battle that.
All right. So you are from Team Turkey. So what I want to ask you is, your team is known for its unique play style. What inspired this play style, and how are you going to utilize it here today?
I think it's about the basketball IQ that we play the game. That's how we play the game, with basketball IQ. We utilize with the real basketball. That's it.
All right, all right. How about you, Bifami? Have any questions for our main
I got
man
spicy questions
here?
right here, my
spicy
dude.
question.
You guys didn't have the turnout that you wanted last year in Season 2. You didn't make it in the grand finals because France did eventually beat you. This time around, you guys seem laser focused to finally get into the finals. How did you and your team prepare for that?
That's a great question. That's a really good question because I don't have any answer for that. We know we are focused. We know what we were so bad for last year. We work for it. We know what we are capable of, and we want to show the world that we are the real champion.
Great words from a wise man that for later on, they're going to be focused. And it's nice to see that they definitely really want it. And it's also important that they don't give away strategy. So
Yeah.
great answer, my dude. Thank you so much for
He's
joining
PR
us here.
trained for this.
Exactly. Thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you so much, man. All right, so I think we have another insight coming for us. But looks like that's about all the time we have left for right now.
Yeah.
We're going to be throwing it back to you, Vince and Chris. Thank you so much. This is eFIBA World Series Finals.
Appreciate you, Blue. Appreciate you, Beef Mommy. And now we got some exciting gameplay for you for NBA 2K25 Pro-Am Mode 5-on-5, in which we're going to find out who's going to come out on top. And our first game is just about to go underway. Let's check out the lineups. And as I said, that first game is going to be between the Philippines and New Zealand. As you see, Philippines, we got Clark Baizan, Zavel, LCB, Julian Malinip Social, also Isaiah Alendada, Ice Too Fast, Charles Gutierrez, Clue, and also the big fella, Preach Diaz, Don Preach.
The hometown heroes right there representing the nation. They got a lot of weight on their shoulders right there, Vince, as well. A lot to play for. Game just about ready to go as well. So this is absolutely huge. But let's look at this Kiwi lineup.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. They're strong and they're ready to come out on top. Flomento, the one and only Jackson Sutton, with also Cam Allen, only Sensei, Caden Bull, also Wished, and then Mona just calling them that. This guy's all getting buff and ready to go. And then Cam Fox, Old Horsey. They've been talking a lot of smack, but without further delay, let's get to the game because they're already playing, and let's see who's going to come out on top.
There we go. Unreal.
Starting up for the inbound play in New Zealand. I just see Mona taking his time, finding his man. Wish going on the left side. You see right there on that elbow, doing a little cross in Boston. Find that mid-range pump fake, giving it to the corner. Or Horsey is trying to ride this team all the way to victory, but unable to knock it down. And then a great big rebound by Don Preach.
Here we go, Vince. It is early days in quarter number 1 right here. The Philippines nursing this 1-point lead, and it is really going to be a test of both teams here. So much speculation, so much talk, so much build-up, even within the hotel, and now we finally get to see them in action as we see good defense right there from the Philippines. Forcing the turnover. Here we go, and a reach-in foul right there. Going to send it to the sideline.
Very low-scoring game. It's only 3-2. Philippines up by 1. 3:07 left in the first quarter. Again, it's going to be 4 5-minute quarters. LCB giving it to Social, taking his time, crossing. LCB, again, being very patient with the rock. He had an open man, but unable to hit him. Trying to get some ankles here and maybe get activated. Mid-range is a lost art, but he's doing his part, knocking it down 2-5.
Ooh, so far, so good for the Philippines. New Zealand just got to ride the horse a little bit right here. Big man taking the rock. Solomona going to give it back to Wisht. Wisht trying to work that magic. Oh, risky pass to the corner. Good hand up in the lane right there. It will be New Zealand ball here. 12 seconds left on the shot clock. They're going to get the inbound. Loving Pro-Am mode and all the customization. If you're just tuning in, it's the Philippines in the white jerseys, New Zealand in the all-black jerseys. Another pickpocket right there. Ice getting the steal, and I don't hate that foul at all. Stops a quick transition bucket, slows things down.
You got to protect a bucket. That's like getting all the Dragon Balls and also forgetting your wish when you go to Shenron. Again, possession is key, and you got to watch it for both these teams. But again, it looks like it was a technical foul. Going to the line, 6-2. And you know, shots win games, but free throws win championships.
Absolutely. There we go. So Zebra's getting involved early on in this one, Vince. We get the inbound as well. Social misses the three. Clue gets the offensive board, though, so they do get a reset here. Zaval. Oh, good hand up in the passing lane. Or was that just a completely off-balance pass? No, I'm pretty sure that had a deflection. Yeah, here we go. Philippines are going to get the inbound.
Didn't cut his fingernails there. Little tip, and it goes right out of bounds.
Good defense from the Kiwis, though. Well, there we go. Social open again. Misses again. Fighting for those boards, but two New Zealanders in the paint. Get the ball back. Here comes Flametto. Just pumps the brakes a little bit. Says, okay, let's set this up. Driving in. Wished from the top. It is going to be a little bit short. Horsey gets open, though. He had a 50 burger last year. Absolutely impressive player. Can't get that one to go down. And we got a cagey, low-scoring affair here. It's only 6-2. A minute 48 to play here in the first quarter.
Let's see what they're going to do here. But again, knocks it down. Now it's 8-2. The Philippines coming out strong in their hometown. Now, wish to see if he can answer back. It is a very close game. Only 6 points. Giving it right back to Mona. Seeing he's trying to find anybody on the top of the key. Flumento can definitely knock that down if you give him so much space, but unable to do it.
And I think what we're seeing here is just first game nerves. They're just trying to get their hands warmed up a little bit right there. Social going to bring down the rock. Wide open ice, though. Bangs it home.
Ice too fast. Red Bull may give you wings, but sometimes it gives you range. Stroking it green and now making 11-2.
Yeah, now this is getting a little bit ugly. The Kiwis, they need a bucket here, like a glass of water in the desert, as we said. A nice little dunk. They just needed to stem the bleeding right there. Very nice bucket, just staying within touching distance. Look, at this level, 7 points is nothing. That can be made up in a couple of possessions right there, but they got to start clamping up on defense. Stop the Filipinos from scoring right here. As we see Zaval step back, it rims out a little bit of a break because that is open.
That was open. I wish going down the left side, trying to find an open man, but then that parted like the Red Sea, but then rejected at the rim, but a foul. Hey, sometimes you got to keep your hands to yourself.
And here we go, getting to the free throw line. Is going to rattle the first one home right there. Can Wisht make it swish? It misses, rims out. I mean, the pressure is on. Still just a 6-point game here, 36 to play in the first quarter. We're finally here, Vince. eFIBA Season 3 World Finals, tip-off game. Host nation opening it up against New Zealand. We are going to see at least one more possession. Oh, he had the shoulder open right there. 4 to shoot. Going to lean into it, pull it up. Good defensive boards here from the Kiwis. No shot clock, so this will likely be the final possession of the first quarter. What can they do?
All right, Mona keeping it calm and collective, understanding his role on this team, being that captain. But then hitting it. Not going out, but then knocks it down. 11-8. Oh, my goodness. They're getting vocal, and they're closing that gap.
Now, Wished, he was standing up, and now we are seeing a little bit of talking. It is going backwards and forwards with the buzzer beater to end the first quarter. 6-point differential. hometown team are not going to get talked to like that, standing up for themselves with a big 3.
This right here is a rumble in Pangaba. Let's go, baby. Wish understanding his role, but again, getting the timeout. 14-8, they're getting emotional. They're right across, and we keep talking about it. This is an offline event. This isn't online. You're not in your house in your underwear just chilling. You are across from your opponent. You're smelling what they have for breakfast and feeling the emotion.
Absolutely. Close enough to feel their breath on you, Vince. That's how close they are. That's what's amazing about the World Finals. And this is not disappointing. A high-octane affair opening things up. A miss right there. 3 Philippines players in the paint to secure that board. You can see how important rebounds are for both of these teams. They got to eat up that glass.
Only a 6-point game. 4:25 left in the second. Again, it's going to be 4 quarters of 5 minutes. 𝐼2𝐓𝐶 getting some handles, a little contestation, but no, baby. He knows how to knock it down, stroking the green from that elbow, bringing that up to 8.
16-8 right here. So the Philippines just kind of establishing a little bit of a lead. It isn't insurmountable by anybody's standards at this particular tournament right there. So New Zealand will not be panicking as Wish is going to step into it, and another miss.
LCB, a nice little stop of the play, but also if you're following us, please do it again, all right? And you're watching from everywhere. This is eFIBA Season 3. Make sure you're clicking that like button, subscribe as well when it comes to YouTube, TikTok, and also Twitch. And thank you so much, everybody, participating with this great final with the 8 teams fighting to get that $50,000 prize pool. 𝐼2𝐓𝐶, keep it on the left side, understanding he got that man LCB, knocking it down, stroking it green like an archer, hitting it right where it's supposed to. And now it's 8-19, 3:30 left in the second. Wish right now keeping it calm and collective as usual, but then a little timeout. As you see the New Zealand team making it go, and you see him on it with a great outfit. He's ready to fight, just bringing that fire like Haka. But then Wish keeping up, little pump fake. No reason to rush. Giving an open man under, but just lost it. I think he had some popcorn, slipped out of his fingers. Keeping it on that right side, understanding that right elbow. Giving it up here. Pump fake, going up. And stroking it again, a 3-pointer for New Zealand.
Oh, and that is a quiet Filipino team right there. They definitely needed that one, Vince. They needed those points just to stay within touching distance right here. So far, so good. You'd be thinking for the hometown heroes, though. 19 points to 11. That was a nice shot right there, though. Establishes this double-digit lead for the Philippines.
That shot was so good that John Wick would nod of approval. But again, had a hand up, but so what? But let's see how New Zealand is going to respond. The key was going on the top of the key. Flamento, you know this guard is nice. This man is technically averaging 47 points a game, but they only had 2 in the qualifiers, but he can score. He's finding his open man going against that pick. Only 3 seconds left in the shot clock. Giving the corner, but then a steal. Hand in the plastic lane. Clue had all the clues in stealing it.
Really nice work right there. Here we go, trying to add to this 10-point lead. Pulling up, it will be a miss, and the Kiwis do get the rebound.
There we go, Mono. Cross court, only Sensei with the first real slammer jammer. eFIBA Season 3, 21-13. 2 minutes left in the second.
Climbing that invisible ladder. It was only a matter of time before we saw our first dunk. You love to see it. And what can the Filipinos do in return? Trying to work Zaval at the top of the key. Big man just making a nuisance of himself right there. Impressive. Pulling up, 15-footer. Nothing but green and the bottom of the net. This 10-point lead seems pretty well established here. Under 2 minutes of play in the first half.
Yo, the chemistry is absolutely beautiful. It's like watching a Kulintang ensemble. Again, Philippines ready for this, but New Zealand put a lot of work in, but unable to knock it down. Chasing down the rebound, but unable to get it. You see the diving, you see the effort, but they are not out yet. It's only a 10-point game, which is nothing for the Kiwis.
Hustling like Russell right there. You love to see it. What can they do? We got a handful of possessions left here in the first half. It's impressive stuff. Really good D right here from the Kiwis. They're recognizing the fact that they do not want to get pulled away from right here. They got to stay within touching distance. Good D. Look at the rotation off the ball by both teams. Men trying to find themselves open. Kiwis hustling on defense. Pull up. Great defensive rebound right there. And here comes New Zealand back the other way.
Tracking down that rebound like a predator stalking his prey. But you see Wish going on the left side. But then great hands up and gets a steal. 𝐼2𝐓𝐶 seeing the open man, but not giving it up. Smart little short corner floaty. Knocking another 2. And Philippines up 25-13.
We are seeing the talk between the two teams right there. No one backing down. No quarter asked, none given. That is what it's all about. Final 40 seconds of the first half of our first game here as we see a glorious steal from the Kiwis. They needed that one, Vince.
Like a car 98, he's a sniper behind the arc, knocking it down 16-25. But no one's backing down in this first matchup of eFIBA Season 3. I don't know who's going to come out on top when it comes to group, but the LCB going up on everybody, but the little fella couldn't knock it down on the two towers.
Impressive stuff. Here comes Wished. Got about a 4-second differential between play clock and game clock. Solomona just pumping the brakes. We get a reach-in foul right there. Nobody in the bonus just yet, so it's going to be the inbounds. And now just a 2-second differential between game clock and shot clock. Good pressure on the inbounds. Couldn't quite force the steal. Wished taking his time. You like to see it. Game management. We spoke about this. Baseline cut. Sensei going to bang that home. The lead gets cut to 7, but they leave 5.1 seconds on the clock here, Vince, for the Filipinos to do something. Works the open shot. 𝐓𝐄 rims out. Halftime, game 1. So far, so good. Pretty impressive stuff.
As I said, a 10-point lead is nothing from the strong prowess of the Haka doing Kiwis. But the one thing I do know is that they've been ready for this. They've been training so long, so hard. But again, shout out to Coach Knight from the Philippines as well, trying to rally his team so they can come out on top and get the first win of eFIBA Season 3.
And look at that. Really, really close on stats as well. Low scoring affair. At this stage, we're looking at about the 50-point mark. That's a sign of a couple of good teams. But that's been the difference for me. The really impressive stuff has been the defense from the Philippines. They've managed to force a few steals. Really, really good.
Don Preach pump faking the big fella. But as you see, we got another game going on. That's Portugal versus Saudi Arabia. And we're going to go back and forth. And we're going to talk about the Portugal lineup. We got Henry Jones, Henrique Ribeiro, a.k.a. the Long Firm, Alexander Salazar, No Brain Salazar. We got B, that's what he wants to call Andre Castro, and also a fantastic other squad. But then Saudi Arabia, really quick, we got Am Nasser, and that's not F5R, that's Fakher, and then V Chopper, React Sam, and V Holston.
Couple of amazing teams going at it over there as we see a glorious dunk. The lead is cut to 5. We've seen so many times, time and time again, Vince, games won and lost in the third. This is when the teams either cement their lead or they sneak back in the back door right there. You can't leave it open if you're the Philippines. You got to clamp up here defensively and keep pouring in those points. Well-worked shot right there. Great offensive board. Kicks it back out. Social on the wing. They get the shot clock reset. Nice baseline cut. 𝐓𝐄 with the two-handed dunk. Majestic.
He had infrared finding that man right through the pressure, but then he was so open, ain't nobody was around him because I like to sing it all by himself. You got to play defense there, but again, a 7-point affair.
And now we're just having a looky-wookie right here at Portugal versus the Saudis. Again, these teams chomping at the bit to get started. And really, really cagey affairs early on by their own high standards as we see F5 with the Santa Claus beard. I'm loving the fact that we got Pro-Am mode, highly customizable, 5-on-5 as you see it. Open 3 right there for Portugal. They extend the lead to 4 points. Impressive stuff.
Right there, making it a 4-point game, and just like that, it's another cagey affair. As you see, 23-27. I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. So back-to-back games going here. Impressive stuff.
Going here 27-23, Philippines having a great time, understanding what's on the line. Again, really quick for the other game, it's going to be Portugal versus Saudi Arabia, 8-2. But as you see, 𝐓𝐄 right in the corner, knocking it down. Another 3 for the Filipinas, knocking it. As you see, Wish going down the right side, keeping it open. That's a mid-range. I'm telling you, kissing it off the glass. It is a work of art. I love seeing it. Again, people say it is a lost art, but now understanding that you don't need to knock the Steph Curry threes all the time. Just get the 2 points and keep the game going. 30-25. 𝐓𝐇𝐄 finding Social in the corner, trying to use that left hand without trying to get double teamed. Understanding what is at stake. Again, LCB going at that Social, but getting rejected by the big fella. 𝐓𝐄 still has possession. 10 seconds left in the shot clock. 2:22 left in the third. LCB still got some handle, trying to get that takeover. Gets between two, another mid-range, nothing but green, baby, and he's mean.
Oh, this is coming down to the wire. A very impressive third quarter from both teams. The Philippines have managed to establish that lead and hold on to it while New Zealand are fighting back as best they can. They got the possession right here. They're probably going to try and work a few more threes in this commentator's humble opinion, but that defense around the perimeter from the Philippines, really solid.
Oh, little fancy pass right there. Okay, this man's on the dance floor just breaking it down. 32-27, and they got more confidence in this step. They got a little stride in their glide, and let's see if they can bring it home.
Here we go. This is pretty important bucket right here. They leave a man wide open. It's Social in the corner. He bangs it home. It is one of the loneliest jobs in 2K. You just got to be ready to stroke a green at a moment's notice. He does not disappoint. That pushes the lead back to 8.
Pushes it back to 8, 35-27, but a nice steal right there by 𝐶LUE. The hands in the passing lanes has been absolutely fantastic. They're not scared about the fouls, but they definitely want to keep that possession. LCB, a point guard with that good Targaryen haircut, as we talked about pro-am mode. But another stroke in the green behind the arc. It is confidence. They're ready.
They are ready indeed. I like the chatter, though. You can see both teams communicating with one another. They know that it's all going to come down to the wire right here. Very impressive stuff. 1 to play in the third, and so far, with an 11-point lead, the host nation are looking like they're going to be taking game number 1, unless the Kiwis can turn this around in the fourth quarter.
They have the capability, no doubt. But let's see if Flamento keeping that control, understanding he is the guy with the rock. Mona back and forth, little pick and roll. No one's guarding him. That's another mid-range. Kissing it off the glass, the bank shot. Shout out to one of the best ever do it, Tim Duncan. And I think they took it out of his playbook.
Hey, they call him the teller because he only deals in banks. You love to see it. Here comes 𝐓𝐷. I'm liking this defense from the Kiwis. I actually think it's been on point. To hold the Philippines to 38 points. Didn't we see him drop 196 on somebody? Absolutely insane. Really impressive stuff right here. That is a nice deep three, but a good defensive board. Keeps New Zealand within touching distance here. Under 20 to play. No shot clock in the third quarter. Wished gonna milk this all the way down. Big man making a nuisance of himself, just getting in the way. Good rotation off the ball. Finds himself open. Can he connect? It rims in and then backhand. Oh, it's in there. It drops. What a three-pointer right there. Cuts the lead to 6. Final play of the third, and he bangs it home with a 3 of their own. Goodness gracious me.
That right there was Broadway bound. It was so dramatic, and this game is having more twists and turns than a showing jump storyline. We don't know what's going to happen because every time you see a double-digit lead by the Philippines, New Zealand keeps clawing back, and that's what I love about that fight, about that dog. They're not going to lay down and just let it take it. They're going to keep fighting as long as they can. Now, LCB, that mid-range on top of the key, under to knock it down, and let's see if the Kiwis can come back.
Way to crash the boards right there. I mean, that was great defense from Philippines as well, getting a hand up in the passing lane. Brilliant stuff. Both teams are capable of going into triple digits when it comes to the scoreboard. So the fact that this is such a low-scoring game shows you that it is defense they're leaning upon right here. A few uncharacteristic misses, but again, put that down to the deep. Put that to the hand in the face. Exactly what they've been training for. Wished gonna pull back and bang home another 3. He has looked as advertised. Very nice shooting from beyond the arc.
That shot needs a Hubble telescope, straight stargazing. That was deep within that galaxy. And shout out to the other game that's going versus Portugal and also Saudi Arabia. It is 10-15. Portugal is up by 5 with 3:59 left in the second. But back to New Zealand and Philippines.
They cut the lead to 6 right here, so it is going to be coming down to the wire. Now, every time the Kiwis have gotten close, the Philippines have managed to just reestablish that lead, drop in a big bucket of their own. But this defense is looking really good from the Kiwis. Working the open man and the shot, though. That's exactly what they needed, a big-time three-pointer.
Yep, and New Zealand is not getting a break because they're playing again when it comes to Brazil and then one more time against Turkey. So it's going to be back-to-back-to-back. Now, Mona keeping on that right side. Wish, the guard, trying to keep that handle, understanding that he's getting that open man, but people got to stay mobile. Flamento unable to knock it down, but only Sensei tracking down that rebound. Still hands up, but not doing no worm. Dennis Rodman would have been proud, but they're keeping that possession.
Oh, there is some chirping going backwards and forwards right there as you miss a high percentage layup just because 3 Filipinos were crashing the boards there, trying to make the shot as difficult as possible. Impressive stuff. They are going to get the inbound here and try to add to this lead. It's a 9-point lead. You got to be thinking it's nearly enough, but we know how dangerous the Kiwis are. They can come back, dropping 3 threes in the blink of an eye. As we see a nice rejection right there. Oh my God, that was prom night all over again. Dancing by myself in the corner, pure rejection.
That rejection was so bad, that ball needs therapy. Oh man, who got an HMO or PPO? That was just nasty. Go see a doctor.
Great defense, and here come the Kiwis. They got it done at one end. Can they get it done at this end? Good cut right there. Finds the open man in the corner. You got to bang that home at this level, though. And that's a smart foul. Just slowing things down a little bit.
3:07 left in the fourth, 14 seconds left on the shot clock. They are down, but they are definitely not out. Getting that pump fake, trying to find the point guard. Wish keeping that tempo. Behind the arc, almost hitting his mark and just missing that rebound, but a timeout. And as you see, Portugal getting crazy against Saudi Arabia, 24-10. This is a lot of energy here at the SMX Center in Clark, Pampanga.
Absolutely. So much going on in the background. Plus, we got the crowd as well. This is a fantastic venue, great atmosphere. But here we go. We have now switched over to the feed between Portugal and the Saudis, who find themselves down by 15 at the moment. It's the Saudis in the green and Portugal in the white jerseys right there. Very impressive start. We're only in the second quarter here, Vince. And so far, so good, as we see a nice two-handed reverse dunk. Movement off the ball, so hard to defend.
Movement off the ball, but you got to stay mobile when it comes to any kind of real game of basketball, but especially NBA 2K. Nasser, known at that Nasser snatch, unable to knock it down. But as you see, a foul to stop that transition. Henry Jones defending the inbounder. He has a nice long rent, but he's a law firm. He's definitely going to try to put you in jail and put them clamps on. So Nasser going on that left side, a nice little behind the back, but unable to find his man, 𝐓𝐋𝐋𝐋𝐖, understanding that he needs to knock it down when you got that first pass, but then the hand of pass of PT Creative is going to get creative.
Ooh, not too bad so far, though. I mean, Portugal were probably one of the biggest surprises this year when it came to the Catzilla Conference of Europe, right? 22 teams. Portugal come in there potentially kind of ranked maybe about 4th, you would think, out of that field. We saw so many newcomers impress as well. I should say, we saw teams returning, but really for the first time as powerhouses, the likes of Finland, the likes of Sweden. But Portugal, man, they were great from start to finish. And now here on the biggest of stages, you see them pouring in the points. Right now, that bucket is as wide as the ocean, and they're just pouring in the points. It's 32-10. The Saudis gave their best performance in years, and they're just getting blown out of it right now.
Right now could be the first game jitters, as you said before. But let's see as Nash is going to right side. He was open, unable, but nice reverse lay. Using the rim as another defender, which is beautiful. Understanding what is at stake, 32-12. It is a 20-point game. 1 minute 25 left in the second.
Ooh, really massive performance for Portugal as they continue to stroke it green. Holy moly, Vince, 35-12. We did not expect this. At one end of the court, they're dropping in three-pointers like nobody's business. And at the other end, they're clamping up defensively.
Clamping up defensively, but see PT Creative is activated. That is deep bomber right there. So all his shots are being extended beyond that three-point line. But V Chopper raining down the chopper. Shout out to J. Cole trying to bring it back, but still it's a 20-point game, and that is one whole year. It's hard to dig out of.
Oh, yeah, and just give you an update on the other side. The Philippines currently have a 12-point lead, under 1 minute to play in the fourth. It looks as though the host nation is going to open the tournament with a big old win against the Kiwis. Really impressive stuff from them.
Impressive again. But remember, it is best of 2, so they are going to play again, and you got to add both those games up. So you can lose by 12, but if you win by 13, you still can come out victorious with this best of 2.
Big time. And I think the Kiwis will probably be thinking, hey, if we make our threes, we are right in this. That's going to be the differential. We'll have a look at the stat line. We'll see what the shooting percentage was beyond the arc. We saw enough defensively, in my opinion. They look phenomenal. Just got to make those shots. As, it looks as though the Philippines now extending their lead to, 15 points right there. But back to this Portuguese-Saudi Arabia game, 37-15. The Saudis will just have to have a really short-term memory there, Vince, as we approach halftime. They just got to wash that away, come back in the second half and start chipping away at this lead to give themselves a chance in the fourth quarter.
Let's see what's going to happen. I just see Simon Bond going to PT Creative. But I see 41-54. The Philippines definitely showing that they can ball out and getting their first win of today. I know New Zealand's going to go back to the lab and work on what's going to happen, but man, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the best of two format is what it's all about. Impressive stuff, Vince. And yeah, a really good showing straight away from the host nation. Really good to see.
First game in the books. You can see the stat line. Zavala LCB with 20 points, and also Icy Fast with 18, and Clue with another double digit. Now, when you got 3 players in the double digit realm, that's automatically a double. But we've seen a lot of certain situations in which people have lost when they've done that.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, as predicted, the stat line on the 3-point shot percentage right there, only 6 of 16 for the Kiwis. Isn't going to get it done. Not at this level. But they'll know that they were right within touching distance. 3 of those threes go in, and that lead is chiseled down to just 1 bucket, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
Now they're going to have another chance because, again, it is best of 2 here live in Clark, Philippines. Again, the SMX Convention Center. It is huge. It is big. Shout out to Predator. Shout out to Red Bull and all the other supporters that's been making this come to life. But we still have another game going on right now, which is Portugal versus Saudi Arabia. 41-17. That is a decisive win right there.
Oh, that's absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Portuguese team, and the energy levels are well and truly high. I think the folks at home are probably picking up some of the noises through our mics as well. They are chirping. They are loud and proud. I mean, you've been preparing for so many months. A lot of these teams started training 6 months ago, all right? Then they had to go through a full month of competition qualifiers just to get out of the European Conference. 22 teams, some of the best 2K players in the world just to get here. That's a lot of pented up rage that they're about to unleash on their opponents, and that's exactly what they did.
We got a lot more gameplay today, but again, still Portugal versus Saudi Arabia still going on, 43-23, 40 left in the third. B is on the left corner trying to find it to PT Creative, understanding what's at stake. But then Henry Jones, the law firm, just gliding down to the rim and bringing it home. A great slammer jammer here in the Philippines.
Oh, absolutely. So look, a 25-point lead. It is the third. We often see teams either cement their position in the third quarter. A lot of these games are won and lost. Or if you're the Saudis, you're just trying to kind of open that back door, creep it open a little bit so you can come in and make a little bit of a comeback in the fourth. But that is a very large lead to try and overcome right there. This is where best of 2 comes into it, though, that cumulative score as well. The Portuguese team will be sitting there going, let's just keep pouring it in. Let's keep scoring. Go, 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 go.
You got it, because we did have that situation where we did have one of our first tiebreakers ever, and it went down to the last quarter. It was Spain versus Sweden, and we were all on the edge of the seats for that one.
Yeah, and look, oh man, Sweden, one of the brilliant surprise stories out of that European Conference right there. Impressive stuff. Just shows that look, eFIBA Season 3 was the best yet, and it's not going anywhere, as we now have the 40 best 2K players in the world gathered in one location here in the Philippines. It's been a fun week, Vince.
Fun week indeed. PT Creative, again, D-Bomber is activated. You got to make sure you put a hand up so he doesn't knock it down. Just cutting through the defense, slicing and dicing all the way to the crib, but unable to hit the 10. And see, what happened was it was just too much mustard on that.
A little too much mustard, okay? You know, you got to get a little mayo on there as well, a little bun as you try to take that mustard right. But here we go. What I'm really liking is that the Portuguese team just seems so fluid, so free right now. And that's what you need at this level. You kind of got to get out of your own way sometimes psychologically. And right now they're just playing as a unit. We saw them training even late last night, scrimmaging late last night. So, yeah, sleepless nights, preparation, leaving it all on the line. And so far, well, the product is showing up on the court as well.
All right, Saudi Arabia going for the 3, unable to knock it down. But then that rebound from Portugal going down that right side, trying to find open man Henry Jones. Being a give and go. Oh, that was absolutely a masterpiece. I thought Simon B. Ball would be knocking it. No-brain Salazar giving it back to Henry Jones. Another cross to the right side. He can shoot off the dribble. Mid-range pump fake. Unable to do it, but then that shot was just uncharacteristic, and he couldn't knock it down.
Ooh, yeah, the law firm. Look, he's everywhere, isn't he? He's in the paint. He's working his way at the top of the key as well. Impressive stuff.
All right, give it out here. But it's not going to get that steal. Saudi Arabia not giving up. Going on the left side, Henry Jones. Understanding what's at stake. like you said, just keep pouring on those points so you have that great lead so they cannot come back the second game. But then a great mid-range, 50-24.
Absolutely impressive stuff. And hey, look, if you're the Saudis, you got to be focusing on, like, what can you hang your hat on? You know, what was actually going well for you and what can we do, as we're now going to kick over to the beginning of the second game between the Philippines and New Zealand. Remember, point differential 11 if I'm not mistaken. So the Kiwis win this one by 12 and they get the dub.
3-0. Philippines up. Only since giving it to Mona. Keeping it calm, Flumento, 4 seconds left in the shot clock. It's cracking down, but getting that mid-range and knocking it again. He did come to me before saying, yo, the team is definitely going to work on the mid-range game, finding those easy shots. Threes are great, but them twos sometimes are better.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. And if you're just joining, it is the Philippines who are in the blue jerseys right there, just like the ones they're wearing in real life right here and are being sold over there. The merch shop as well. It'll be the Kiwis in the white jerseys. And yeah, the Kiwis got to win by about 12 points or at least 11 to send it to OT. Impressive stuff so far. It is a tight affair, and really it came down to that three-point shooting by New Zealand. Wasn't quite up to par. If they make 3 more of those threes, like I said, it's a very tight game.
It is a tight game indeed, but LCB, again, another mid-range stroking it green, 5-2, keeping it nice and calm. As you notice, there's not a lot of rush shots, not a lot of contested shots. They're taking their time, finding that open position on the court, and then be able to knock it down with how long they've been playing NBA 2K.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see really good defense, though, from both teams on and off the ball. The player movement off the ball is critical here. Probably going to, unnecessary foul, because he was very close to a 3-second offensive violation. That resets the shot clock, gives the New Zealanders a second chance at this one.
And second chance indeed, getting the inbound wish right there in that corner. Nobody's on him. Crazy cross-court pass. Wasn't up, was just a straight beam line, but then knocking it down again. Green bean, 5-5, New Zealand tying it.
Nice shooting right there. Really impressive stuff. And yeah, look, I don't think New Zealand are going to panic at all whatsoever. Well-coached, well-disciplined team. They got their heads screwed on those young lads. Very, very capable. They'll just be thinking, okay, guys, let's play our game. Let's come back into it in this one. But the one thing Philippines did incredibly well, though, they had a few more steals than New Zealand in that first game. So they were a bit more sticky, hand in the cookie jar when it came to defense. I want to see New Zealand do a little bit of that this game as well.
Let's see again the stats for the Philippines. They did play 8 games and up to 13 to qualifiers because they were subbing back and forth. Ice Too Fast was averaging 21 and also Clue 15 points. Social 7.8, but also 1.4 steals. So he's definitely a defensive player. And Don Preetz 9 points with 12 rebounds and also 3.8 assists. They're a very unselfish team, and if they keep it going, they can come out on top.
Absolutely. As we see yet another steal there and a gliding and one dunk. Little man getting his Spud Webb on, hanging off the rim. That is going to make the scoreline a little bit unflattering for New Zealand, but he rims out, missing the free throw. Again, though, another steal as we see an attempted steal right there. Oh, that will actually count. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. You're basically turning turnovers into points. That's what it's all about if you're the Philippines.
Yep, and really quick, when it came to that Portugal-Saudi Arabia game, it's 58-32 with 3:30 left in the fourth. But concentrate on the hometown heroes going against the Kiwis. You know they can fight. They're making it as tight as they can. Flumento able to score over 50 points in a game. You cannot leave him open, but it's the second time. So nice. We saw it twice, 9-8.
Really shows the importance of those offensive rebounds and turning them into points as well. Any opportunity to get a leg up on your opponent, that's what you're looking for. So here come the Philippines back the other way. Zaval toting the rock like an absolute pro here. Big man making a nuisance of himself. Social with the pump fake in the corner, kicks it back out to Ice. Too fast. Again, 2 to shoot. Gotta have it. Great defense. No shot clock violation. It left his hands. The Zebras let him play, Vince, and that's a three-pointer for the ages.
All in the meta. I don't know what kind of cryptocurrency they getting, but they're doing their job. I like it. Flumento doing it to Mona on top of the key, understanding how he's going to shoot that with so much suffocating defense from the Philippines. But Wish getting some space. Nobody on it. Give and go. Flumento, he can definitely score. I would have been back-to-back, but he misses at the 10.
Ooh, finding the open man. It's Ice again. Gonna bang it home, and don't look now, but the Philippines getting a little bit of big momentum. Big Mo showing up. It's a 7-point lead.
They're trying to be the apex predators of this tournament, eFIBA Season 3, and now a foul. 15-8. Philippines put in some work, yo.
And speaking of Apex Predators, shout out to our sponsor as well, Predator. Absolutely phenomenal from Acer. This arena right here, all of the equipment, you love to see it. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within.
That's what I'm talking about. And now down the stretch, LCB getting a nice little steal from the back. Nope, it was a foul. But he tried to keep that hand right in that passing lane. But as I said, keep your hands to yourself. If you're going to touch him, you're going to get possession. And you got to be careful of getting in that bonus because you don't want to give up free throws.
And this is danger time right here for the Kiwis, okay? We've seen this movie. Now we're watching the sequel. New Zealand cannot allow the Philippines to pull away. A little bit of lackadaisical clock management right there, as it is now going to be inbounds for quarter number 2. Philippines, 7-point lead, but New Zealand have looked much improved in this game. They just got to get back on the bike right here.
Wish right now giving up a little bit of space, but give and go to Mona. Nice little shutter pass back to Flamento. As you see, they're really crashing and understanding they had to close out, but I think that was tipped, and it couldn't go down. Great offensive rebound from New Zealand, and then a foul, keeping the possession.
Man, the Philippines are flying around off the ball, Vince. Really good rotation defensively right there. I love that shot that they worked right there, the Kiwis, but a hand up makes it go from a 90% three-point attempt to a 0%. Really great hustle right there. Flamento with the big man. Solomona working their magic at the top of the key. Fadeaway 3 on the move. A little bit of momentum now for New Zealand. Can they capitalize on this? We're seeing the full court pressure on the inbounds. And now it looks as though, I thought they were going to spring a trap right there, but they don't. They're sticking to their zone. And they have been moving really, really well. Since this Philippines team, they are peaking at the right moment.
Ice too fast. Ice in his veins. Man, that shot was so cold. It's like a frozen polar bear in the Arctic. But 18-11, they are not giving up at all. I'm loving the coaching. I'm loving the fight. But I got to give it to New Zealand. They're not giving up as well. Only since they're giving up to Mona, understanding he ain't going to shoot that 3 a lot, but he is a facilitator. Wish going for that mid-range, but then hand in the passing lane. That was high octane. Red Bull may give you wings, but giving them hands as well.
Absolutely great defense here from the Philippines as we see a reach-in foul. And again, getting a little bit handsy, but I like that. I think they got to force some turnovers here in New Zealand. They got to keep trying to get the hand in the cookie jar. Sometimes it gets slammed shut, though. So keep it up here as we see 𝐓𝐷 working the pick and roll to Dom Preach. Preach! Big man working down low, gets his own board and the putback. That's a hustle bucket right there.
Preach right now saying, Lord, I can do the work for you. 20-11, only a 9-point game. 3:16 left in the second. Mona getting a little bit on the floor, but you got to be careful. You see Wish, a little bit of cold right there, a bit of a cold spell. He better start heating up somehow. They need him on the offensive side. Flamento going on that right, trying to cross into Boston, but the hands are so scrappy when it comes to the Philippines, but they don't care about the foul. They're just showing their aggressiveness.
No, I mean, they've turned so many turnovers into points at this stage that it's even worth getting into the bonus. I think this is a much improved defensive team, and we noticed that throughout all the qualifiers as well. A lot of teams saw USA and just decided, you know what, we have got to improve our defense, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Is we have a result in game number 1 between Portugal and Saudi Arabia. Wow, 64-46. That is a massive 28-point victory right there for the Portuguese. They were on absolute fire, and they had 3 players close to 20 points there, Vince, into double digits, and they absolutely shot the lights out right there. 8 of 13 from beyond the arc. That's massive.
Yep, 18 points from Simon B. Bond, 18 points from Henry Jones, the law firm. I love seeing it. We're going back to Philippines versus New Zealand, a 10-point affair, 2:16 left in the second. Mona being that big fella, couldn't get it out of the under the paint. You got to be careful of the 3 seconds, but able to dribble it out. Wishing upon a star and hitting it from far, knocking it down, keeping the game close.
Now that's an impressive clutch three-pointer right there. It's again what we have is a low-scoring affair, which will actually favor the team that is behind, because if they can get on a little bit of a roll, we know how good these teams are right here. 7-point differential, but it's not an insurmountable lead at all whatsoever. under 2 minutes to play, but it's so hard to keep up with the Filipinos. That time, it rims out an uncharacteristic miss, and this is a massive opportunity here for the Kiwis.
Oh, man, lose your feet, baby. You can't be jumping on that. You got to be careful, but they did not capitalize on it. Flamento, understanding from the right side, trying to get some kind of open space, suffocating defense. That's a deep range right there. Man, that's so much range. It was 5G, baby. Love seeing it.
5G indeed. Wowzers, what a shot. And we got a tight game right here, 4 points. Now remember, best of 2. New Zealand have to get at least an 11-point win to send it to overtime, okay? 12 points and they get the win-win. That's what it's all about. That's what I love about this best of 2. So it actually favors the Philippines to slow things down, to milk the clock, to milk the scoreboard.
Now let's see it, but then knocking it down once again. The Philippines are focused, lasered in, infrared eyes, just being, as we said before, that apex predator of the Asia region. Now Mona, again, he is that captain. He also played in the Piston when it came to the NBA 2K League, so he has a lot of experience, also a lot of knowledge when it comes to this game of NBA 2K, and this is NBA 2K25 Pro and Mon. Each different avatar has their own player. It is offline, so let's keep it going. And who's going to come out on this time?
And that might be the first time a mullet was ever seen in Detroit, mate. I love it, man. He's got the big, the French pronounce it moulet. It's a beautiful mullet right there representing, well, you know, the Southern Cross. My neck of the woods right there as we see another good shot right there. It is a 4-point lead. We've just got a 1 second differential between play clock and game clock right here, so expect the Philippines to milk this all the way down for the final possession of the first half. 𝐓𝐷 with the rock in the triple threat. Big man making a nuisance of himself like they do so well. Good defense rotationally, but Preach gonna throw it down with the Shaq attack dunk. All it was missing was a broken backboard, Vince.
That Don is being the Don of the big fellas here in NBA 2K25 eFIBA Season 3. Not scared at all, but I got to give credit to the Kiwis. Just like a rugby match, it's just fight after fight after fight. Break my nose, take my arm off. I'm still running down that field. And now you see it's a 4-point affair. It was a double digit for a while, but they never give up. That's that grit. That's that dog. And they know they can put so much more in this game, and they may be able to get that 12-point lead and come out on top for the best of 2.
And I love that shot we see right there. This is a fantastic setup. You're seeing how close the fans can get to the players as well. A lot of good etiquette, a lot of golf etiquette. I'm liking that as well. Not being too loud, but everybody locked in, hydrating. A massive second half coming up here between New Zealand and the Philippines. Philippines got it done in game 1. Trying to get it done here in game 2, but the Kiwis have something to say about it as 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐼, that man's been a little bit quiet. Look for him to have a massive tournament, a nice drive and an offensive board from the big man. The Piston down low and a reach-in foul.
Reach-in foul indeed, and you see other teams watching patiently. Brazil doing some homework. Shout out to the coach, Nick Cottrell, keeping them focused because they're about to play in just a couple of hours. But as you can see, another game is happening. Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, and let's see if they can flip it aside.
Absolutely. And look, it was obviously a big win for Portugal in game number 1 right there. 28-point victory. That is a massive mountain to climb for the Saudis. But hey, if anyone can do it, it's one of the 8 teams here who made the finals.
All right, going to the left side. Understanding 28-24, a 4-point game. Don Preach, big fella, getting fouled. All right, getting a little bit bossy right there. I think he dropped his shoulder. That could have been a charge.
Yeah, nearly, right? But this is just one of those tight games, man, those classic contests. It's like a snow game, yeah? As Social passing up on the 3, hitting 𝐓𝐷 at the top, and he will make it rain from beyond the arc, stroking a green. A beautiful shot. And, yeah, every possession absolutely critical in this one, Vince. In such a low-scoring game, those 1 percentiles, they add up.
Wish unable to keep the possession, but almost got a turnover. Flamento keeping the game fluid. Going to the top of the key, a give and go to the big fella. Great recovery defense, and then a quick switch, and then unable to knock it down. Like you see, 31-24, 3:28 left. As you see, focus. Mona as the captain talking to his teammates, trying to bring them together. They got to rally. They got to do a lot more work if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, coach calls them 1 percenters, right? And they do add up in such a low-scoring game. As we see a nice open 3, you got to knock that down. That was unlucky. They worked it well. Just slightly off right there. as the Don trying to make him offer they can't refuse, finds 𝐓𝐷 at the top of the key once again. He has just been so agile on the sticks, pulling up for three. Great defensive board here and a quick transition. Good hustle back defensively. Look at that. That's impressive stuff from the Philippines.
Hustle back indeed. Let's see how they're going to respond really quick. Second game that's going on. You may not be seeing it on our Twitch channel or YouTube or TikTok. 4-8. Saudi Arabia is actually leading Portugal with 2:37 left in the first.
And we have a massive three-pointer here, though, in the Philippines-New Zealand game. Cuts the lead to 4 again. This has been as close as they've been able to get since tip-off. What can they do? Social, working it to the Don. Down low, back out. Oh, miscommunication, and the ball goes out of bounds. One of the rare mistakes we've seen from the Philippines. This is a massive possession and opportunity. Oh, it was a hand in the passing lane. That's why. So it's actually going to be the Philippines. They keep the ball right here. They find the open man, and he banks home the 3. Ooh, it's a tight margin game, Vince. Really impressive shooting.
Shot was more reliable than Tanjiro from Demon Slayer protecting his blade. It's just quick, clean, and just striking that defense. And then heartbreaker. But Mona getting on the right side. Almost a travel, but a smart timeout. You saw that little realism, though. He was doing a little stinky leg underneath the rim.
They were indeed. Look, words of encouragement right there from the El Capitano to the team, getting the lads on the same page. Good comms, critical. Horsey, oh, a pickpocket right there. It's the big man rumbling down the court right there. They catch up to him, though. That's a wide load. They caught him up, Vince.
Looking like the $5 million man. Just but the mid-range from LCB, baby, knocking it down for the Philippines, getting that lead to 36-27.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Philippines. I mean, that is the way to crush those hopes and dreams. In the other game, the Saudi Arabia team have a 6-point lead. Still a massive mountain to climb, but they have bounced back really nicely. The Kiwis get a bucket of their own. What can they do here? 90 seconds to play in the third, Vince. They've got to claw a little bit closer to give themselves a chance at a dub in game number 2.
Let's see them claws indeed. Keep fighting, keep climbing. But also let you know this is Pro-Am mode once again, 5-on-5 here for eFIBA Season 3. And everyone is trying to mesh together. It's all about team chemistry. And Dom Breach climbing that ladder once again, knocking it down, ripping down the rim, 38-29.
Beautiful dunk. Yeah, Pro-Am mode, 5v5. So you're seeing each of the avatars on the court, controlled by players. We see another pickpocket right there. It has been really the difference in this one. Turnovers into points. That's what the Philippines have been doing. They've been picking those pockets all day, and it looks so good.
So good indeed. LCB, that point guard, giving him go and knocked down right down the hole. Social, again, another slammer jammer, and getting more talking. You see, they're right across each other. Trash talking is involved in the game.
And early on it was going both ways, but it's been one-way traffic now for about 7 quarters, okay? But here we go. Again, that sticky defense. These are the fouls that the Philippines don't mind giving up because they are getting steals and turning them into points, taking maximum effort, maximum opportunity. Flametto doing a fantastic job trying to work his open 3 right here. Really good defense, though. Good rotational defense from the Philippines. The big man just going to have to take those points, gets his own board, kicks it out. But I believe we had a foul. He's going to the line.
All right, Mona at the foul line again. Shots with games, but free throws win championships. They're in the bonus. So now the Philippines have to be careful about that fouls. I did say before that Red Bull was giving you wings and gave him a lot of hands, but when you get too many hands, you're going to give away free points, and now you're making it a 9-point game with 29 seconds left in the third.
No, fair point, Vince. Absolutely. So far, so good for the Philippines, though, in their opening best-of-2 series here against New Zealand. I've liked what the Kiwis have done as well. The difference has been those steals and those three-point shots as we see another pick and roll. Hey, that's fixable, though. That's coachable. That's something they can fix before the next game, the Kiwis, and they're going to have to because there is no let-up when it comes to eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. A lot of teams playing back-to-back series.
Wish right now, little floaty trying to find that glass again, unable to get it, but offensive board and then hitting it up. End of the third quarter as they are trying to reset, and they keep coming back. 42-31. LCB keeping that control for the Philippines, trying to find an open man, and the give and go has been extremely effective, like a submarine door. But then it's a nice deep 3, but unable to knock it down. Let's see if New Zealand can answer back.
Oh, another steal there. A hand up in the passing lane and a reach-in foul. You're seeing the chirping. The fans absolutely love it. And, that is going to be a transitional foul right there. There we go.
As you see, Mona right now standing on top, talking across the screen. Now, like I said, everyone's going to try and get each other heads. I played real-life basketball. Sometimes the game is mental, not just physical. Let's see if we can throw them off their game. 43-31, 4:30 left into the fourth. Let's see if the Kiwis can hit back.
Absolutely. Look, still some time left in this one. Now, they will need to at least win by 11 points, though, Vince. That's the key. And 12 if they want to take this series. It's not impossible at all. That's exactly the type of transition bucket they need. If they can bang it home, they do. Don't look now, but the Kiwis climbing out of that dungeon at the moment, looking good.
Creeping back like a monster underneath the bed. You got to check it because then they're going to take your ankles. But Laval, LCB, unable to knock it down. But Clue, beautiful crash into the rim, keeping the possession on the Philippine side. LCB keeping control, trying to find that give and go. Getting that corner three, P.I. Social, understanding he didn't need that at all. Ice too fast, keeping it quick. But then that was little hand up, so what? But unable to knock down, not the cup.
And the quick transition three again in the corner. The Kiwis, that's back-to-back three-pointers. Look out. That was some of the best transition play we've seen from them, peaking at exactly the right moment.
3-ball, corner pocket. You got to knock it down when it's open. As you see the team getting hydrated because there's a lot more gameplay today here at eFIBA Season 3 at the SMX Convention Center in Clark, Philippines. Now, as you see LCB trying to keep that control, giving it up, ice too fast, looking for the pick and roll. Let's see, he's going to give it to the big fella. Great defense from New Zealand, really keeping the clamp, but trying to go up. But that would have been a crazy dunk, but that was a smart foul right there.
Yeah, I don't hate that foul at all. I like that one, in fact, Vince. I think both teams recognizing the significance of this possession as a little man gets loose and throws it home with two hands. That was a big-time bucket from the smallest of players.
That dunk had more power than Manny Pacquiao right there. It don't matter about the size of the dog in the fight, but the fight of the dog in the fight, and I like it.
Absolutely, as we see a reach-in foul right there. Only an 8-point game. The Kiwis, they look down on themselves, so like, they just got a memory of a goldfish. Flush that one away before the next game. I mean, they're still in this one right here, but can't be beating yourself up too much because it's been a valiant effort so far.
Either win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. You got to get that win so you got the momentum going in another game. New Zealand got a crazy schedule ahead of them, so you got to keep that morale up. Clue, give it up to LCB. Definitely keeping control of the tempo. 6 seconds left in the shot clock. Another big bomb. Dunk right there. Social ripping down that rim.
Wow, lots of dunks from the Filipinos here in front of their hometown fans. You love to see it. Kiwis not out of this one just yet, but the fat lady is warming up, Vince. Only 2.5 minutes of play and a 10-point deficit. They need to come back in a hurry right here.
And really quick, the other game, if you're watching live, Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 26-13. With 2 minutes left in the second, the Saudis are trying to be the kings of this group.
They are, but I mean, they're going to have to win by 29 points. Again, best of 2 series means that you are seeing like distinct playing styles, especially when it comes to the second game. The team that might have the advantage is sometimes pumping the brakes as we approach the 2-minute mark here in game number 2 between the Philippines, the host nation, and New Zealand. And so far, the Philippines, they can pump the brakes a little bit in this one, control the tempo. They know they got the win in game number 1. They know they don't have to rush to anything right here, but the Kiwis on the other side are just going to be going pedal to the metal, try to score as many points as quickly as possible right now.
And really shout out to the crowd here at the SMX Convention Center, rooting their home team on. All right, make some noise if you can hear me. Let me hear you, crowd. Let's go. 49-39, Philippines up.
You love to see it, just that double-digit lead they've been able to maintain for most of the fourth quarter here, Vince. Zaval waiting for that pick and roll. Ooh, using his feet there, get that ball out of bounds. Filipinos all smiles. They look happy. The body language says, hey, job nearly done. Under 2 to play here. Kiwis trying to get back into this one. Flametto rims out and a big defensive board. Good transition as we see, a foul down the other end right there. I thought that might have been a charge, but it looks like they're going to get him for a block. Oh, they're in the bonus as well.
Frustration push right there. Understanding Clue knocking down the free throw, 51-39, extending the lead with 1:41 left.
Impressive stuff right there. I like the hustle defense, though, from the Kiwis. So there's definitely been, like, some bright spots here, without a doubt. As we see a worked open three, it does rim out. And again, transition. Both teams trying to catch each other, napping at the other end, but the defense has been good so far. Clock is your friend if you're the Philippines, so they can just let this tick-tock all the way down.
Yep, and also shout out to Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 30-15, 30 seconds left in the half. Second has been absolutely domination by Saudi Arabia, but a good dunk from Portugal, making 17-30.
Big man shoot free throw. Big man make free throw. Don, preach, making him an offer he cannot refuse right here. It rims out. It is a 13-point lead for the Philippines right here. Add that to the 11-point lead from game number one. They have a cumulative 24-point lead. Flametto, great defense again from the Philippines, just not allowing him to climb back up the court and work his open shot. You can see they've been studying the film.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, the Philippines are on top right now, 52-39. They definitely discovered their power and dominating the game with Predator. And shout out to Predator once again for giving all this amazing equipment so we can have this event here in the Philippines.
Absolutely. Philippines have been a gracious host all week. Like we said, greeted with smiles off the plane. It's been absolutely brilliant. The staff, the team behind the scenes making all of this happen. It really did take an army to get it done. Impressive stuff.
33-17 going into the second half with Portugal and Saudi Arabia. Just a straight 180. The game has switched. But as you see, New Zealand still fighting as much as they can, but they got more games throughout the day. 54-41, 37 seconds left.
Absolutely. And, yeah, look, I've been impressed by what we've seen from the host nation as they drop in another three. This one getting away from the Kiwis. I feel like game number one came down to three-point shooting. And game number two, though, the steals, the defense from the Philippines, and their ability to make the clutch shots is really what showed up as Sensei bangs home a three of his own. A lot of talent on that New Zealand team. A lot of capability. You know, this can just be the warm-up game. That's the way they need to approach it. They got to bounce back in the next game. And honestly, they came out against the host nation who you know were going to give their biggest and best performance. So impressive start from the Philippines. The host nation getting the dub in game number one. You can see the sportsmanship, the camaraderie right there as we've got 12.6 to play. But that is just about all she wrote in this one. 𝐓𝐇𝐄 just going to bang home that one right there. We'll see the inbounds. And that'll be it for game number one. Well, I should say, second game, series number one.
Series number one, winning both games. But again, I love the sportsmanship. But also, you got to love the trash talking. Understanding, look, after the game is done, we're all amongst the same community. We all love NBA 2K. We're in the 2K25 era. And look, the great thing about it is that they understand it is a game, but you got to take it seriously.
No, without a doubt. I mean, they were chirping at each other right there, but look, handshakes, respect. Of course, we have all the teams staying in the same hotel. Everybody's getting to know one another. You know, some of the teams do have rules about communication, but honestly, a lot of friendships for life being formed right here.
Man, I need the coming energy, but I think I need a little bit of boost right here. Shout out to Red Bull. Let me get a little sip. Oh, that's enough, all right? It's giving me wings, but now it's going to basically make my throat a little better so I can talk longer. So I got to admit, that was a great first showing of the Philippines here in Clark. However, we have a great game going on right here. Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, because as you saw, Portugal had a defiant win against the Kings of the Sands, but now Saudi Arabia is coming back with that revenge.
And let's have a look at these results right here. As you're seeing, the Philippines win 54-41 in game number one. It's a best-of-two series, which means cumulative score. They're able to get 59 points to 44 in game number two. And honestly, the Kiwis were very close in that one, but now you're seeing the big difference in this one right here, as we had ultimately an 18-point game right here. Portugal beating Saudi Arabia in game number one. However, at the moment, it's looking pretty tight because we got only a 13. Oh, it went up right there. It's the 16-point deficit. This is where best of two really comes into play, as now Portugal fighting for their lives here in series number one. The Saudis, Vince, having an amazing game number 2.
39-23, 2:26 left. Henry Jones, a law firm, understanding he's been averaging a double-double when it came to eFIBA Season 3 qualifiers. But let's see if B is going to respond back. No brain Salazar using his brain indeed. Smart pass, but unable to knock down that easy crib. But it was contested. Henry Jones got a foul.
And this is why we love the format, right, Vince? You can lose game 1, but you can come back and have a Herculean effort in game number 2. Everything to prove. And the Saudis, I got to tell you, we were a little bit disappointed in the performance because that's the most polished Saudi Arabia team we've seen in years through the qualifiers. They made it look easy. They didn't seem to break a sweat even, just taking out the Middle East, becoming champions there, booking their ticket here to the Philippines. And game number 1, Portugal were firing on all cylinders. So far, so good, though, for the Saudis in game number 2. If you're just tuning in, it's Portugal in the red, and the Saudis, who you see make another massive three-pointer in the white jerseys. Goodness gracious me, that's a 19-point lead. If the game would end right now, Vince, Saudi Arabia will be taking the series.
Let's see what's going to happen. We still got a minute 38 left in the third. As you see, Henry Jones, as I said, he's been averaging a great game and again a great series. 12.8 points, 12.2 rebounds, and 3 assists. 74% from the field and 59% from 3. He is reliable.
Oh, Mr. Reliable, absolutely. There we go, Portugal banging home a 3. They're starting to talk themselves as well. I mean, they were so loud in game number 1. It's crickets at the moment as the Saudis, just to confirm for everybody at home, if they want to win the series, Saudi Arabia need to win this game you're watching right here by 19 points. That's what's on the line.
And they're on their way. I'm Nazar. Again, 20.5 points a game, one of the leading scorers on this Saudi Arabia team. But for �ㄐ, 20 points a game with 3.5 assists. So you definitely have to find a way to stop them getting to the rim. But I am Nazar. Snatch. Oh, gives it up. You got to protect the ball if you want to win this game.
Now, obviously, we were locked in on game number 2 between the Kiwis and the Philippines. New Zealand versus the Philippines right there. The Philippines, hometown heroes, taking series number 1. So we weren't able to necessarily see what was going on in this game. However, that was a characteristic steal right there of Portugal. Their defense was phenomenal during the qualifications out of the 𝐂𝐄 European conferences. We're going to see a gliding two-handed dunk right there, transition bucket, posterizing that rim. Impressive stuff from the Saudis.
Oh, man, going to the rim as fast as he can, giving everyone so much respect to his game, and I love seeing it. Not fearful at all, trying to go for that and one. Henry Jones keeping it controlled. Now, he is the center, the nucleus of this Portugal team, getting that pick and roll and understanding what his role is going to be throughout this entire series. Henry Jones getting to that left side, a little bit of handle for the big fella, but then a steal, and now it's going to be showtime for �ㄐ, gliding a little fancy dunk right there, like a true gem worthy of the markets of Jeddah. That's Saudi Arabia, 46-26.
Santa Claus is coming to town on that rim right there. Are you kidding, with the Santa beard as well? Get into the spirit of the season. What a dunk. Here we go. That is a 20-point lead as well, which is what Saudi Arabia need if they want to win this series. Henry Jones, a.k.a. the law firm, finding his man in the corner, crashing the boards offensively as well. And that is going to be the end of the third quarter. Everything to play for here in the fourth. It'll be Portugal ball to begin things. Every possession critical, Vince.
46-26, as you said. It is best of 2 and a reject from behind, baby. Dude got eyes on the back of his head. I thought Jason Kidd only did that on offense, but I see they do it on defense.
And that is a risky block as well, but it pays off as Henry Jones is going to work the low post with a one-handed dunk. He's taking out some frustration on the rim there.
As you can see, recovery is key. Going down that left side on Nazar. Again, I call it the Nazar snatch. You got to be careful. He's ready to step back and knock it down. V Chopper also got that chopper as well. A great arsenal when it comes to offensive prowess of Saudi Arabia. Unable to knock it down, crashing the board. Full court pass to No Brain Salazar, but a great stop transition foul.
Yeah, that's a coach's foul right there. Coach don't mind when you make those fouls. It stops the quick buckets. So again, it's this fragile 18-point lead for Saudi Arabia. They need to win by 19 to win the series. So truly, truly, on aggregate score, it's as close as it can be right now. Just a 1-point differential. Every single bucket crucial, as we see No Brain Salazar, one of those ironic names because he has a big brain, finding Henry Jones down low, and the big man capitalizing on back-to-back buckets in the paint right there, helping his team get the aggregate score and the lead that they need.
Let's see, Nazar keeping that point good, 46-30, losing it just a little bit, but you see the foot is on the gas, and they're not backing down at all, Chris.
They are not. I love it. We got our first tight game of the day right here as we see, again, that iconic Portuguese defense. Salazar going to go in. It rims out. Can't quite get the M1, but the little man with the beautiful red mohawk going to go to the line right here.
Ain't scared of the contact. Put that shoulder down. Try to knock it. But you see, free throws are free for a reason. Take your time. Get your rhythm and put 2 points on the board.
He got to change his name to Big Brain Salazar. I think he's Big Brain right here. It's going to rim out. However, the 15-point lead is good as we see quick transition back down the other end. A reach-in foul. A little bit unnecessary on this occasion. But, ooh, interesting in the box score there. A 5-0 run here to begin the fourth quarter. So the Saudis, they got to get back on the horse right here because they need some buckets.
Let's see, navigating left and right. Nazar trying to find the open man, a little give and go. But as you see, the lock with the guard, but then a foul. Or as you can see, it's a moving pick, and then trains in transition. Now it's Portugal ball.
Zebra's getting involved late on in this one. Really good defense again from Portugal. That's how they booked their ticket here, and it is showing up when they need it the most. Yes, they are down by 15 in this game, but it's a best-of-2 series if you're just tuning in, and they won game number 1 by 18, which means this is good news for Portugal right now to be down by only 15 points. Back the other end, if you're the Saudis, you need a bucket.
Now, to let you know, this is a offline event, but sometimes we will have technical difficulties. If you notice, Portugal does have an AI player, so one of the players did get disconnected, but they still got to play all the way through.
Well, it happens. It does happen. I mean, occasionally we've seen the AI players show up in big moments as well, Vince, especially when it came to the European finals. 22 teams fighting for a slot here as we see a gorgeous step-back three. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And if the game would end right now, we'd be going to our first overtime.
I see a little Mikal Bridges putting up that three and going side to side like a psycho. 49-31, 2:46 left in the fourth quarter. No Brain Salazar going down that right side, trying to get a pump fake. Little shutter pass to Henry Jones, being the big fella that he is, destroying the rim. 33-49 now.
Phenomenal stuff. Here we go. 16-point deficit. Nassar, as you said, he's got that gorgeous step back, but finding his open teammate who bangs home the three. Exactly what the doctor ordered right there for the Saudis. That's a 19-point lead. That would be a win as of right now.
Play is going bad, but somebody's got to do it. Got the foot up on the gas, and somebody got to do it. Mustard! Let's go, baby. 52-33, and now Saudi Arabia is coming back. They're not giving up with 2 minutes left in the fourth, but let's see if Portugal can rally.
I understood that cultural reference. Here we go. Finding the man in the corner, Simon B. Bolin. Henry Jones, the law firm. It rims out. A big board right here for the Saudis. They had an open man. Good transitional defense there from Portugal, though, as they're going to hand it off to Nassar. He's so dangerous with the ball in hand. You just never know when he's going to take that snatch, that step back right there. Honestly, like a trapdoor spider from down under, mate. As we see, F5's going to rim out right there. A little bit unlucky. Holston, good offensive board. Way to crash the offensive boards there. They kick it back out. The clock, their friend. This is a huge possession. 2 to shoot. Nassar got to have it. Good defense. It rims out on a massive board from Henry Jones as we're coming back the other way, trying to find a transition bucket of their own. Salazar, reach-in foul. And we can take a breath.
I just see Nasser 23 points and got two other people on the Saudi Arabia team in double digits, 52-33. Let's extend it as much as they can because they do have a chance to win this best of two.
Absolutely. And are we gonna see our first overtime, Vince? This could be absolutely huge. For the folks at home, if you did not see game number 1, Portugal won by 18. That means that if the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia win by 18, we're going to overtime in this one. Best of 2 series. Right now, if the game would end, Portugal will be the winning team right there, down by 17 in game number 2.
Now, in the best of 2, they do not play in overtime, but there is a technicality. So basically, first one's how many points you scored on the home court. Then it's how many points you scored in the second. Then it's how many points you scored in the fourth quarter. So home court, second half, and then fourth quarter. And everyone's agreed to it. We know what it is. We've seen it with Spain and Sweden, so it's not something new. So we've seen it go.
No OT, NOT I'm here for it. Absolutely fantastic. Just means everything to play for right here. You got to leave it all out on the court.
B short corner, stroking it green, 37-52. You see they're getting wild right there. They're getting a little dancing like Fado on the streets in Portugal. Let's keep it going, baby.
And remember, one of the Portuguese players dropped out as well, so it really is 4v5 at the moment. The AI player out there, it happens. Even in a LAN event, there can be technical difficulties. You just have to come together as a team and overcome. React Sam finding Nasser right there. It is coming down to the wire in this one, too, to shoot. That's a massive three. It rims out. That might be all she wrote in this one. They've got to go full court pressure and get a turnover here. If you're the Saudis, they foul the law firm. They will be sending him to the line, but that might be all she wrote in this one unless we see a couple of quick three-pointers from the Saudis.
6.3 seconds left in the game, but you got to think about the mental capacity of this. They still won the game. Even though it's best of two, that gives you momentum throughout this entire tournament. That means you're not on the bottom. You're just as equal. You can fight. This is going to be a great night here in Philippines.
Big facts, and we're just getting started. I mean, this was our first 2 series of the whole day. Stay tuned. It's going to be absolutely massive, guys. If you're watching at home, Chopper's going to bang home a 3. The Saudis have something to hang their hat on. They did still get the win by 16 points, proving that they belong right here as we get another reach-in foul. The math is not on their side. However, they're going to fight all the way down to the last second here.
Do want to shout out these two teams. It's the first time they're in the finals. So the pressure did not get to them. They knew how to compete, and let's see what they're going to do the rest of the series.
As we see both free throws banged home right there, it's a 14-point deficit. So, to be clear, we need a 4-point play here. That's a 3-pointer and 1. It all comes down to this final inbounds. Never say never. Gotta have it. No foul. It misses. And Portugal are going to come away with victory in Season 1. You can see what it means to the lads. Congratulating each other first, and then I'm sure we're going to see the same level of camaraderie and sportsmanship that we did between New Zealand and the Philippines. But you can see what it means to them right there.
B. Larinho screaming at the top of his lungs. He just popped a Red Bull today. I think they got him in capsules because the energy was on the roof. But as you can see, Saudi Arabia still was in the game. They still got that dub, but due to the best of 2 series, they're going to be winner of that best of 2 because they scored more.
Cumulative points playing a massive role down the stretch. Portugal did just enough to get the win right there. But like you mentioned, both of those teams, their first World Finals, they weren't with us in Jönköping, Sweden a year ago. They're here now, though. They both put up fantastic performances, it has to be said. Game 1, Portugal. Game 2, Saudi Arabia right there. Cumulative score, though, it is going to be Portugal winning the series. And what a way to open the World Finals here in front of the crowd.
Yep, in front of the crowd indeed. And you saw the first games was Philippines versus New Zealand, and it was 54-59. The latest one, it was 41-54, and then 44-59, which was a great game back and forth, but keeping them very low scoring. So it's going to go back and forth, but New Zealand has no break because they're going to get Turkey right after.
Absolutely, and you can see the tug of war that we saw right there. Portugal blazing in that first game. Honestly, they were up by 30 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. We were watching that game out of the corner of our eye. They finished 64-46 winners. Take nothing away from Saudi Arabia, though. They dominated that second game. They end up winning 55-41. But cumulative points, it is going to be Portugal taking that first win of the day, and you can see a lot of action upcoming as well. A lot more games incoming. It's going to be a long day for all of these players, and we hope you're with us for the duration because a lot of fun here in the Philippines.
A lot of fun in the Philippines. We're going to go to break for a couple of minutes, but I'm telling you, do not turn away. More games, more gameplay, and of course, it's more NBA 2K. But before, we got to give it to courtside right now with our fellow commentators, which is Beef Mommy and also Bluey.
All right. We're seeing different sets of outcomes in our first 2 games, and I love to see it. But as we wait for the players to cool down on the E-court, we're heating things up here on the actual floor. Welcome to the SMX Clark Convention. My dude, we're at your favorite tech trend right now.
Yeah, it's Predator.
We're excited.
I'm very excited to present to you guys. This is the Predator booth, one of the many booths here at the eFIBA World Finals Season 3. Now, I think there's more than just the Predator booth. Shout outs to Predator for sponsoring this event.
Yes, of course. Sponsors all over the court here. And not just that, Acer Predator going to be our presenter. You can also shoot some hoops on the side.
Yeah.
So if you really want to test out your real-life basketball skills on and off your PS5, of course, you can definitely try it out here. It's a little bit higher than what you're used to, but that's definitely part of the fun here. Not only that, though, we have a lot of other things.
Mind you, this side of the SFX Convention Center, we have the fan zone. Now, for those of you that don't know that are in the event, the fan zone is already open, and you can play a bunch of games. You can shoot some hoops on the side, but the main event that you should actually go for is the 1v1 sort of battles that you can do here. All you got to do is step and make your way over here while we're on break. Maybe you can scan the QR codes, have a bit of fun with your friends, you know? Just maybe we have to hit that later.
We already know we're going to play 1v1 for sure.
For sure.
Who's going to win? Back at home, comment down below.
Yeah, for
is it
sure.
going to be Bluey or is it going to be Beef Mommy? I already know I'm going to lose. I'm not really good at in-game basketball, but maybe I can shoot some hoops in real life, man.
Maybe. I mean, you have the height for it.
It's just the heels.
It really is
I'm
just the
cheating
heels.
right now, but of course, there's a lot more in store for you guys. Of course, over here into our left side of the stage. You know what gives you wings?
What does it?
Red Bull.
Oh, Red Bull gives you wings.
So exciting. If you want to feel the energy of the event, it's because we have a Red Bull as our lovely event sponsor.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull. I had a Red Bull this morning just to like pump me up for this.
I brought home some Red Bull last night just to prepare for today. I know I told you that I might not drink Red Bull. Well, I lied. I had to. It's just so
I mean, it's important.
lovely already. It's very important to feel energized. And of course, everyone in the crowd looks absolutely spectacular. If you haven't seen it yet, we have a Mad Max X. Look at that truck.
Yeah. Like that truck, actually, I've been seeing it not only in this event, but actually around my own city. So I don't know. It's
Your neighbors with the person who owns that truck.
Yeah, for sure. It's parked like right next to my house. So it's fun to see that it is here in this event, and I'm pretty sure that it also has speakers on top.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, we're completed in this event. If you want, grab a Red Bull, open up a can, go to our 1v1s where you can match up with your friends while waiting for the actual games to start. A lot of things going to be happening in this event. And of course, I just want to reiterate everyone that actually made this possible. Acer Predator, discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And of course, with Red Bull gives you wings. And of course, we have Smart literally right behind us, giving us the perfect connectivity for all of our players here.
All right, and also let's not forget our other sponsors too. We have PLDT, Signal, the Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, at Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas. Ayan.
And of course, that's it for us here on the floor. But more action coming up next. For now, a quick short break.
gives you wings. Red Bull 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 gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull 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 gives you wings.
Retro Games right here, eFIBA Season 3. The first half was absolutely astounding. New Zealand tried their best, but the Philippines came out on top. Saudi Arabia and also Portugal went down to the wire, and we almost had that split in the best game of two.
Oh, that was so close, mate. And yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff here. Terrific effort from all competitors so far. And honestly, the human side of it, like we're having a little bit of a break there. We're seeing the players going in and out of meeting rooms. We're talking to the captains. We're talking to the coaches. It means the world to these guys. You see the emotions behind the scenes as well. Really impressive effort, though. But hey, like Highlander, there can be only one winner from each series, and so far so good. You would have to be thinking of the hometown heroes, the Philippines, and of course those Portuguese players who peaked at exactly the right moment out of the European qualifiers.
Definitely showed their dominance, and I have to admit, I love the fight on all different sides. And again, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is eFIBA Season 3, going from 62 countries, from 7 different regions, and now we're at the final 8 with a chance of a $50,000 cash prize pool. We're in Clark, Philippines. The crowd is great, the love is amazing, and the talent just keeps rising, Chris. I can't believe we're finally here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of effort to get this far. Some of these teams have been training for 6 months up to this stage. I mean, really, they didn't take a lot of time off at all from the last World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden, but the Philippines have been the amazing hosts so far, Vince. You step off the plane, you're greeted with smiles and helpful people everywhere, and of course, it took an army to get this entire facility ready right here, and this is just one half. You should see the final stage, the LED screen. It's absolutely phenomenal. And, of course, this venue right here, jam-packed already. A lot of people having a fun time.
A lot of people having a fun down. Shout out to everyone that's been participating, but now we're going to get to the next couple of games. Let's break down Saudi Arabia, in which we got Mr. Nasser as the point guard, 𝐅𝐻𝐋𝐋𝐄 hosting. That's F5R, but it's pronounced Fahak, and also V Chopper. And this team is ready to go because now they're warmed up. So now no more nerve jitters, and now we're going to go to the next team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they looked really impressive in game number 2 right there. However, they are going to be taking on Algeria, and this team is peaking, to name Peak, their first player right there at exactly the right time. We got Hazadi, we got Dabem, we got Bashi, and we got Adax. I am hearing murmurs from players from other teams that this Algerian team might get a top 3 finish. So this is going to be absolutely massive for them. They're coming in a little bit cold on the sticks. You know, they're going to come in with everything to show right here against the Saudis, who just put up a dominant performance against the Portuguese. This is going to be fireworks.
Again, 2 new teams to the finals as well. Algeria dominated in Africa and the Middle East. Saudi Arabia taking out Lebanon. So first time being on this stage, but we already know they're ready and gearing to go. They're getting into the lobby, and they're about to have the game of their life. It's the first one they're having here for Algeria, but as I said, Saudi Arabia just went through a great practice run with Portugal, and I know that was a little bit of loss, but we're going to see if that's going to feel a fire under them and take it out all on Algeria.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, the Saudis, they have to be hanging their hat on exactly what went right in game number 2 against the Portuguese there. But it is difficult to say this mentally focused because it's best of 2. It means they're going to play 4 games in a row right here, Vince. We're going to see the toll that takes on them right here. I am expecting big things, though.
Expecting big things indeed, and you got to look at the point guards on both squads, all right? Peak and Nasser, and now we are underway. Saudi Arabia versus Algeria. 4:54 already left. You see both teams really focused, and the second game we're going to have on the right, so we may go back and forth, is going to be between Brazil and New Zealand. Brazil coming out from just watching the game, but New Zealand, the Kiwis are warmed up as well, and you know they're angry and raring to go.
Absolutely. Geographically, not too far apart, Saudi Arabia and Algeria as well. Right in that neck of the woods right there. This is going to be a huge game for both teams as well. Obviously, you're opening the account right now if you're Algeria, your first game and series of the entire tournament, and the Saudis know that they went down in game number 1 against the Portuguese, looking to bounce back with a win in their group right here if they can. And it is, if you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the light jerseys, Algeria in the all solid green. We still don't have our first bucket here. Approaching 1 minute gone in the game. A cagey affair, and you can't expect this. During qualification rounds, we saw one team nearly get 200 points right there, Vince, which is absolutely phenomenal. Do not expect high-scoring affairs here. Expect cagey defense. And if you do see triple digits, well, that means someone made a boo-boo.
A little boo-boo right there. But talk about the Africa regions. They only had 8 games. XP averaged about 14.6 a game. Hazard, 18 points with 3 assists, 1.6 steals. The Ben, 10 points, 1.6. And we're going to call him Bash from now on. He's talking about that. He's not Bashy. 8 points, but 5.6 rebounds. He's a true lock. But Adax, that's their key player. 18 points, 13.6 rebounds, 5.6 assists, and also about 1 steal a game. That's who you're going to have to watch from the Algerian team.
Ooh, and here we go, trading buckets to kick things off right here. Low-scoring, cagey affair. I must say, during the regional finals, Saudi Arabia was the most polished I've seen them in years. And they didn't even seem to break a sweat. They really seemed to easily come away with the Middle East Conference right there. They made it look easy, which had me thinking they're going to have a big performance. They get blown out in game number 1 there by the Portuguese. However, game number 2, we finally saw the KSA team that we're used to seeing, and they showed up in a big way. A 1-point differential in this game, my favorite kind of lead, Vince, because anything can happen.
Indeed, Hazard right now on the left side, crossing in balls and little jump pass to 𝐷AX. Look at that crazy closeout. Understanding, even though he's a big fella, he is a scorer, going all the way to the rim and ripping it down. So much confidence. Shaquille O'Neal would be proud.
Absolutely, just hammering it home, and look at that. Trading the lead here back and forth in this one. Low scoring, as we said. A lot of players speaking behind the scenes as you see a gorgeous open 3 right there dropped in from the Saudis. A lot of players telling me behind the scenes that this Algerian team is absolutely star-studded, and we can expect some big things from them. A lot of talent anyway. It's going to come down to whether they can gel together and play as one.
All right, 𝐷AX, big fella. He can knock down a 3 if you give it to him, but unable to do it right there. React Sam coming down the left side on Nasser again. This is Saudi Arabia on the white, but then putting the hands in the passing lane, basically sucked it up like a Jedi does a lightsaber, and I'm liking it. And Hazard shooting it, knocking it down. That's a 3, 9-8. Algeria up by 1.
And we've seen the difference time and time again. Teams that can turn turnovers into points are the ones who normally get the dub. That's what we saw the Philippines do against the Kiwis earlier. So Algeria taking a page out of that book if they can here as they crash the boards. Not a lot of offensive crash boards right there for KSA, so they're hustling back trying to stop the transition buckets that we know the Algerians love.
Again, Santa Claus has been in soot a little bit, as you see, 93 𝐷AX, a little bit of gray on the head, but white on the beard. Hazard going on the left side, unable to knock it down.
Impressive stuff. Okay, just the 1-point lead as we're approaching the end of the first quarter in this one. So far, as advertised, a nice heavyweight bout, Vince. It's looking good.
Good, 𝐷AX, big fella, unable to knock it underneath the 10. A little bit off balance, but great defense from Saudi Arabia. Nasser, the point guard. Got to be careful of that Nasser snatch. Giving to that corner, V Chopper. Let's see if it's going to rain. It's not. He's holding it for another game. But a foul, which I don't know why they did. They had a decent double team in the corner. Could have been a turnover, but 58 seconds left in the first. I'm not the coach. We'll see what happens.
Just got a little greedy trying to get that hand in the cookie jar right there. Mama slammed it shut and said, no cookies. And the referees got involved. You see a nice off-the-ball movement right there, and the Saudis take that 1-point lead right back.
Fahak right there underneath the rim. Shout out to the coach Ryan of Saudi Arabia trying to bring his team to victory. Pete going on the left side all by himself. 𝐷AX again just munching down that rim. That boy hungry. 11-10. Algeria up by 1.
And it's just this seesaw battle right here. 1-point leads going backwards and forward. Exactly why I like that 1-point lead, because anything can happen. Nasser trying to find himself open. He is so good with the ball in hand beyond the arc, and we rims out right there. An uncharacteristic miss by his own high standards.
𝐷AX being that big fella, as you know, looking on that left side, but giving that to Hazard again. No fear, going to the rim, really ripping it down, getting to a 2-point lead. But as you said, this is a pendulum swing, back and forth, back and forth. No one's giving an inch.
Yeah, absolutely. Algeria with the biggest lead of the game so far, 3 points, which is exactly what you want to see. And they are just going to let this go all the way down. The Saudis trying to work the final shot here of the first quarter, looking for that buzzer beater, and it rims out. That's going to be quarter 1 in the books.
As you can see, 13-10, very close affair indeed. 𝐷AX is going to bring it in. Algeria in the green, trying to be a little mean because they need to keep this lead. Now, Saudi Arabia has the tools to stop you on defense, but you got to be able to carve it out. You got to be able to just be precise like a surgeon, trying to find an open hole, which they almost did. As you said, that recovery, Bash going on top of the key. Hazard is hazardous, but unable to knock it down. V Chopper got in a nice little foul, and now it's going to be a change.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Coming in here, React Sam, giving it to V Holston, being real calm. As you see, they're spreading the floor, but you see that open pocket, but they didn't go for the layup. A little hesitation. You got to be careful with your reaction when it comes to NBA 2K25. The realism is real. You actually, when you go into the baseline on the sideline, you guys can run out of bounds, so he's hesitating, but Nasser unable to knock it down again. Full court pass, Hazard being hazardous, a little bit of friendly roll. The shooters touch, 16-10, the biggest lead of the game.
Impressive stuff right here. Okay, Nasser trying to chip away at this Algerian lead, doing the best that he can here, Vince. He has been so dangerous, not used to necessarily having the the 20-footers right there. He prefers those three-pointers, trying to work himself open, but the defense from Algeria, we are seeing the skills to pay the bills as they work an open shot. It's going to rim out, and a massive defensive board.
Man, the refs swallowed their whistle. I thought he had a little bit of the hand right there. That should have been a foul and went to 3 for the foul line. But you know what? I'm not in the meta, so I can't say nothing.
Hey, Zebra's letting him play, man. That's what I'm here for. Fantastic, okay? Madagascar shout out. Impressive stuff as Peak trying to peek at the right moment. Bash bringing the rock back out. Kicking it up to the top. 𝐷𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐄 working the ball. Hazardi doing his thing. Gets open, banks it home. We got an 8-point Algerian lead. Don't look now. The dangerous team. Those players were whispering to me, saying, watch out for Algeria, and here they come.
Stop, pop, and letting it drop from the mid-range, and then another one from deep range. Talk about a deep bomber. Shout out also to Clark, one of the biggest U.S. Air Force military bases here in the Southeast Asia region. Shout out to all that beautiful now construction when that happened, and now the airport was beautiful too.
It was. Hey, support our troops. We're glad they're here. Absolutely awesome. A massive 3 right there. It cuts the lead back to 8. Here we go. Algeria trying to cement this lead if they can. Good movement though off the ball. Nassar with the ball again. 10 to shoot. Trying to find himself an open shot. And it looks as though Algeria have said, we're going to take away your favorite weapon, try and beat us without him, as they get a hand up in the passing lane. Bash with the grab. Coming back the other way for Algeria.
That's with the grab, and I got to shout out this. Coach Nick Artrell from Brazil going back and forth with the captain of New Zealand, Mona, just basing John off. This is right before the game. This is that energy that we want when it comes to a live event. They're not even going yet, and they're still jawing, and let's see how it's going to go when they hit that court.
Absolutely awesome. Everything to play for. Brazil's first game of the day up and coming. The Kiwis drop series number 1 against the host nation, the Philippines. They are getting hot and heated, just like the weather here. I'm here for it, Vince.
All right, 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐄 unable to knock it down, but let's see what 𝐷𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐄 is going to do. As you see, his build when it comes to the meta, he has not that much speed. He probably emphasized on rebounding and being a defensive prowess, but he's such a great scorer, especially underneath the rim, a true center of the game. Shout out to the big man of the league when it comes to Shaquille O'Neal. And I would give it, to Nikola Jokic, but he has changed the big man indeed to be that full court prowess. But another big slammer jammer right there from Saudi Arabia. I can see he ain't going nowhere.
Absolutely impressive. Algeria with just this 8-point lead right here. Impressive stuff. We got a reach-in foul. And here we go. Algeria in the all-solid green jerseys. If you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the white. Trying to get open. Peak making a nuisance of himself. Good ball rotation. 𝐷𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐄 driving in. Two-handed dunk. He brought it in. Put it back out. Stella got her groove back.
That play was smoother than Algerian famous mint tea. Just pure finesse. I like it. I love it. I need more of it. V-Chopper in the corner giving a pump fake. Now for 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐋𝐋. Deep, 5 range, unable to get it, but a great offensive rebound from V-Chopper. Keeping that possession. It's a 10-point game. Algeria up 25-15.
And don't look now, but it's Brazil versus New Zealand. They are tied at a bucket apiece right there. The chirping before the game was very real. You can see both teams already have gamer mode initiated, sitting forward in their chairs. Very meme-like. I'm here for it. It's going to be a cagey affair in this one. 2 very evenly matched teams, it has to be said, Vince.
Oh, man, there was a violation. Shot clock violation, Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, and he knocked down the 3. So basically, it was your fault of not going off. But as you can see, 38 seconds left in the game, 25-15 Peak going down the right side, understand 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐄. And then also seeing that hazard, nothing but the lane and bringing the pain, 27-15.
Absolutely awesome. Algeria with the 12-point lead at the moment. Like you said, 30 seconds to play in the first half. It's impressive stuff right here. A great performance from them, considering they're coming in a little bit cold. The Saudis were warmed up.
They're warming up indeed. Nassar giving it a top for 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐋𝐋. Nice little change and rotation. It's from D3, but couldn't get the friendly roll.
And here we go. 4 seconds to shoot. Algeria trying to get the final bucket of the first half. They do. It is absolutely awesome stuff here from Algeria.
Great stuff indeed. Let's see, again, 30 to 15, 15-point affair. 𝐷𝐿, as you can see, 22 points. Are you kidding me? Over 90% of everything on the board. It's beautiful. And now we're going to go to Brazil versus New Zealand. Tied up game, and you already saw the John, the talking, the trash, all before the game. And that was coming from the coach and the captain. Yo, the soldiers have to be followed by the person that's leading them. So if they're going off, you know the other team's going to follow.
Yeah, absolutely, Vince, and that's fantastic stuff. It's a low-scoring affair right here. Only 2 points in it as we're approaching halfway through the first quarter. That's exactly what you want to see as we have both teams, I say both games up on the screen right there. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Phenomenal stuff indeed. As you see, Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, 30 to 18, 4:30 left in the third. 𝐷𝐿 pump faking, stopping on the dime, but couldn't bring anything. Okay, didn't do it in time, but let's see if Nasser going to do something.
And you can see what it means to these players. A 12-point lead here for Algeria. That's a massive stop for them into the third quarter. We see so many games won and lost in the third, Vince. It's imperative that Algeria establish this lead as we go into the fourth. And if you're the Saudis, you're trying to claw your way back into this game.
Definitely trying to claw your way back in again after that loss to Portugal, technically due to the points. But let's see if they can redeem themselves. 30 to 18. 𝐷𝐿 going on the right side, understanding the top of the key. Nasser trying to get that Nasser snatch again. Nothing is defending him. Gets it off the backboard. Ooh, that's a love affair.
Call him the teller. He only works in banks. I love it. And here we go, Algeria back the other way. 𝐷𝐿, big man's got some skills on the ball. He's going to pull up from deep too and drop it in. I didn't know he had that in his repertoire. Impressive stuff there, Algeria. I see a lot of smiles over there, Algerian smiles. They know they're having fun as we see a nice block right there. But it is going to be a corner three. Saudis rattling home. Cut the lead to 9.
A rejection to a redemption. That is back forward. That's R². You can't give up on the play. Great defense, but sometimes it's better offense. 𝐷𝐿 from the top of the key. Peak being that guard. Let's see if he can navigate his offense like going through the empty quarter, finding the caravan to get on the other side, finding the oasis. 𝐷𝐿 going on the left. Seeing that little shuttle pass. 𝐷𝐿, boom, right down, bringing the pain, like Nelly would say. 3:06 left in the third, 34 to 23.
That was an angry dunk right there. I like what I see. Back the other way now, the Saudis trying to work their magic as we have our first attempted alley-oop of the tournament, and it did not go according to plan. That was a bit of a drop pie right there. Ugly. Good defense, though. Algeria were not about to be posterized with an alley-oop. That is a brazen attempt from the Saudis. And here we go. We're going to reach in foul. So now Algeria trying to add to this lead. It is going heated on the other side as well. You might be hearing it in the background. Brazil with a 2-point lead over New Zealand, 11 to 9. We'll keep you updated on that one. But here come the Saudis. 2.5 left to play in the third, finding their open threes, crashing the offensive boards, trying to get second chance points. It misses again, uncharacteristic for the Saudis. Back the other in Algeria, playing fast and loose with the transition, but they managed to pump the brakes, and here goes Hassadi. Big man with big man. It's 𝐷𝐿 trying to make it happen. Open man in the corner. Bangs it home.
Bangs it home, 37-23. 2 minutes left in the third, but they're still fighting. Let's see how Saudi Arabia is going to respond. Nasser, point guard, going on the left side, trying to find his open man. You see they're trying to work that pick and roll, but great recovery from Algeria. Now it's going to the right side, understanding that he has the top of the key. We're not, but again, it's 3-ball, corner pocket, 𝐷𝐿 making it rain for Algeria. Getting on this possession, trying to keep some control as well. Going on his left. 𝐷𝐿. Algeria 37-26. Little shuttle pass up. Going on to the right side. Peak. Almost going for the foul.
Very close right there. I believe that was inside the arc. So this is just going to be 2 free throws right here. But interestingly enough, if this next one drops right here, that's going to be their largest lead of the game there, 13 points. This is impressive stuff in the third quarter here because you can see the Saudis are fighting back, but Algeria are saying, no, this is our game so far.
Saudi Arabia trying to score on this tough team. Open lane, little man bringing the bang, going for the and one, 39-28, and they're still rolling.
All right, here we go. Getting the do not disturb really quickly right there because, hey, we're only playing in the World Finals here at eFIBA Season 3. You don't need notice coming from your mates. Phenomenal stuff as they cut the lead to 10.
Going, hey, Ma, I want some meatloaf, but I need it later. Not right now. I'm trying to win 50K.
Loving it. Need some Hot Pockets. All right, here we go. And as we see a good foul right there, but in the bonus. Okay, interesting right here. Rattling home that first free throw. It cuts the lead to 8. Now, if you're the Saudis, the second one rims out, but you get the offensive board. So second chance points potentially here for Saudi Arabia. This is a big possession, Vince. I'm sensing as we approach the fourth quarter, the Saudis are trying to get within touching distance as they are fighting so hard for these offensive boards. Working the open man for the 3, it goes home. Don't look now, but Saudi Arabia have cut that lead from 13 all the way down to 6.
They got endurance as hotter than the sands of the Arabian desert, but they're not sweating at all. They're prepared, they're hydrated. They got Red Bull stroking through their veins, baby. High octane energy from start to finish. Keep going.
Shout out to one of the key sponsors here. Red Bull gives you wings, and indeed, we've had some high-flying, harebrained dunks so far in this one. It has not failed to disappoint. Couple of possessions left here in the third quarter, and Algeria will be looking to get some points because this is a little bit of a run the Saudis are on. They leave a man open, though. You can't do that, and Algeria extend the lead to 9.
Well, let's see if they can get some defense. Algeria going to get stopped so they can keep this lead, but Saudi Arabia, as we know, is not going nowhere. Very experienced team, and they can score when they want to. Looking for the open man, a great cut. No one on V. Alston, a little stop on the dime, a little two-handed floaty. It's like playing volleyball, and I love it.
Absolutely. 10 left in the third quarter here. Setting ourselves up for a blockbuster finish in game number 1 of this series. It's best of 2. 𝐷𝐿 finds himself open and rims out. Again, a reminder if you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the white jerseys, Algeria in the green. It is best of 2, which means no matter what the score in this one, the losing team will have an opportunity in game number 2 on points aggregate as we see a nice drive down the baseline right there. A good dunk. The lead is only 5. It's the smallest it's been since the first quarter, Vince. Don't look now, the Saudis primed for a comeback here.
Excited and mighty and dear, but I want to let you know, Brazil versus New Zealand, 23-18, another K. Both these games, I cannot keep my eyes off. And then if you're following us on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok, press that like button, press that subscribe button. We're going to try our best to get all the games on you, but as you can see, we're going right here with Algeria and Saudi Arabia, 45-37, 4:22 left in the fourth.
Big old three-pointer right there. And yes, so far that 5-point lead in the other game for Brazil looking very, very nice. The Kiwis not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. 4:14 to play in this one. I thought it was an impressive third quarter from the Saudis there, but Algeria not panicking. They know they've actually got this game in hand. They just got to keep playing at that high octane level that got them this lead in the first place.
They're trying to put their hands in the sands at times so they can come back and maybe replace some of the plays I had before. But as you can see, they wish they could get that one right there using that dagger, but they couldn't knock it down, and that would have definitely helped them on the scoreboard.
You got to be careful. You could lose a wrist blocking a dunk like that, but he got it done. Goodness gracious me. He got adamantium on his bones right there. Here come Algeria trying to work that open shot. 𝐷𝐿 pulling up again. He misses, but a great offensive board. You could see him pre-orchestrated, crashing the baseline for that board. Hazard trying to get open, steps back, rims out again, and this time the Saudis, Johnny on the spot with a quick transition bucket of their own. Maybe unnecessary foul, got to be careful, but hey, it does stop the quick transition bucket.
Trying to keep that possession indeed real quick is now, again, 24-23. New Zealand finally has the lead against Brazil with 43 seconds left in the second.
Don't look now, but the land of the long white cloud is coming back. Once were Warriors showing up in a big way over there in the other game. We'll get to that in a minute, but right now, a 5-point game between Algeria and the Saudis as we have a turnover from the Saudis, a chance to cut this lead even closer if they can. Spin move 3, an heroic attempt, but it rims out. That was nearly a shot for the ages, Vince.
That was fancy dancy, but it couldn't do. Sometimes you got to do the simple move so you can score. But XP trying to use that pick and roll. A nice little cut to the corner. Oh, Bash couldn't get it. Great offensive rebound by the big for the 𝐷AX and a foul. Still a 5-point game. 2:51 less than the fourth.
And if you are watching on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, then absolutely spam your country's flag. I'm seeing a lot of Brazilians in the chat right now. I want to see all the other countries represented as well. Here we go. Algeria do manage to get that bucket. The lead is 7 again. It is a tentative, a delicate 7-point lead. You have the feeling, considering what we know about this Saudi team, that is a reaching foul to stop the quick transition bucket, but fantastic heads-up defense by Algeria.
Anticipation was on point. He had clairvoyancy in his brain, understanding where his fingers had to be on those sticks. And we are playing on PS5, so everybody knows. Everybody's on the same console. They're literally looking across from each other here at the SMX Center here in Clark, Philippines. And the energy's rising every single game, Chris.
It's a little too close for comfort, absolutely. But no, good sportsmanship, good camaraderie. 40 of the best players in the world, if not the 40 best players in the world, all in the same hotel. We're all getting to know one another, having a great time. As Algeria bang home another 3, they extend the lead to double digits. It's 50-40 in this one. 2 minutes to play. The Saudis, it's time to get on your bike and stop pedaling, lads. If you want the win in this one, you got to show up and show out right now.
Let's see. It's only a 10-point game. It's not out of their hands just yet. A nice little floater shot to the basket, but unable to hit the backboard. That would have went down. 𝐷AX, big fella, top of the key, keeping it slow, calm, and collective. XP peeking at the right time, knocking down another 3, making a 13-point lead.
Ooh, Tasty is peeking duck right there. That was a nice shot, Vince. Are you kidding me? 13-point lead for Algeria. They got their mojo back. Honestly, the Saudis pushed them pretty hard right there in the third, and I was thinking, don't look now. Where's that Algerian team from the first half? But here they are, rearing their heads in the fourth quarter. A 13-point lead is massive. Remember, with cumulative scoreline, guys, it is really, really vital that you do not lose the game by too many points. In the other game, Brazil versus New Zealand, it was touted as a highly equal affair, and so far only 1 point in it. We'll get you to that game shortly. But closing in now on the final minute of Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, we have an absolutely high-flying dunk there, and the lead is 15. Goodness gracious me, that man has a family.
Oh, he's going to keep going. Nazar trying to knock down some shots. You know he can knock down them threes to bring him back, but a violation. And he stepped on the line. As I said with this game, NBA 2K25 is so real. You're not just going to run outside of the out of bounds being like that pro-am player just in one place. You're going to step out of bounds and get a turnover. You got to be crazy.
Giving him my best Jackie Chan. Are you kidding? You got to watch the feet right there. That's good D, though, from the Saudis. They're not out of this one. 45 seconds as we see the reverse windmill two-handed dunk. Are you kidding me? Phenomenal stuff.
That phenomenal and absolutely gorgeous. He's getting tricky with it. Now 55-42, 39 seconds left in the fourth. It's almost safe to say that Algeria may come out on top, but this is just game 1. It is best of 2, but that lead is not surmountable, that it's not out of Saudi Arabia's hands, Chris.
No, it isn't at all. It's, look, double digits, less than desirable, but certainly not insurmountable, not impossible at all. That hurts a little bit, though. 13-16 is a big jump right there. You got 20 seconds if you're the Saudis. You need a little bit more of that rabbit out of the hat right there. Those 3-pointers, you got to go full court pressure. You basically got to be playing these final few moments here like your lives depend on it, because the tournament might depend on it. Do not forget, Portugal defeated Saudi Arabia in their first game series, so the Saudis are in must-win mode at the moment. You can't only win a couple, you gotta win quite a few as it's gonna rattle home. That is absolutely massive right there, Vince. Algeria come out in style and stamp their authority on this series early on.
Now you keep talking about Algeria, how they're the dark horse, getting respect amongst all the other regions, and they just showed out right there, which is amazing because they can knock down the shot, knock down the open 3, but the one thing I love about it is that they did not give up. Saudi Arabia had their warm-up. Algeria was coming in cold, but they were prepared and they were ready to get out that dare and win.
Well, hey, loose lips sink ships, okay? I'm not going to name names, but let's just say I happened to share a flight with a couple of the players, all right, and they were telling me, watch out for this Algerian team. This is literally some of the best players in Europe who also happen to be Algerian, okay, coming together. I was told it was a team of 5 stars. It's all going to depend on whether or not they can gel together as a unit. So far, so good. That was an absolutely massive effort as we see the scoreline in game number 1 right there, 61-45. That final 3 might be the dagger because with a cumulative score, if the Saudis want to win the series, which they kind of have to do, they've absolutely got to win by 17 now, which is a tall task against what seemed to be a fantastic Algerian team. Well-oiled. The defense in particular for Algeria was what took me by surprise.
Yep, and they got a lot of energy. And I got to do it one more time. Another sit when it comes to Red Bull. I got to be careful because the energy may explode here. But they gave it all through the game.
They absolutely did. And we got the other game going on at the moment. As we're having a look live right now, the Kiwis, New Zealand up by 2 points over Brazil. It's got very quiet on this Brazilian side of things right here. They were chirping early. A 5-point lead right now for New Zealand. Don't look now, but they're coming back in their second series.
I can see it. Again, the haka motion is going. They're bringing the fire, and they're not giving up. I want to see more, but Brazil is a well-oiled machine. They know what to do in these situations. ICBF going down the right side. This guard knows how to handle the rock. He's taking it himself, unable to get it. But Toledo, in addition to this team, very new, gets the offensive rebound, and that's what they need to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Impressive stuff, it has to be said, from New Zealand. You could see they were demoralized after that first game. Got to pick their heads up. They've come out here, and they are playing incredibly well. This is a really good Brazilian team, potentially the best team we've had in years, and they are coming out playing on all cylinders as well. But don't look now. The Kiwis, with the transition, bang home another deep 2, foot on the line right there. The Zebras didn't give them the 3, but it's a 7-point lead for New Zealand.
That was so clean, like the crystal clear waters of Milford Sound. But as we said, they're going nowhere. I'm loving the Kiwis fight, 37-30, and in a bonus, but the little feather rising to the top, dancing on the defense, 32-37 with 1.9 left in the third.
We had a Hobbit dunk right there, and the New Zealanders should be well and truly used to that, of course. It's Middle-earth. Here we go. Inbound now. Brazil were able to sneak in that last bucket. They get possession here to start the 4th and final quarter of game number 1 in this best-of-2 series. They have a chance right here. Icy working the 3. Rims out, and a great defensive board there by the Kiwis.
Only a 5-point game, 4:42 left in the fourth. Wish going into that left side. Flumento understanding what's at stake as well, keeping it calm. Understand it's 1-on-1. Let's see if he's going to snatch some ankles. Giving it to Mona. Mona, big fella versus big fella. 5 seconds left in the shot clock. Getting that open space. That's mid-range and bringing it down, making it rain. 32-39.
Yeah, they seem to have their groove, don't they? They are playing loosey-goosey. As we're going to see an out-of-bounds. Oh, it's going to be Brazil's ball, but really good full-court pressure. In all of the scrimmage games, we didn't see very much full-court pressure at all there, Vince. We knew they were sandbagging it. We knew they were holding it back for when it really counted, and now we're starting to see it. No easy buckets here if you're Brazil, but they made that one look simple. Cuts the lead back to 5.
He is so unpredictable, like the beautiful and great streets of Carnival in Rio. You thought he was made going to the rim, but he stopped, popped, and dropped it. That's what you got to do in this game. Most people think it's just about three-pointers and dunks. No, the mid-range is key, and New Zealand says they're going to emphasize on it, but you see Brazil doing the same thing.
Absolutely. The ball goes out of bounds right there. I thought that might have been a Brazilian ball, but the refs gave it back to the Kiwis. Here we go. The inbound, risky pass across the key right there. The ball rattles out, and here come Brazil, an opportunity to chip into this lead. I don't hate that foul right there. I mean, you put your hand in, maybe you get the cookie. Sometimes you get the glass.
Now, here's a little bit of history in eFIBA Season 2 in Group 1. New Zealand and Brazil did play against each other, and it was Brazil that came out on top 64-50. So right now, the Kiwis are trying to get revenge. And as you can see, 41-34. Revenge is best served cold. They're right now the Apex Predators, putting their teeth in defender and trying to rip them down and take them out.
Absolutely loving it. And, of course, shout out to our sponsor, Predator. Here we go. Icy, nice backdoor cut right there and a two-handed shack attack dunk of their own. The lead back to 5. Clock is ticking, though, coming up to 3 minutes right here. It's time for the Brazilians to get on their bike, get on that carnival float right there, Vince, and try to take the lead back if they can. But don't look now. New Zealand extend the lead to 8 with a gorgeous three-pointer right there, and they are feeling themselves.
Feeling themselves indeed, but you know Brazil ain't going nowhere. 36-44. Still a single-point game. Let's see if it's going to go down to the double digits, but Brazil has to take care of the ball. Vital going to right side. Louis Clamps, the captain, trying to find some light, but step back, knocking it down. It can't do it. Great rebound by the captain of New Zealand.
And this is a big opportunity for New Zealand here to potentially extend the lead to double digits. Remember, in a best-of-2 series, those points, they really, really matter. We saw Algeria down the stretch there pouring in the buckets against the Saudi Arabia team. So this is really, really crucial time right here as Mona throwing it down. He has something to say about it as well. The lead is 10, and don't look now, but the Kiwis have a dominant lead in this one.
Now it went to double digits. I think I jinxed it. We had two things when it comes to commentators' curse and the announcers' atonement. And now we're going to 36-46 with only 2 minutes left in the fourth. Let's see if Brazil can crawl back. The big fella, understand it doesn't need a dunk, gets a little bit of contact hitting off the glass, 38-46.
Hey, one team's blessing is another team's curse, though. I mean, so it's a two-sided coin. We'll take it either way. Anyway, we are just the frame. They are the picture, and they're putting on quite the show here in this one. It has to be said. Mona back to Wished, looking for the swished, pulling up. It rattles out, and good defensive boards right there from Brazil, trying to get back down the other end and get points as quickly as they can. I like this foul, though. Not in the bonus yet, so really making them work for every possession. No quick transition buckets.
3 fouls from New Zealand, 1 foul Brazil, a lot to give. Let's see, they're going down the right side. Great defense from New Zealand, keeping it right there. But no one was on the big fella, Toledo, making him pay, understanding his spot in the lane, dunking it, making it a 6-point game.
These points are crucial. Even if they don't get the win, they got to bring the points right down if they can, bring that gap right down. It's a 6-point lead here at the moment. New Zealand, so far so good. Again, a low-scoring affair as expected. We knew defenses would be traveling. We knew they would see low-scoring cagey affairs. Everybody got a lot better in between eFIBA Season 2 and 3 World Finals right here. Nice inside seal from Sensei. Oh, that was old school. Coach would be happy with that one.
That was like Optimus Prime maximize, slow, steady, transform, and rip it down. 48-40, a minute 14 left in this game. New Zealand is going nowhere like a rugby match, and they're trying to get that win.
Phenomenal stuff here. Approaching 1 minute to play. That's a good look from the Brazilians, though. Cuts the lead back to 5. Impressive shooting. Now, how can they answer New Zealand? We're seeing full court pressure right there. Oh, they take their foot off the gas a little bit, though. Letting the Kiwis move freely. Mona holding onto that rock. Time is their friend. Look for him to hand it off to one of the little guys right here. Who's it going to be? Wished. He's looked good. Is he going to wish upon a star and bang home the shot? 1 to shoot. Finds his open teammate. Wide open three-pointer. They fall asleep at exactly the wrong minute there. And what a shot from the Kiwis.
Flumento, fluid stroke, getting that 3, 51-43, 31 seconds left in the fourth. Unable to, oh, a friendly roll, 46-51, Brazil still clawing back.
They did the lap of honor, the up and under, and then it drops in. Trading three-pointers. This has not disappointed. A fantastic opening game here. 5-second differential between play clock and game clock. New Zealand trying to milk it all the way down. Clamps going to find Martins for the dunk. Cuts the lead to 3. That is a really important bucket right there. In a cumulative score, best-of-2 series, that could prove very fruitful for the Brazilians. Really impressive stuff. 3-point lead. You see New Zealand take the timeout so they can move the ball up the court. They know this final bucket is very, very important. Flumento, 5 to shoot. Finds Mona. Kicks it back to Flumento. 1 to shoot. Blocking foul, and we're going to the line. free throws to finish the game, Vince. Impressive stuff from both teams, though, fighting down the stretch.
Man, that's why you're the expert, Chris, and understanding that points are key, especially in game one. You're trying to stretch this as much as you can. There could be a difference between them in with a one-pointer, two-pointer, or a three-pointer. So let's see what they're going to do in this last stretch.
And look at this. We've even got Brazil now taking the timeout, 1.7. This is going to be a catch-and-shoot scenario. We haven't seen a lot of fantastic inbound plays, because the teams are so good defensively. You need something incredibly creative to find the open man. There is one team who's very good at it, though, and that's Turkey. So they're now going to channel their inner Turkish right here, Brazil, and try to work a three-pointer if they can of their own, but any points is good. There it is, a good steal. The touchdown pass shot. Oh, I thought that was going to drop. An impressive win here, though, for New Zealand. They bounce back after losing to the Philippines, and they're feeling good about themselves. You can see what it means to them. Definitely business casual at the moment. They're still got that workman attitude, but a great win to bounce back.
See how calm they're keeping themselves, not getting too excited. They have a lot of energy, and I'm loving it. But it's also keeping your mental bandwidth at bay. You have a lot more games for today. Also, you still have tomorrow when you're going to advance. We have them classification rounds. Again, it's only the final 8. $50,000 is on the line. They don't want to let it grit out their fingers. But I got to admit, they're a whole new team right now, and they're fighting.
They are. They went home. They went control, alt-delete in between that loss there to the Philippines and facing Brazil. Let's not forget, Brazil came out absolutely chirping with an early lead in that one. That showed a lot of character from that New Zealand team to turn that around. And honestly, they made it look easy down the stretch. Brazil came close a couple of times, but they kept pouring in the points. And you're seeing a theme here. You're seeing the thematic. Not a lot of teams scoring even above 60 points. That's because these defenses are so good. We predicted this, especially after the qualification and regional finals. A lot of teams playing a lot of good defense. It was impressive.
Great point, Mr. Simpson, about the low-scoring games. I mean, we've seen some of these teams score over 100 points, but you can see now it's great defense, sometimes better offense, and sometimes it's vice versa. We actually had a great Instagram post in which shout out to Giannis and also my man Davis saying, yo, which one's better? Defense or offense? And most people say, look, offense wins games, but defense wins championships, and they're going to keep it going. But now we're going to go to the game with Algeria versus Saudi Arabia. Let's see if the Kings of the Sand from Saudi Arabia can come back.
Absolutely. Now, the important thing to remember in this one, ladies and gentlemen, is that Algeria took game number 1 by a comprehensive 16 points. That means that the Saudis want to win the series here, Vince, okay? They absolutely need to score at least 16, I should say win by 16, and if they want to win it outright, by 17 points. That's what's great about this best-of-2 series, this format. I love it. We've had it all tournament. I'm here for it. It's been impressive, but that means they really got to go all out here. Algeria will be looking to control the scoreboard, control the clock, and the Saudis likewise will be looking to pour in the points in this one.
Let's see if they can pour in more points indeed. Only a 3-point affair with 2:33 left in the first, 8-5. Nasser going on the right side, and again it's going to be Saudi Arabia in the green and Algeria in the white. I love these jerseys, and you know what? We got to get our own ones with our names on the back of them. Adax trying to get that rebound, but he just gobbles it up like hungry hippos going down the left side, trying to get that point guard to the guard, but nope, can't get it. Hazard, very calm, very still, careful with that cross pass. Expend that short corner, but he couldn't knock it down.
And look, Vince, I think if we were getting customized jerseys, though, I'm thinking the Toon Squad jerseys, definitely. I feel like that would be our team right there. We love the Toon Squad. Here we go. Bash going to pull up the rock right here. It is only a 3-point differential at the moment. Hazard, oh, baseline cut. Gorgeous dunk right there. Cuts the lead to 1. And here we go, the Saudis trying to answer.
That rim needs some TLC after that, some tender loving care. You can't do it. We need it for the entire tournament, man. Don't be ripping it down yet.
And this is what I love about Pro-Am mode, though, as well. The customized courts right here with that beautiful World Finals, Philippines. Look at the tree right there. I love that. The coconuts as well. That's exactly what the interior looks like here in the facilities. It's been great. The crowd is pouring in. Having a lot of fun here today. And yeah, obviously, Pro-Am mode, 5v5, highly customizable avatars. That's what it's all about. We're seeing a lot of the Santa beards as that 3 misses, but Adax bringing it down, trying to get the putback. And it's a battle of the big man down low. It's the Saudis back the other end with a bucket of their own, extending the lead to 5.
𝐷𝐿 knocking down that mid-range, and like you said, so many people put this together. Shout out to Smart, PLDT, Signal, Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, and also Samahang Basketball, Ning Pilipinas. Thank you so much for your support, making this possible. But as you see, we got a great game and a rejection right down the lane, and it's going to Saudi Arabia's hands, 12-17, and then a transition foul to stop the easy. Nope. It was out of bounds, so it was great defense.
Absolutely. Really solid D right here. Here we go. Oop, oop. Good defense. You're seeing the full court press here for the first time from the Saudis. And you can see pressure sometimes resulting in just uncharacteristic mistakes there from Algeria. Hand in the passing lane. And Nassar now with an opportunity to add to this lead with a gorgeous dish down low and a lay-in right there. It's a 7-point lead for the Saudis. Remember, they need to win by 17 if they want to take the series, okay? Or at least win by 16. And then it's going to come down to a whole lot of tiebreakers, and my brain's going to explode again.
I got it. Let's see the endurance on these players right now. 𝐋𝐿 getting a little cross in Boston as usual. Find the open ADAX for 3, left-hander right off the right side of the rim. Couldn't knock it down. Full court pass. Hit it from the back of his hamstring right there. How is he going to catch that?
Look, man, very flexible, right? I met some of the players in the gym doing their stretches and their workout before today's games, Vince. Getting ready. The true athletes that they are, as we see a gorgeous reverse dunk at the other end right there. Impressive stuff. You love to see it. Beginning of the second quarter. At the moment, the Saudis, as we saw against Portugal, bouncing back in game number 2. Nearly seems like they need a warm-up game each series. It's a bit risky, though.
It's a bit risky, but sometimes, like you said, you got to get those muscles warmed up. You got to get in the game. You got to find your flow, find your momentum. But you can't do it too late, because that's going to cost you almost $50,000 if you keep going through this entire series of eFIBA Season 3. But Hazard trying to keep everything contemplated. Bash trying to go to the rim. Give it to ADAX, his #1 scorer. And again, the mid-range is absolutely key. 16-9. 4 minutes left in the second.
I've been so impressed with the big man stroking the green as well. He's been super impressive. Eating up the glass. He passes well. He dribbles well. He shoots well. And he's a giant. I mean, come on. What more can you ask from the guy? Here we go, Saudi Arabia. That man Nasser, so dangerous with the ball in hand. You're seeing why right there as we see the flex celly. It is a 10-point Saudi lead. So far, so good. We're a minute into the second as their full court pressure pays off yet again. It's paying dividends. You love to see it. Chopper trying to find an open man. Dangerous pass across the key right there. Nasser pumping the brakes. Good cut off the ball. Holston jamming it home. It's a 12-point Saudi lead.
Delectable dish to a delicious finish. Also, shout out to National University Clark. I see all the students here clapping on their respectable teams. Each team had their own student to escort them all around the Philippines to make sure they got everything they needed, make sure they understand Tagalog. Salamat to everyone here, and I'm greatly appreciative of this fantastic hospitality we're getting here in Clark.
As we see an N1 dunk, you're dead right. It's been brilliant, and honestly, the whole team that worked to get the production up and running, phenomenal stuff, sleepless nights, the second to none world-class arena right here, and staff. It's been great. Everyone's been so friendly. Just an impressive country in general, it has to be said, Vince. As we see the lead cut to 9, that's what the Algerians need, and a nice gliding two-handed dunk from Nassar there. Just kissing it in. Really, really pretty dunk.
Clean up on aisle 3. That was just filthy. Little man climbing that ladder. But ADAX, again, trying to get that mid-range going. Even the animation, he knew he wasn't going to make it. Nasser going down the left side. Little cross to his right hand. Trying to find some space. Slicing the defense. But getting a foul. You got to keep your hands to yourself, I said before. 23-12. Saudi Arabia leading.
Here we go. Inbounds now. Nice cut off the ball on a... Oh, that's going to count. Well, I thought that was a rejection. The lead is now 13. Strange animation. This is really impressive from the Saudis, though. They are not letting up. At the other end, Algeria worked the open 3, exactly what they needed.
That's like a KR-15 right there. 3-ball corner pocket, knocking it down when you're supposed to, making it, like you said, a 10-point affair. But V Holston pump faking. trying to get a deeper lead for Saudi Arabia. Again, this is game 2. And it's best of 2 for every of the matches you're going to see today for eFIBA Season 3. Nasser going to right side off the elbow, giving up the chopper. That's a lot of hot potato. Reacts time, able to react in time. Great offensive board above the rim. That keeps it with Saudi Arabia. Nasser going one-on-one with the guard. A little bit of opening. He's going to give it to 33. Couldn't do it. You got to press that button quicker. 𝐓𝐻𝐋𝐋𝐬 with 1.2 seconds left in the shot clock, unable to get it. And yet Saudi Arabia still has possession.
Another offensive board. They are just ripping those out of the clouds there, Vince, climbing that ladder. Impressive stuff. And yeah, they get themselves another opportunity right here. A heads-up timeout as well to avoid the offensive 3-second violation. It is a 10-point lead for the Saudis. They are trying to add to it. They need at least to win by 16. 17 would be a clean win for them in this best-of-2 series. And honestly, it's panic stations if they do drop this series, because that would be back-to-back losses. They lost against Portugal. They don't want to lose against Algeria. So everything to play for, as we're going to have a, shot clock violation. Some very good defense right there from Algeria. Just what they needed. And they got to try and get some points now back the other end.
After those offensive boards, you got to pick up your defense, and they were unrelenting like the Terminator. They know how to stop, and I want to see more of it. That's how you get to the top. 𝐷𝐷𝐋, a little shuttle pass to his point guard, Peak, finding some kind of opening space, but only get it. They're doing a little bit of double team, so somebody's going to be open. Giving it to 𝐷𝐷𝐋, big fella. Ooh, a nice little cross by the big fella. Pretty quick, but his speed is real low. Couldn't find his man to knock it down, but still, let's see what they're going to do on defense.
Back the other end, though, the Saudis taking full advantage of the open 3, and they go up by 13, which has been the largest lead we've seen. They've had this before. Algeria have been fighting back, but still, this is exactly what we saw the Saudis do against Portugal. Pull away and then maintain that lead by continuing to pour in points and play really good defense. You can see a double team on the inbounds there. Really good tactics, and that's what we saw during the regional finals. We saw a team that was well-oiled, well-balanced defensively and offensively, not panicking. And again, a nice put in right there for 𝐷𝐷𝐋. Man, he can do it all. He can shoot the 3, he can shoot the long ball, he can go down low, he can dribble, he can pass. Impressive.
𝐷𝐷𝐋 is one of the players that you really got to watch. Leading scorer for that team. But you see 31-17. Saudi Arabia ain't going nowhere. Let's see if Algeria can respond. Getting that cross pass to 𝐷𝐷𝐋 right in the middle court. Finding his teammates cutting to the rim. Couldn't make that pass. XP pump fake. Nice little give and go, but not today, slow-mo. Going on the right side. 8 seconds left in the shot clock. That's a nice shot, but couldn't knock it down.
Really good defensive boards there as well. And you can see 𝐷𝐷𝐋 was going in. He's the Swiss Army knife, man. A big part of this Algerian team. They will have an opportunity here. 3-second differential between game clock and shot clock. It is a 14-point Saudi lead, the biggest lead they've had in this game. If the game were to end right now, it would be Algeria's win, though. The Saudis know that. We got 5 to shoot. Hazard trying to work the open man. Good stay-at-home defense from the Saudis, but the 3 is even better than the D, and it drops in to cut the lead to 11. 2 to shoot. A quick heads-up play timeout. Now we'll get an inbound to see what the Saudis can do to finish off this one.
Now, do you notice something? This is only the end of the first half. We still got 2 full quarters left of 5 minutes. The energy is still electric here in this convention center. 31-20 ain't nothing, all right? We've seen these 10-point games, these 11-point games, 15-point games get dwindled down to 4 points. This is what it's like being the best player in your country. We're trying to find the best players in the world so we can really give that trophy to the correct nation.
Absolutely, and you can see right now it is a tale of the field goal percentages there. They are shooting lights out, the Saudi Arabians right there, and from beyond the arc, 50% as well. A couple of those 3s drop in for Algeria, and this is a very different score right here. So that's something for them to hang their hat on. That's a little bit of a building block. They'll be able to say, you know what, guys, make your shots, and we are going to advance with the win as we see a gorgeous finger roll right there. Impressive stuff. Here come Nasser and the Saudis trying to answer with a bucket of their own.
Nasser, point guard. Let's see if you see those 3s. Haven't seen a lot of Nasser snatches. He's being quiet. He gets to the rim for 𝐻𝐋𝐋. Going on the left side, stroking it green with that green bean. 34-22. I'm liking it.
The Wakanda Forever 3-pointer right there. Impressive stuff. Loving it. The lead is 12. Peak working his way inside. Kicks it back out to 𝐷𝐷𝐋. Clock their friend as well to a certain extent if they control the pace of the game. Open shot A rare miss right there, and this is a big opportunity here, Vince, for the Saudis. If they pour in a 3, it's going to be their biggest lead of the game. No matter what, though, Algeria got to clamp up here and play some defense.
Definitely got to clamp up indeed. You got to protect everything. This is your house. Going on the right side, you see Saudi Arabia giving it to Nasser once again. Great at penetrating the defense and finding the open man. A great cut from V Chopper down that baseline, but unable to knock it down. 3 seconds left in the shot clock. One more time, but almost got it right there. That would have been a body bag. Call the ambulance, but a great hand in the passing lane. Now Algeria can attack.
What defense right there. Stopping the dunk and then getting the steal as well. A little bit of a frustration, cheeky foul right there from the Saudis trying to get that ball back. And just so you know, Brazil and New Zealand, game 2 in that series, has kicked off over there. The Kiwis get the win in game number 1. They went down to the host nation Philippines in their opening series as well, so looking to bounce back with a win. While Brazil, who had to sit and watch those opening series, trying to get a game win of their own right here. However, take nothing away from the 14-point deficit and the lead that the Saudis have here over Algeria. In order for them to win, they would definitely need to win this game by 16. 17 will be a clean win, Vince. So everything to play for both teams right there.
They're not giving up at all. 36-22, 3 minutes left in the game. Nice deep 3, 36-25. Algeria still got fight in their eyes. And I already know, New Zealand, Brazil, the game has started. Only 4:15 left in the first. 2-0. New Zealand strikes blood first. But the one thing I do know is that this game right here, I don't want to take my eyes off between Algeria and Saudi Arabia because anyone come back, but a great, good slammer jammer. 38-25 with 2:43 left in the third.
Angry dunk right there. Here we go. Algeria, though, great steal from the Saudis. I was about to say, know that, you know, their destiny is still in their hands, but you can't be turning the ball over like that. Nassau with the pump fake. They're hustling themselves now. The Algerians trying to get a steal back. Good backdoor pass right there. The rotational defense, phenomenal from Algeria. These passes not finding open men. That one does at the top of the key. It's a massive three-pointer. That is the 16-point deficit they were looking for. Now, what can Algeria answer with back at the other end?
I was going to say, do you feel lucky, Punk? Right there, taking out the holster. V Holston definitely got them sharpshooters going. I'm pretty sure they're louder than that, but I feel like doing those sound things.
I do feel lucky because we're here in the Philippines calling some of the best games in the world right now, Vince. Back the other end, a huge three-pointer for Algeria. Cuts that lead to 13. Every bucket counting in that game right there. Obviously, under 2 minutes to play in the third. That's going to be a photo finish in the fourth. I can feel it right now.
No one got their guns unholstered. It is a straight duel, but again, the deficit may be a little great for Algeria, but I've seen them come back from worse. And as you see, that offensive board from the big fella Adax is trying to lead them. And really quick, 3:16 left in the first between Brazil and New Zealand. Still a 2-point game, and when I mean by 2-point game, it's only 2 points on the scoreboard.
We've had one bucket in nearly 2 minutes of basketball over on the other court, and that is because these two teams have world-class defense. They've figured each other out. It's going to be a humdinger of a game as the Kiwis get an offensive board, trying to work their first bucket of the game. Back in this one, it's still a 13-point deficit between the Saudis and Algeria. And remember, Algeria won game number 1 by 16 points, okay? So that is the magical number that the Saudis are looking for. However, Algeria going to do everything in their power to not let that happen, Vince.
I have the power. Who is he, man? And we are the men of this eFIBA Season 3 bash. Right now going in the left side, but then giving it to Hazard on top of the key, unable to knock it down. Saudi Arabia trying to get that full court pass to Nazar. Looking for the open player in the corner, but a foul to stop the transition, which is pretty smart.
Yeah, heads-up play right there. Coach will be happy with that one. In the other game, to let you know, it's 4-0. New Zealand over Brazil right now. Looking impressive. It's a low-scoring affair, but we'll keep you updated with that. We got a differential of about 12 seconds between shot clock and game clock. It rims out a big defensive board right there for the Algerians. And, oh, they're going to call that transitional foul right there, so they get the free throw and the inbounds. that helps Algeria and that hurts the Saudis.
That's the great thing about Pro Am Mode, doing the real rules of the real NBA. You can't stop a player from advancing to the rim if you had no real defense in front of him, and also you weren't going for the ball at all. 𝐷AX on top of the key, trying to back down a player from the three-point line, unable to do it. That pick and roll probably got brick wall as in his build. 𝐷AX taking his time, kissing it up, and just like that, it's 43-33.
And that was a buzzer beater, a massive shot right there, cuts the lead to 10. What a finish to the third quarter for Algeria. And now the Saudis have to get motoring. Every single possession counts in this game right here, as we see the bear hug reach-in foul right there. They're just old friends. He was just saying, come here, buddy. That was like you and I when we met in the hotel on this trip for the first time. Nothing wrong with that. As we see a nice cut and a shack attack dunk down the other end. Phenomenal stuff there. Saudi Arabia have to score 17 if they want the clean win, at least 16 to make it interesting.
I want to know what NBA 2K is going to implement, the breaking of the backboard, because that was back-to-back shack attack. I want to see more of it. 45-35. Algeria still showing life with 4:23 left in the fourth, and a 10-point game can be reduced, but not when 𝐷AX. It is basically shooting from far, and now it's 48-35.
What a shot right there. Algeria trying to answer with a bucket of their own. It is a high-octane heavyweight bout over here, Vince. Not disappointing at all, as 𝐷AX is going to jam it home right there. Cuts the lead back to 11.
𝐷AX giving the max effort. That's all he knows how to do. And also 14-5, New Zealand is leading with 24 seconds left in the first. I'm telling you, these Kiwis, they got something in their sleeve.
Oh my God, the return of the Kings. Very impressive stuff right there from New Zealand. Doing great in that other game, but of course, shot clock violation. Great defense there from Algeria. They're gonna get this ball back, try to chip away at this 11-point lead if they can, Vince. They know that right now if the game would end, they would have the series, and the Saudis have to fight for their lives in this one.
Fighting indeed. Pete going on the left side. Great defense from Saudi Arabia. Hand in the passing lane. Nasser gobbles it up. Let's see what he's going to do on this transition play. No, slows it down. 𝐷AX going on the top of the key. Finding that right side. Nasser ain't scared at all. That was a beautiful stroke, making it 51-37. Saudi Arabia up.
Oh, that's exactly what they need. And now you can see they're trying the full court pressure right there. However, Algeria a little bit too smart for it. A lot of good movement off the ball. And that's a good cut right there. Kicking it back out. Passed up on the three-pointer. Passed up on the dunk. Trying to milk this clock right here. 𝐷AX making a nuisance of himself. Are they going to go pick and roll? He's going to go to the corner, and 𝐷AX is going to get it for the two-handed dunk right over two Saudi players. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Get out of there. What a dunk.
I need EMT, EMS, anything that has a medic, because that right there deserved a body bag and a trophy at the same time. That man was like Dexter, trying to find his opponent, slicing him down, taking him out. Man, that was strong.
Impressive stuff. The lead is 12. That would be a win for Algeria right now. Under 2.5 to play here in the final quarter. It is game 2 of the series. Algeria won game 1 by 16 points. 𝐷AX is going to find himself open, and the big man makes it rain, bringing the pain. Are you kidding me? It's a 9-point lead now for the Saudis. They've got to get motoring.
𝐷AX, I'm telling you, this man can shoot. And actually, you look at his stats, he's actually not that bad from three. 45%, which is pretty decent. But he's only taken about 31 throughout the entire series when it comes to the pre-qualifiers and made 14. If he puts up more, he's going to be a factor. But you don't leave that big man open because he's going to make you pay.
Hey, that's 31 more shots than I've taken, mate. So there we go. Impressive stuff from the big man. As they push the lead now, Saudis back to 11. They've got to go full court pressure. They are fighting for their lives in this tournament here. You don't want to be the first team to drop 2 games out of the group. As we get a foul at the other end. Are we in the bonus? No, it wasn't shooting. Okay, couldn't get into the act of shooting right there. Zebras are going to say it's an inbound. 16 seconds on the shot clock. If you're Algeria, Vince, you are milking this clock for all it's worth. Time is your friend.
Time is your friend, and that's what we always talk about, the best of twos. Now you got to get technical. Now you got to get that basketball IQ, understanding what's at stake. The dub or more points within a 3 from Saudi Arabia, 56-42. They're trying to extend that lead.
Impressive stuff. And to give you an update in the other game, New Zealand are currently leading 24-17 over Brazil. We will be going to that game next. But this one is not over yet. The Saudis get a sneaky steal right there, mate. And this would be the 3 that gives them the lead in the entire series. And if you're Algeria now, you need to get on your bike. Are you kidding me? Come on, the Saudis.
Very, very sneaky, sir. Very, very sneaky. I liking it. 59-42. And again, best of 2. And they're just hunkering down, trying to get as many points as possible. But ADOX, a left-handed slammer jammer, 59-44. This man doesn't stop. He is the Terminator, and he will be back.
Absolutely. What a brilliant dunk right there. But this is it. Oh, cheeky foul. In the bonus as well. Oh, no, Vince. It's free throws for the lead. The first one, user-friendly roll. I would not want to trade places with him right now. Ice cold in the veins, though, when he's activated. Are you kidding? You take the lead and you become activated as well. 17-point differential in this one. Nearly a backcourt violation. Gotta be careful. Huge possessions here. Another cut. Finds the open man. Bash. Misses the 3. And it's going to be a defensive rebound here for Saudi Arabia. This is an opportunity for them to extend the lead. Gotta find the activated man. Don't look now. It's the Nassau show, Vince.
Nasser Snatch is coming, and then you know that's D-Bomber. Technically the second takeover we've seen about these couple of games. And then a great pass. I don't need a score. I'm going to give it to my man and make sure he scores for me. 63-44, 13 seconds left. I think Saudi Arabia could be taking this.
Oh, my word. This is a huge finish right here. 5 to play. They're going to take the timeout. At the moment, Saudi Arabia, they do have, on aggregate, a 5-point lead right here. This is a huge turnaround for them. They are gonna fall just short, it looks like, Algeria at the final hurdle here. A massive finish, impressive stuff. Saudi Arabia avoid going down in both series, and they come back to win this one, Vince. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. As you see, the emotions is going back and forth. This basically saying, hey, keep quiet. Hey, what you doing? Look at the talk. Hey, man, you're yapping. You're doing all this with your movement of your mouth, but you got to do it with your fingers, all right? You got to pick up the sticks and basically prove it. I love it. I love the emotion, and I love the passion. These two teams don't get to see each other a lot, and then when they can, they put it all on the line. Shout out to Saudi Arabia coming back, but Algeria is definitely one of them teams you got to watch out for.
We want to let everybody know off camera now, hands are being shaken as well, though. Camaraderie, respect between the two nations right there. But, of course, temper is running high after that first game. So, hey, they came back and they did the answering in the game on the sticks. That is a massive win for Saudi Arabia right there. Down the stretch, they finished so strong, Vince.
Finish strong. Both countries know how heat can affect you in the desert, but now they're basically trying to pull through to get to the other side and find an oasis. Looking at the scores right here, Saudi Arabia versus Algeria. First game, 45-61. Second game, 63-44. Man, that was close, Chris.
That's as tight as it gets right there, mate. Wow, an absolutely phenomenal finish from the Saudis. And honestly, it seems as though they need that first game to get warmed up. The exact same thing happened against Portugal. Game 1, they go down. They come back in game number 2, push it all the way down the stretch. However, take nothing away from Algeria. As we said, a lot of talk from players on other teams about how good this Algerian team is, and they came out and showed that in game number 1.
All right, that was exciting enough, and now we have an even more exciting game between Brazil and New Zealand, 31-24. New Zealand coming off a loss, but now showing Brazil that they're the boss. 4:40 left in the third. Let's see how this is going to turn out, Chris.
Now, it's actually gotten pretty quiet over there, but honestly, in that first half, New Zealand were feeling themselves, getting very loud and proud because they had a pretty large lead. So Brazil quietly coming back in this one right here. We know how talented they are. We know how good they can be. They've just got to prove it right here as they work the open 3 and chip away at that one. Obviously, we know that New Zealand took game number 1. So it is a best-of-2 series, cumulative score-wise. The Kiwis, though, they did let Brazil get pretty close down the stretch there, Vince. So this is going to be incredibly tight right here. If I'm not mistaken, at the moment, New Zealand come in with a +4 on the aggregate.
Tighter than a picadura on the farm when you're trying to get down on your sandwich. But then Vatao going coast to coast. Little bit of a boast saying, I'm the big man you got to be worried about. Making it 31-29. Nick Gartrell, coach, telling your man, this is what you do. This is what you do. Why ain't you doing it?
And that's why he's one of the best coaches in the world, okay? The world. He's absolutely phenomenal. That's exactly what the Brazilians needed to get back in this one. A little bit of emotional momentum. Back the other way, though. The piston firing on all cylinders. Mona throwing it down with authority. A dunk of his own. Anything you can do, I can do better. And that was a nice, ugly dunk right there. I'm here for it.
Big boy stomping in his Air Force Ones. Throw your weight around, big fella. I like it. But Toledo, another addition to this team, getting that offensive board. 33-29. Still a tight affair with 3:27 left in the third. Toledo going on that right side, finding ICBF. You look at the build. It's small, it's compact, but it's quick. And Vital back to back. We're going to call him Drake from now on with double heads dunks.
Hey, look, those off-the-ball baseline cuts are so hard to defend. And honestly, the shooters typically stay at home as well. So that is really, really good work there from Brazil, taking advantage of the situation. At the other end now, New Zealand have got to show some clout. They've got to show some maturity here. Can they close out the game? Can they finish strong? 3 minutes left here in the third. They don't want the Brazilians to get firing in the fourth like they did in game number one. They want to close this game out, slam the door shut if they can.
They're trying to keep that team chemistry, but the one thing I do know is that Brazil comes out at so many tight games. They may be mission impossible, but they make it look easy sometimes. But let's see if New Zealand can definitely keep their foot on this Lion's neck. And they're trying right now, and they're doing it. It's cutting them off. 36-31, 5-point game.
Massive three right there. Absolutely what the doctor ordered. That is the prescription. And there it goes as I see back the other end. I'm loving it. They are literally trading blow after blow. This is the rumble in the jungle. The thriller in Manila. Are you kidding me? Phenomenal stuff here from Brazil as well. The lead is only 2. Aggregate, if I'm not mistaken, yes, as you could see, it was a 5-point game. So aggregate right now, +7 in favor of New Zealand. But Brazil know they're close. They can snip it as we get a great defensive crashing of the boards. And Luis back the other end, trying to make something happen. We'll pump it and bring it back out to Icy.
These two Predators are basically having their hunting grounds on both sides of the court, going back and forth, losing their mind, losing their insanity, but they're understanding they're straight on carnage mode. As you see, great dunk from the big fella. Just went straight black on him, and now it is 36-36, tied game. Brazil creeping back.
Absolutely, but hey, this is Alien versus Predator right here, okay? I want to shout out to Acer Predator, our sponsor. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And we're about to find out what lies within these players right here. Impressive stuff as it is tied up at exactly 36 points apiece. Really impressive stuff right here. Good scrappy defense from the Brazilians. And the ball goes out of bounds. It'll be the Brazilian ball. Here we go.
But yeah, here we go. Going now tied up 36-36. 1:10 left in the third. Toledo giving it to ICBF, going on that right side. On the top of the key, but a little bit of off balance. Great captain rebound by the big fella, Mr. Solomona. Going out to Wish. Wish, almost got it out of bounds. You got to be careful of that. Finding out, let's see if they can get that possession back. Going on the left side. Great stoppage, Flametto. A little bit of contestation and getting the foul, and that'll be 2 foul shots.
Here we go. Little man going to try and shoot free throws right here. You would expect both of these to go in. Of course, it is easier said than done. These players consistently make the ridiculously difficult look ridiculously simple and easy. But there we go. There's that New Zealand 2-point lead. Now remember, if Brazil want to take this series, they got to win by at least 6, Vince. So it's all going to come down to the wire here as we've got a couple of possessions left. In the third, a nice high-flying dunk there from the little man, getting his Muggsy Bogues Spud Webb on right there. You love to see it.
So technically, as you said, it's a 5-point game, as you can see. All right, so let's see how they're going to handle the clock. 31 seconds left, knocking down the 3, and a foul. What? Let's do it. 41-38, 31 seconds left in the clock. Will the big fella knock it down? Yes, he can.
I am so confused. This is the first 5-point play I have seen in the history of eFIBA, and the Kiwis make it happen. Are you kidding? That's one for the Guinness Book of World Records there. A 5-point play, Vince.
That's not even on your eFIBA bingo card right there. That's that golden ball. That's that one thing that gets you $1 million immediately. Let's go. But then a response from Brazil, 43-40.
Do not adjust your television sets, ladies and gentlemen, but we have entered the twilight zone here at the eFIBA World Finals. Wow, Vince. Are you kidding me, mate? We just witnessed history. Oh, that's absolutely massive. Team New Zealand couldn't even believe it as we see a baseline cut right there. One to shoot, off balance, got to have it. It rattles out. It will be a tentative, delicate, as China, 3-point lead going into the fourth here for New Zealand. Cumulative, they have the 8-point lead, though. Brazil will get the inbounds as you see a risque pass right there. Trying to work a bucket right here. Trying to win by at least 6 points if they want to take the series, Brazil. But here we go. It has not disappointed. It is New Zealand's second series of the day, so they want the win desperately. Just like we saw the Saudis do, this is massive.
Both teams are buzzing with energy. It's all gas, no brakes. They must have a Red Bull boost, if you know what I'm talking about. But as you can see, they're not backing down. Their basketball IQ is on peak. And Flamengo trying to find an open man, little cross to the left. Couldn't get it, but then it's going to be Brazil. Let's see if they can respond.
Big steal and a heads-up timeout right there. It is just a 1-point deficit. That was a massive stop right there. Flying down the court, and of course, as you just mentioned, our event sponsor, Red Bull gives you wings. That's exactly what we just saw there. Here we go. It will be New Zealand inbounding the ball. Look at the full court pressure. Risky pass right there. Was double teamed for a moment. Flamengo coming up the court. Really good defense. Just living in his pocket like a lucky leprechaun. Wished is going to get the ball. He's going to pull up for that 15-footer, 20-footer. Oh, it will miss. Uncharacteristic. Kind of had the flow on the go right there. Beastie Boys style. Comes Icy back the other end. That is the lead for the Brazilians. First time in the game, if I am not mistaken, Vince, they're coming back with a vengeance right now.
Ice in his veins, and he's walking to the Hall of Fame. I'm loving it. I'm liking it. I need more of it. Wish still keeping control of the possession, giving up to Flamengo. Look at the defense, getting ass on up there, but no one's on Mona on a double-header. Look like synchronized swimmers drowning in the pool. It is 45-44, 3:26 left in the fourth.
What a dunk right there, and it's my favorite kind of lead, Vince, a 1-point lead, because anything can happen as we get a gorgeous steal here from New Zealand. Back the other way, it's Sensei leading by example, the troops right here.
Arigato, only Sensei, all right. Hi.
Yoko gambata yo.
Or Horsey's going in. Wish trying to find Mona with that great screen. Going to get the give and go wide open. I saw that. But just a little delay on big fella. Calm, collective, knocking it down.
Beautiful work right there from New Zealand. And after Brazil had all that momentum taking the lead, they come back with a couple of buckets of their own right here. We get a sneaky reach-in foul from behind right there. As I said, sometimes you get the cookie, sometimes you get the jar, okay? But it had to be worthwhile because if you get that steal, you know you're going to turn it into quick points. Here come Brazil back the other way. Now, if you did not see game one, top left-hand corner of your screen, that was the score right there. New Zealand won 53-48, which means they have a cumulative +5 advantage as Brazil hammer home the points right there. That means that if Brazil want to take the series, they're going to win by 6, ladies and gentlemen, or at least win by 5 to make it interesting, and then it's going to go down to the judge's desk in the rule book. As Flamengo finds himself open. It rims in and out, but the Piston jumps up, climbing the invisible ladder to get that offensive board, and is fouled on his way down.
Each team is working together perfectly like a balanced party in World of Warcraft. They're understanding their roles on this team, keeping it tied. 47-47, 2:20 left in the fourth. It's going down to the wire. A 5-point game, technically in the best of 2. eFIBA Season 3, top 8 teams. Let's see who's going to take this one, and a 3-second violation.
Oh.
That right there, that's just a mishap.
Hey, he forgot his elixir of the mongoose right there, okay? You can't be getting that offensive 3-second violation. Coming back the other way, this is a massive possession now and a huge opportunity for Brazil as we come down to the final 2 minutes here in game number 2, Vince. They need a bucket right now. They have to win by at least 6. There's the open 3. They work it to perfection. And now it's danger danger zone for the Kiwis. They've got to get a bucket here, Vince.
Danger, danger, danger indeed. But let's see if Mauna can do anything with 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐿. Let's see, he's going to find some kind of slip in the defense to get a quick score. Fluminense know he can get real fast off that first step. That defense is great for Brazil, but that's way too open for that mid-range. But he misses it, and then Brazil still up by 3, so it's a 2-point game.
That is massive. An opportunity to time things up. Now, that is a very heads-up timeout there. I like that. Instead of getting the offensive 3-second violation, which we just saw, very smart play. So, 2-point bucket here ties things up. A 3-pointer, and you're looking at a Brazilian lead. Goodness gracious me, Vince. As we saw the Saudis do against Algeria, fighting back. They've been here before, okay? Very, very impressive stuff so far from Brazil just to put themselves in this position. But what did New Zealand have as we get the open 3 and it goes in? Cumulative lead, Brazil right now. And that is a desperate timeout for New Zealand. They've got to dig deep here. Look at the box score. They've been outscored 13-4 here in the fourth.
I'm looking forward to this game, like looking at your cousins right in the eye during Thanksgiving after you've seen them for 5 years. You know you ain't missing a beat because this is the heat we want here in eFIBA Season 3. Fluminense going on the top of the court, understanding that he knows it's on the line. 47-53 and a steal by Icy Martins. Ice is still in his veins. ICBF going to the left side, right back to Toledo. Let's see if he can knock down a torpedo, but he can't get it. ICBF keeping up the possession, understanding that time is his friend. 56 left in the fourth quarter. Going down that left side, finding a little bit of opening. He's going for that 3, knocking it down, stroking it green. 56-47. The redemption is here.
Oh my goodness, what a sequence of play here for Brazil. They are peaking in the fourth quarter. They didn't lose their head. Flamengo needs that. He bangs it home. That's huge. Brazil still have a cumulative 1-point lead. We got 40 seconds left to play. Probably 2 or 3 possessions in this one. What are they going to do? Is the clock management going to come into it? This is why we love the format, Vince. Here we go. Holy Toledo, reach and foul. I don't hate that. But you got to be careful with the bonus.
We'll be careful. Now, every eyes is on this game right now. New Zealand versus Brazil. Before the first game, 53-48. Now it's 50-56. 26 seconds left. Brazil taking their time. There is a little difference in the shot clock with about 20 seconds. All the way to the rim. ICBF like Frozone. Just gliding and dunking. 58-50.
Now what are we going to get from New Zealand? They can milk it all the way down for the 3. Wish gets open. It goes in. It does the lap of honor. It goes up and under. Right now, the entire series is tied. Right here, right now. It is going to come down. Are you kidding me? To the final shot here. What do we get? 9.7 seconds, Vince. Brazil take the timeout to move the ball up the court. That's a heads-up play. It's ICBF trying to work an open shot. They got to man him up. They got to get on him. 3 seconds. Quick. Oh, I like that. Heads up play, timeout again. But this is going to be a catch and shoot. They're about to channel their inner Turkey right here. Catch, shoot, a bucket. Any points here is a series win for Brazil. Otherwise, it goes to the judges' table. What do we have? Inbound. Catch. Finds the open man. It misses. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait and see. We are going to wait and see right now. We're going to be hearing from the judges panel as to what goes on. It could be very, very tight. It is a tied series, Vince, aggregate, which means it comes down to how many points were scored home and away and in which half and then which quarter.
Basically, it's home by the half, all right? Then it is basically home in general. Then it's home by the half, then home, and in the last quarter. We're going to give it to the stat people to go on, but that is about eFIBA Season 3. That's the excitement we want when it comes to NBA 2K25. Final 8 is crazy. You already saw the crazy tension between the teams before the game. We weren't even on the tip-off, and you got Nick Archer going with the Captain Mona, understanding I ain't scared if you're a big fella. I'm that dog too, and we're going to fight with all the teeth, with all the nails. That's how you be an apex predator here in Clark, Philippines.
There we go. Well, hey, judging by the body language of Brazil right there, it looks as though they may have actually got the win. We're waiting for the stats. We're waiting for the judges to come in right there. So if we're not mistaken, Well, no, we're still just waiting on final word. But anyway, let's recap what happened right there. New Zealand took game number 1 in the series, 53-48. That was a very impressive performance. They needed the bounce back after losing both games to the Philippines. Then Brazil come back with that Herculean effort in the fourth quarter. They end up winning 58-53. However, we're waiting for final word there from production as to who got the dub. The Brazilians seem to be celebrating, though.
Speaking of coming, because they came back. Don't forget, New Zealand's basically leading the entire game, but then Brazil did not give up. And now look at this. Everyone's going crazy. They're ready to go. And here's the thing. 𝐂𝐂 is going back and forth. So as you can see, there is a lot more emotion, as you can see. So everybody has to back up and calm down. But this is what happens when you're even a live event.
Waiting for final word. But yeah, look, let's take nothing away from New Zealand right there. Game number 1, they came out, Vince. They got that massive win. You're playing the hosts to open the entire tournament. You got to come back-to-back games. It's basically 4 games in a row that they have to play. They look sterling in game number 1. And honestly, for 3/4 of game number 2 down the stretch, they looked absolutely phenomenal as well. A great effort from that young New Zealand team. But then Brazil, to come back in the fourth and outscore New Zealand the way they did, that was absolutely massive.
Absolutely phenomenal indeed. And now we're going to go to courtside with Beef Mommy and Bluey.
Thank you so much, Vince and Chris. Now we are back here on site at the Predator booth. Now let's take a bit of a walk. Now let's go through the crowd of this event. Now, what are we seeing?
Tensions are running high. As you can see, the players, the crowd, it is exhilarating. The feeling of walking in this stage in SMX Clark. Not just that though, we have very special guests for you. And I'm trying to guess who we can find here amongst the crowd.
I'm trying to look for him, actually.
I know. Although, I think we can give a little bit of a clue to the people watching at home. He's met Dwight Howard.
Oh, he's met Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard.
He's Dwight Howard, the Superman.
Tall guy.
Yeah.
Really tall.
I think I see him.
Do you see him?
I think I see him.
Come on, come here.
Come
People at home, I think we spotted him.
I think we spotted him. He's currently talking to
There
someone.
you go. Bossy.
Hello, Gong. Hey, hello.
Nice to meet you po,
Nice
Kong.
to meet you, Sir Gong.
Kamusta naman ang pakiramdam na basketball? I know you really love basketball for an entire few years in your career. Love na love mo talaga yung basketball sa content mo. Kamusta naman yung vibe dito sa Clark mismo?
Ay, sobrang saya. Ito nga, nagtuturo nga ako dito sa Team USA bago sila magsimula. Binibigyan ko ng advice para baka kasi gusto ko sila yung makatapat natin eh. Kasi balita ko, 2-0 yung Igilas.
Naku,
Malakas sila.
Parang yung Igilas yata yung may kailangan ng coaching mo, boss ko.
Oo,
Kaya
mamaya.
sundan nyo kami. Baka pwede natin silang bigyan natin ng Kong tips. Ano ba masasabi mo sa Igilas, boss? Paano ba dapat yung gameplay nila sa susunod nilang laro?
Hindi, actually, ako talaga yung kinukuha dyan nung nakaraan. Hindi ko nga alam paano nakapasok yung ano eh. Ako talaga yung kinukuha dyan para lumaro. Eh sabi ko, busy kasi ako ngayong week, kaya baka paubahin nyo muna sa iba. Pero mukhang maganda naman yung nilalaro nila kasi 2-0 sila eh. Diba?
Baka masyadong kawawa kasi yung USA kasi kung ikaw nakipaglaro eh.
Oo, yun talaga yung mangyayari dyan. Kasi ako talaga, coach kasi talaga ako. Kaya kung ano man yung mangyari dyan, baka magulat sila eh. Oo, baka di makayanan. Asa ba ang Igilas?
Ayan na nga. Andito na
Yung
po ata
Igilas,
sila.
naglalaro sila.
Uy, teka
1v1.
lang. 1v1 daw po.
Sino daw dito pwede mag 1v1 against Kong?
Uy, nako.
Ayan
Sino
na
bang
nga.
pinakamatapang ninyo?
Yung may hawak ng controller. Ayan
Ayan
na
na
po. Tignan natin.
Tignan natin ang
Si
sino.
Durant ang gamit. Pero feeling ko yung pero ko na kay Kong eh. Kasi yung confident talaga siya eh.
Hindi, pero sabi nga naman nila, coaches don't play. Pero baka sabihin nga ni Gong na kaya niya rin maglaro.
It's all about the gameplay and the strats here. Siyempre, eFIBA ang nilalaro natin dito. Kung nahihirapan ka sa court in real life, bumawi ka dito sa NBA 2K25.
Play as your, ano nga naman pala, no? You have to play as your own sometimes, or you can play as your idols in basketball. Ayan na nga. So,
That's it for us here on the floor. We got Kong playing with Igilas, but more action later on. We'll be right back.
Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
eFIBA Season 3 has been absolutely electric here in the Philippines. I cannot start this second half of the first round of games without my man Chris Simpson. How are you feeling?
Mate, excited and delighted as always, but what a finish between the Brazilians and the New Zealanders right there. And we can confirm Brazil got the dub. I cannot believe that. Best of two, it came down to the wire. Did not disappoint. One of the most electrifying series we've had ever in eFIBA. What a game.
And no pun intended, but the thing is that boost was actually crazy, but the New Zealand team is going to need a Red Bull boost because this is going to be their third game back to back to back. I know their bandwidth is crazy, but they had the endurance. They survived a lot of things on that island of New Zealand. This should be nothing, but this is NBA 2K25 at its finest, and they're facing one of the juggernauts of Europe, Turkey.
Absolutely, and we are hearing some amazing things from scrimmages behind the scenes as well. Turkey, not going to name names, but they might have had a massive win in scrimmages right there. The lads travel well, but here we go. Game number one that we are going to be watching, though, Portugal, and this is a lineup we know all too well, Vince. Obviously, the law firm Henry Jones, No Brain Salazar, one of those ironic names because he actually has a massive brain on him. We got Lourinho Creative and Simon B. Bowling. This team has showed up and shown out so far in this one, Vince, have not disappointed.
Yup, and the first time we're seeing them play today, long awaited, is USA. Some of the top players in NBA 2K are on this team. We got CB13 on Twitch, Charles Botswick. We got Mama, I'm That Man, Nadir Nasir, and also Dawson6 on Twitch, Dawson Thomas, also Jamet C, Super C's, and then Arshia Karemi. Crazy hungry. This is going to be insane because I know all these players have been a champion at least one time in their life in the NBA 2K League, and everyone's gunning for their spot.
Absolutely, and of course, they're coming back trying for the two-peat. They were world final champions last year in Season 2, Jönköping, Sweden. Absolutely brilliant. Let me tell you a little story about Crazy. My friend Crazy, just like you and I, he was in the gym this morning, getting some gains before he comes in here to win some games. Absolutely impressive. I really appreciate the entire USA team. They are very humble in victory, and so far haven't had to be humble in defeat. Is that all about to change, though, against this Portuguese team who have definitely packed a good defense and the skills to play the Bills? This should be interesting.
All right, we're about to get underway, and if you're my anime fan, I had the super for sure. Shout out to Frankie from One Piece. And now we got Portugal versus USA. Portugal strikes first blood 2-0, and only 20 seconds in. Look, they're not playing, baby. They want to show.
They are not. Look at that. We heard a little bit of a cheer there as we were doing our throw over to the game, and that was the Portuguese players drawing first blood, but USA bouncing back with a three-pointer. Now, again, I'm not going to name names, but you know, we're under the same roof here. 40 of the best 2K players in the world, if not the top 40 players in the world in one hotel. You know we're going to be doing our pre-production, our chats, talking to the players. And I asked them, what makes USA so difficult? They said, honestly, they are just a free-wheeling team, Vince. They play without a script. They can come out and beat you, any one of the 5 players on the court, what makes them so difficult to beat. And already we're seeing that here. 5-2, jumping out to a quick lead in this one. This is the battle of their lives if you're Portugal. They weren't at the World Finals last year, so this is their opportunity to shine on the biggest and brightest stage of all.
Making it a one-point game, and it's the first time we're seeing North America champs USA. CB13 about averages 36 points a game. Dawson about 9. Supersedes 14 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. You can round up to 5 because that 4.9. Crazy 7.5, and Mama I'm That Man averaging almost 44 points, and that's about 10 to 13 games. Now they average about 100 points a game. So if you're able to keep them underneath that triple score mark, you're doing a good job.
As we say that, Portugal rattle home a three-pointer to take a very slim 2-point lead. Made 100 points a game. Remember during regionals right there? We actually saw 100 points apiece from one player. It was absolutely ridiculous. So yes, USA, as advertised, they are phenomenal. And this is going to be a huge game right here as Henry Jones had a little bit of a clean kind of break to the bucket right there. Pumps it up and drops it back to PT Creative, though.
Getting a little acrobatic on that. Mama, I'm That Man, pump fake, trying to find CB13 on the left side, cross pass, but unable to do it, man.
Yeah, heads up timeout right there. Just avoiding a turnover. And it's tied 7 apiece. You'd be thinking of your Portugal, so far so good. But the one thing that we notice in every single USA basketball game, okay, they play the full 4 quarters. So if you want to skate the river, young blood, you got to bring your game for full 4 quarters, which is easier said than done against world-class talent. The other game, Turkey versus New Zealand, is kicking off. New Zealand playing their 3rd game in a row. You touched upon it. That can take a toll, and it's best of 2, which really means they're about to play 6 games in a row at the highest possible level in the world. Goodness gracious me, I'm glad it's just us commentating.
Incredible, but also I want to shout out between Portugal and USA. They basically have 2 coaches back to back. We got the manager of Portugal, Andre Carvalho, but also the coaching staff of USA with Lance Sessions and also Josiah Cohen. And I'm also know a guy that was MVP last year of eFIBA Season 2, the one and only Johnny Red is also giving some consultations. He may sub in once in a while, and you gotta be crazy because this guy strokes the green as which he's growing a garden. But I'm loving even. Both teams have been calm and letting their coaches guide them to victory. Still a close game, 7-7, and it's already 2:16 left in the first. This is actually uncharacteristic of USA.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it, mate. They average 100 points a game. We knew, though, after the World Finals last year, the one takeaway that we saw from absolutely everybody was that they needed to improve defensively. We saw it from all the teams, and that's what we got right here. As you're seeing the ball go end to end, and Portugal eke out a 2-point lead right there.
It was great defense going to better offense, blocking underneath on that short corner, and then going transition and knocking down the 2. 9-7, as you see CB13, one of the top guards when it comes to this eFIBA. Great family. Seeing this man, Mama, I'm that man, new to this team, doing a nice little mid-range, getting a little funky with it, tying it 9-9.
Beautiful pull-up jump shot right there. Just a 9-footer. Absolutely, mate. This is like my dog and the cat on the couch. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. But somebody's got to win, Vince. Best of 2. That's what it's all about. Henry Jones, the law firm, finding the cutting man. I thought he was going to pull the trigger on that. We know he has that range. Here comes No Brain Salazar down to Henry Jones. Good defense, though, from USA. Forces a missed dunk. And, hey, we're playing fractional basketball here, mate. That is the difference. That can be the difference in this one.
CB13, you got to be careful of his great offensive prowess, knocking down that mid-range, being highly intelligent when it comes to the game. But PT Creative, a great guard himself, give to Henry Jones one dribble, pull up, unable to hit the cup. And let's see this transition from USA.
Critical defensive rebound right there as well. Can they turn the boards into points? That's a good block. Just did enough to put the shot off right there. However, it will be USA with the inbounds here from the baseline, 16 to shoot in a low-scoring affair. So far, so good if you're Portugal. You've actually managed to put the brakes on a high-scoring team, which is USA. You're only down by 2, and pretty impressive so far in this one from both teams. I'm loving it, Vince.
Both teams, and both teams are very well oiled, like Tony Stark's workshop. Basically, it's War Machine versus Iron Man, and we're going to see this come out on top. But 13-19. Portugal trailing just by a little bit. Let's see if they can get a little revenge from that score from USA. Henry Jones on the left side. Give me a little pass, but great hand in the passing lane. As you see, give it to Mama, I'm that man. Doing a good pump fake. Good across, but again, hot potato. Nobody wants the ball.
Absolutely. I'm taking Don Cheadle in that fight, by the way. Here we go as we see a nice bucket at the other end. Portugal dropping in the 2 points. And that's really impressive, showing that this moment isn't too big for them, Vince. They get that steal, they turn the turnover into points. You love to see it. USA trying to have the final word here in what has been a cagey first quarter. Got a hand up in his face. That is going to be it. Only 2 points in it. Impressive stuff, my friend.
We don't see that a lot with a 2-point game when it comes to USA. Now, we don't know. They could be playing possum. I'm not going to lie. I've seen them do a lot of mind games. As you see, stroking that 3 right in that corner, 16-11. But you know they're going to put that pedal to the metal sooner or later.
Absolutely, mate. Here we go. And just to keep you updated, in the other game, it's a pretty tight affair as well. Turkey have the lead 11-10 over New Zealand. But we're focused on this one right here, 16-11. It doesn't take much. Blink and you miss it, and the USA can jump out to a massive lead. Really important that Portugal keep up with them in this one, 18-11. And you can see that full court pressure coming into effect now. Hey, if you want to get rid of that pressure, you got to break that trap a couple of times, and then they'll take it back to half court.
PT Creative, give it to Henry Jones, the law firm, knocking down that gavel. Bomb. You're going right to jail with that one. 18-13, 4 minutes left in the second. Portugal's in this game, making only a 5-point affair. Good jump pass to CB13, trying to utilize that short corner. Going on that right side, beautiful screen, almost a pick and roll, but great defense from Portugal. You left him open behind that 3. Again, green bean, 21-13, extending the lead.
Positively filthy and beautiful at the same time. Are you kidding me? That step back was a thing of beauty. Amazing. It's an 8-point USA lead, and we spoke about this. You can have a great first quarter. Awesome. But you got to show up mentally immediately in the second. They are all gas all the time. As Henry Jones doing a good job just keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but they need some defense here, Portugal. I like the fact that they've also gone full court pressure, trying to get those turnovers. But now they have to transition back. That is quite often where the gaps will appear. Good rotation down to the open man. Risky pass across the baseline right there. Good defense, pulling up for the 15-footer, making it rain is nice.
23-15 indeed. Going on the right side, PT Creative trying to get his team all on the same page. But Henry Jones, you know, is the nucleus from Portugal. PT Creative on that left side, almost a double team from USA. Great help defense. You see, it's kind of like a zone, but it's like a matchup zone. Understanding where your area is and then switching when it's needed. As you see, collapsing. That was a little bit of a misstep. You should have knocked that down. Offensive board to a second chance. That is unlikely, but again, just destroying the offensive boards. Henry Jones keeping that possession.
Absolutely mammoth rebounding there from Henry Jones. Simon B. Bolin typically be hitting those as we get a nice bit of defense though from USA, trying for a transition bucket of their own. Gonna take the quick hot potato passes. Massive board there from Crazy, the beast in the gym this morning, getting a nice rebound there to keep his team with the possession.
Crazy Hungry, just showing how ferocious he is underneath that rim. Little jump pass, hand in the passing lane. As you see, Portugal defense has been absolutely pristine, but unable to knock that transition three. You need to score those points if you want to stay in the game with USA.
Hey, 3 missed threes in a row right there. Again, they'll be kind of holding themselves to a higher standard there. You can't kick yourself though. You just got to keep bouncing right back up. Really, the fact they're working those open threes is brilliant. That is a huge dunk from Hungry though. Are you kidding? Down in the paint, throwing it home. Phenomenal stuff.
That dunk was iconic as the Statue of Liberty. Powerful and full of freedom. And I'm liking it more and more. Now it's a 10-point affair, as I said. They could have been playing possum, and now they're extending that lead even more going into the second.
Absolutely. And hey, look, you're going to get shown zero mercy from Team USA. You got to make those threes if you want to run with the Bulls right here. Absolutely. And look, Portugal will know that. They had their number there in the first quarter. Now they just got to bounce back. I like the passes. I like the fact they're working it. A little bit of noise from the team right there. That's exactly what they needed.
Let's see if the history is going to be straight. Now it's the first time that these teams are playing each other because Portugal was not in that first tournament when it came to eFIBA season 2 in Tropen, Sweden, and a great slammer jammer there. But Turkey, 26-17. New Zealand still in the game, but Turkey is showing how dominant they are.
Well, Turkey, the 5-time champions of Europe. We know exactly what we're going to get from them each and every time as well. We're robbed of that USA Turkey final last year. However, we may get it this year. You never know. So far, both teams firing on all cylinders. USA working the open shot. They miss, but those offensive points, those second chance points, so crucial in these tight games. Impressive stuff so far. But then again, if you're Portugal, you know you're just a couple of misses away from being right in this one as USA rattle home the three and a nice celly there to push the lead to the largest they've had, which is 12 points.
They're still going to try their best to keep this game a close one, but again, it's best of 2, so you got to add up both scores from the games. Great mid-range, making it a 10-point affair with 50 seconds left in the second. And again, Portugal does have that talent. They do have that experience, but they never played against USA like this, so it'll be a good test.
Absolutely. And you're right, mate. Look, under a minute to play here in the first half. It's just flying by. The whole day is flying by. Like those threes are flying through the hoop for USA. 33-20 now. PT Creative right back on the horse. Coming down the other end. Oh, we have activated player there for USA. As we see a nice steal. Long-range bomber. Oh, no. Look out. That's a bad man right now in the corner. Heads-up timeout, though.
Heads-up timeout. Now he is activated with that takeover. If you don't know what it is, that is D-Bomber. That basically extends his the shooting prowess of it. That means he's not going to get better shots in the sense of it's like increasing it, but it's going to extend it so maybe it's like shooting like a mid-range at like half court instead of being a true half court shot. CP13 giving it to Mama, I'm that man, and almost proves my point, but unable to knock it down. Thaw6 getting the offensive board, and now the transition going for Portugal. PT Creative keeping it on that left side, understanding he had a chance in the lane, but then a foul from USA.
And a score update. Don't look now, but from the other game, Turkey, who had a comfortable double-digit lead right there, it's been cut back to just a 4-point lead. New Zealand fighting back in this one, really fighting for their lives, it has to be said, Vince, as well. It's 32-26 right now in favor of Turkey. New Zealand very unlucky to lose that second one right there to Brazil and actually lose the series. However, fighting back in this one, they definitely need the win, desperately need the win. But over here, End of the first half, Portugal within 10. And you would have to be saying that's actually a pretty good result.
It is a pretty good result indeed, but when you give yourself that ability to try to come back, but the thing is that you can't dig that hole. 2 players on USA in double digits. That's CB13 and Mama I'm That Man, but you see no one in that world when it comes to Portugal.
That second quarter, though, that was the USA basketball that we're used to right there. That's on track with scoring 100 a game. I thought they did a fantastic job, Portugal, actually slowing things down when it came to that first quarter. But now we've got both games up on the screen right here. You're seeing Turkey in the red jerseys banging home a 3, extending the lead back to 9. That's a 5-point run right there for Turkey and New Zealand. Within touching distance, though, in what has to be a must-win game for them as we go back full screen now to USA and Portugal. 12-point deficit. We know how good Portugal are, Vince. We know that that is 4 possessions. Ricky Tick, quick as you like, as they find Simon B. Boland, who misses again. That is very uncharacteristic for him, one of the best corner shooters in Europe. Just not quite having the game that he wants here in this one. Meanwhile, at the other end, USA punishing you, and that is a reprieve of a timeout right there as they just got to get their heads back in the game.
Right now, you need to lock up that defense like Zeus did the Titans if you want to stay in the game with USA. Now, their main offensive weapon is fast transition threes, which I think Portugal has basically limited them. However, once that starts going, it's going to be a slippery slope, and that's how they get into them triple-digit leads.
Well, it's like we spoke about at the tip-off right there as we get another missed 3 and another massive board there from Henry Jones. Look, USA are going to give you 4 quarters, high octane. Any one of the 5 players on the court is going to punish you offensively. You don't know where the weapons are until they actually show up. It's phenomenal stuff, and that's exactly what the Portuguese are dealing with. So if they want to go toe-for-toe with them, they cannot miss those threes. We'll have a look at the stat sheet a little bit later, but they got to get it turned around right now.
Mama, I'm That Man on the right side, taking his time, a little bit of jab set, trying to find Crazy Hungry on that roll, but unable to get a great Portugal defense. Super C's almost concedes the moment, but unable, and now we're going to do a transition for Portugal.
Rare miss there from USA. Back the other end. Portugal are rattling it home with that green bucket animation. They needed that one. The lead is 9. This is a step in the right direction. We've seen time and time again in these world-class games, Vince. Games won and lost truly in the third quarter, okay? It's when you give yourself a chance to come back and win it, or you shut out the game if you're the one with the lead. That is good defense from Portugal right there. USA have 10 to shoot. Stepping into that shot, rattling it home, a massive bucket right there.
This is what they're good at. You got to put that hand up, and sometimes they say, so what? But you got to give it credit for USA being undefeated, trying to get another chance to reign champion for eFIBA Season 3. They're already defending from eFIBA Season 2. Real quick, 4-point game, Turkey versus New Zealand. That's going to be tight, but we got to finish this one right here with USA and Portugal.
12-point differential right now. We're just under halfway through the third quarter. A lot of basketball left in this one. Portugal looking to draw some blood right there. Cannot. I like that look from Henry Jones, but just got to nail that jumper. USA back to the other end. They don't leave a lot of points out there, but that Portuguese defense, that was showing up in the first quarter. They need some more of that. We saw a little bit of this. Backwards and forwards. You're getting whiplash here, the camera. Impressive stuff from USA, though. They missed that shot, and this is just leaving the door open ever so slightly. Just a crack in the door right there. PT Creative driving down the lane. There's a reach-in foul. I don't hate that. I mean, trying to get that ball back for your team.
If we could replay that play, that was a great defensive play. However, that pick and roll was fantastic. They did stop that drive, but the way Henry Jones got basically 2 other defenders to collapse on PT Creative and then could have a chance for the open shot, but that foul was smart without getting an open lane. Another violation, 3-second violation. The captain just missed out with the brain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they were expecting the corner shot to go up a couple of passes earlier right there. So to his credit, he was getting ready to try and get another offensive board. Just a breakdown in comms. 12-point USA lead, trying to add to it right here. Under 90 seconds to play in the third. CP13 finds his teammate. Another miss for USA. So now, can Portugal capitalize on this though? They're getting the possessions back. Jump pass right there. Henry Jones rolling. PT Creative. Oh, got to be careful. Don't want that offensive foul. Simon be bowling. That's a charge. It is. There we go. Hey, we're playing 2K Bingo. We got our first charge of the game. We have that offensive screen right there. However, there we go. USA back the other way. Nice pass. Crazy hungry. We saw with that crazy dunk earlier on. CB13 pulling it up. No foul. Zebras letting them play. And here come Portugal back the other way.
I'm liking the endurance of both these teams. It's like a Hunter x Hunter exam. They're not giving up at all. They're trying to get it. And then B, sneaking behind the lane, going right down baseline and dropping it down, bringing the pain. 41-31, and they're not quitting. But look at the defensive builds of Portugal. Their speed is key, understanding the recovery. But Super C is making you pay by stroking the green. 3-ball, corner pocket.
Gorgeous shot right there. And just when you thought they might have been quietening down, there goes that three-pointer from the corner. Creative, trying to get creative, gliding in with that two-handed dunk. And honestly, I like that. I think take the points that are on offer whenever you can get them. At this stage now, you got to clamp up defensively, try to give yourself a chance at this in the fourth, right? And it is best of two, so cumulative score comes into it as we see another nice Portuguese steal right there. It is certainly the most strained I've ever seen USA on the ball as we get an and one baseline dunk, and the Portuguese players letting USA know they're not out of this fight just yet.
The old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was so nice. We saw it twice. Same play, same result. 44-36, 4.3 seconds left in the third. But you're going to see if USA going to score Dawson, he can knock that down when he can. But I'm pretty sure Portugal is proud from their showing in that third.
And now they'll be thinking, hey, a couple of those missed threes, if they'd gone in, we're right in this with the best team in the world, the reigning champs. Portugal got a lot of wind in their sails right now, Vince. Here's Henry Jones trying to work a shot. That's going to be a reach-in foul down in the paint. And we're going to get the inbounds here from Portugal. This is a huge possession right here. Honestly, this could be a 6-point swing either way, so they definitely need the bucket. Nice dish right there. Henry Jones, pump faked, brought it out of the key. Cut, drive, it rims out. He gets his own board, kicking it back out. No shot, it drops in. 5-point lead now for USA. Portugal peaking at exactly the right moment.
Beat. Knocking down that three, 39-44. Let's see if USA can do it again. Got that friendly roll and just defuse it. That's called a wash if you're in the stock market. But still, in this game, only 8 points. Let's see what PT Creative can do it. Giving it by that great hand in the passing lane. Super C's trying to use that speed, going all the way down to Dawsix, and a two-hander slammer jammer, making it a 10-point game.
5 points in quick succession there for Team USA. And you're finding out just how deadly they can be. Absolutely phenomenal defense leading to a quick transition bucket. Back the other way, working down to Henry Jones and a nice dunk. Hanging off the rim like a baby sloth right there. 8-point deficit in this one. The clock is your friend if you're USA, but I don't get the feeling they're going to be pumping the brakes anytime soon. They're definitely looking at Portugal saying, how dare you make me bleed my own blood. They're offended. They're going to come back in this one and try and score as many points as possible as the little man climbs the ladder with two defenders draped off of him.
Double headshot right there, understanding, trying to make sure Portugal knows they ain't going nowhere. But that's what happens when you have a 10-point deficit. You put yourself in the hole. Now you got to dig your way out. But let's see if they can knock down this three. Unable to get it. Henry Jones doing what he does best, getting that offensive board to keep the possession on his side.
And man, he has been Johnny on the spot, getting those boards for his team, keeping their hopes alive offensively on so many possessions. Really impressive stuff going up against the reigning world champs. Here comes PT Creative, a score update. It's the fourth quarter in between Turkey and New Zealand, and it is tied up at 52 apiece. We'll be getting to that game after the exciting conclusion of this one here as Portugal work an open three. The lead dashed to 7 again. Now they really need a stop here, the Portuguese. It's getting interesting down the stretch, Vince.
Oh my God, I think I have to go to a psychological class for this one because both games are blowing my mind at the same time. My bandwidth is on both sides, but 51-44, USA leading. 54-54, Turkey and New Zealand. Let's see what's going to happen. Couldn't get that dunk. Dawsix from 3. You know he's great behind that arc. 54-44, now it's a 10-point game.
Absolutely phenomenal shooting here from USA. You love to see it. PT Creative just playing the defender like a piano right now. Good cut there from Henry Jones, but great off the ball defense. Does manage to get the hard two in the paint. Cuts this lead to 8. Looking for this inbound steal if they can. Nearly. But hey, nearly never won the race. Now, under 2 to play in this one, Vince. It is going to come down to the wire here. USA with an opportunity to show that they don't have a hangover from winning last year's World Championship. Coming back with a massive three-pointer there. The lead is now 11 again.
PT Creative going to the left side, 1:40 left in the fourth. Find us a nice good cross, shuttle pass to Simon, getting his defender up in the air, but then the O saying, here's the thing, if you move your feet, you lose your seat. 48-57, minute 33 left.
90 seconds left to play. Portugal needs some stops defensively. That ain't gonna do it though. Crazy Hungary getting hungry crazy right there in the paint. A massive dunk. And in the other game, we've got a 3-point game. Turkey with the ball and a 3-point lead. We'll be coming to that game very shortly. But right now it's USA with an 11-point lead over Portugal. 1:20 to play in this one. Can Portugal get firing here? Coming down to the wire, Vince. We know they've got the skills to pay the bills, but they got to start dropping it in the hoop.
Well, let's see if they can do it, but I can keep talking about that 10-point deficit. That's hard to come back from. But they got to knock those on threes. And also, they're missing some open lane shots. I mean, if anything mid-range, you got to make it if you want to compete against USA. As in no-brain south, so giving up right here. PT Creative, that's a D3. Couldn't stroke it green. Henry Jones has been an absolute monster on the boards and giving it to his man, now making an 8-point game.
Massive, 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 massive three right there. Now they need these stops, Vince. It's coming down to this. Defense is going to win championships. That is what we've heard from just about every single team captain at the World Finals this year. eFIBA Season 3 in the Philippines. It's been absolutely on display so far in all of our opening games. Portugal looking for a stop against the offensive juggernaut that is USA. You're seeing how good they are. What a massive board there from Crazy Hungary. That really helps because seconds are as valuable as points right now if you're Portugal. And USA get another dip at it right here. Off balance, 20-footer, massive board. Got to have some points down this end. That's a heads-up foul right there. Not in the bonus, and it stops the bucket.
Still got some fouls to give, as you can see right down the bottom. USA 3 fouls, Portugal 0. 16.2 seconds now. What are they doing? Are they holding for the last shot so that if it's best of 2, they just worry about the deficit instead of winning this game? That could be a smart play here because that's what I think they're trying. An 8-point deficit is not that bad, and if they can cut it down to 6, that'll be great. Simon B. Bowling knocking it down, unable to get it. Now, it was a loss. USA did do a good job, but that was a close match. First time playing Portugal ever, so we can say Portugal is here to play and stay.
Absolutely. They took not only the current reigning world champs, but they held them, Vince, to only 61 points right there. That is a phenomenal performance. As you mentioned, the stats don't lie. USA typically averaging 100 points a game. This was a truly defensive performance from Portugal, and they'll just be ruining the fact that they missed some of those open threes. We'll see the stats later because right now in this one, it's Turkey with a 9-point lead. That three that just dropped in made it look a little cushier than it is, but New Zealand have been pushing them all the way down the stretch right here as is Turkey in the red, New Zealand in the all-white jerseys. The big man Mona trying to work some points down in the paint. He gets it. Just a 7-point lead. New Zealand going toe-to-toe with the European 5-time champions, Turkey. They got to be feeling good about this.
Definitely liking it indeed. I can see it activated as well. I think he got crystal ball. He can basically see where a rebound's going to be. Great defensive, offensive, back and forth. They don't know what they do. It's basically hot potato again. And as you see, Jam Boy, you got to be crazy to leave him open. This man is the leaders in clutch threes in eFIBA in all series, winning so many games, understanding how to shoot.
Literally has more buzzer beaters than Bird and Jordan combined, man. He is a freak of nature. I love to watch him. Flametto works the open three to perfection right there. And this is a heads-up timeout now from Turkey. They're going to move the ball down the court, try to add a final bucket right here with 8.2 to play. Remember, cumulative score really comes into it.
Yep, indeed, indeed. Going on from this inbound, Turkey is in the red, New Zealand in the white. Turkey taking their time, giving it to Aaron. Going from the right, going into the top, Jam Boy, giving a give and go. Cater, the problem is a solution right there with the two-hander slammer jammer. 3.1 left in the fourth.
That's a gorgeous and ugly dunk simultaneously. You love to see it. That is going to be the final in that one. It was a lot closer than the scoreboard actually dictates there. You can see from the box score, it was a massive fourth quarter right there for Turkey. It gave them the win in the end. However, New Zealand can hold their heads high because that's the 5-time champions of Europe right there, Vince. And they went toe for toe with them really down the stretch. Goodness gracious. And again, it is best of two, so both teams are about to get back at it in just a couple of seconds. But we see both of them using as much as they can when it comes to energy, and I want to talk about Portugal and New Zealand. They've already played today. They're getting to the end of their wits. Their endurance is crazy. I think they may need a Red Bull really soon, maybe an IV of it, because they need some wings indeed. But they are not giving up. They're showing the IQ. They got their warm-up. This is like doing a tournament when you're playing an AAU. I did that when I was a kid. You got to play a couple of games, but you got to push through and try your best to go in the end and get to that championship so you can take home that trophy. Absolutely. Yeah, and look, it's mental endurance and physical endurance out there, okay? New Zealand coming back basically for their third series in a row. It's best of two, Vince, so obviously that means 6 games in a row where you're playing the best players in the world. Your mental fortitude has to be up there. And as you can see right now from Group A, New Zealand came out and the hometown heroes, the Philippines, did the business on them there in that first series. And then it was Brazil coming back, tied on aggregate points. However, Brazil do get the win there. So now here, New Zealand playing against Turkey. They go down by 9 points in game number 1, which means they can still win the series if they win by 10 in game number 2. But that's a tall task against a fantastic Turkish team.
Now, Group A is definitely a gauntlet, but Group B even better. USA versus Portugal, 61-54, but everyone else tried their best. Saudi Arabia going against Portugal the first time, it was 46-54, but then Saudi Arabia got the win 55-41, but Portugal basically won out of that crazy best of 2. But then Saudi Arabia and Algeria, as you see, went down to the wire. 45-61, then 63-44. I mean, each team is giving their best. No one's really winning by crazy amounts. You ever notice that? It's not no 20-point leads, real 30-point leads when it comes to both games. And that's why I love the competitiveness of the best of 2.
So much psychology in effect right here, like truly, and that's why the teams have to stay together. That's why they have coaches. That's why they have the meetings. You know, you can see them huddling together in between the games right there, the best of 2s. It really is a lot of mental fortitude on display right there. And you're seeing the seesawing cumulative score coming into massive effect right there. Impressive stuff. I can't wait to see, can New Zealand bounce back against Turkey in game number 2 right there. But what about Portugal pushing USA all the way down the stretch? Now, again, we didn't get to see the box score. However, I was keeping track of the missed 3-pointers there for Portugal. They reared their ugly heads. We're talking maybe 1 point in it if you have just maybe their average 3-point percentage from beyond the arc. That's what they'll be thinking. Hey, we nearly beat the world champs. Let's go back and do it this time.
And you talk about them coaches. I mean, again, some of these have managers. When it comes to Portugal, Andre Cabral, and also when it comes to Turkey, we got my man Khan. But I want to shout out Alper Bitin. He's actually the coach of Turkey. He's actually serving in the military right now, so thank you so much for your service. But then also coming to USA, you have LAN sessions in which I'm pretty sure his mom is watching the stream. I said I was going to shout out, hi, Mama Sessions. Thank you so much for tuning in. But also Josiah Cohen being that assistant coach. So coaching is key when it comes to NBA 2K because you need to know how you're going to play. Sometimes when there's too many chefs in the kitchen, nothing gets cooked. So everybody needs to know their role so you can cook the best dish possible.
Yeah, big facts, right? I mean, what's fantastic about this USA team is that any one of them can be the one to go and score 100 points in a game. They really are all that skilled. But that, for me, then shows just how good and improved these teams have come in with their defenses this year. I mean, Portugal holding them to 61 points there. That's massive. Look for them to kind of rinse and repeat in game number 2 right here and just make those threes down the stretch. USA, on the other hand, I mean, that might have been a little bit of a wake-up call. Did they awaken a sleeping giant here? Are we about to see Yamamoto regretting it? This could be huge. USA, everything to prove when it comes to game number 2, just to show, hey, we're the champs, don't forget it.
Definitely, definitely. And however, I want to shout out Henry Jones, the way he was keeping control of the boards, rebounding everything he can, trying to get his team second chance opportunities. But he can't do it alone. It has to be a team effort. And that comes with every single team that made it here to the finals in Clark, in the Philippines, as we are in the SMX Convention Center. Shout out to everyone who's been a participant of it, Predator and also Red Bull. But the thing is that it's been getting crazy. And now we have the game between USA and Portugal, and let's see who's going to come out on top, the second one of this best of 2.
Woohoo, and first blood right there for USA. They score from the tip-off and within 10 seconds. It will be USA in the light jerseys, Henry Jones, and Portugal in the red jerseys, back the other end, slamming home a dunk of his own. And you gotta love Pro-Am mode. It's 5v5. Each player that you see on camera there controlling an avatar in the game, 10 total players. They are face to face with each other. We're live in person right here in the Philippines. And of course, the beautiful eFIBA World Finals court inside Pro-Am mode and the highly customizable game mode allows the players to wear their national jerseys, which is so cool.
Portugal in the red and also USA is in the white, going down the right side. PT Creative gives a cross pass. Great hand in the passing lane. Almost able to save it, but nope. Ran right into the scorer's block. Now let's find out if he can get a pick, but good shutter pass to PT Creative, which we saw play. You got to be careful of that. You still can get a steal and get it out of bounds, so you got to be very careful. Henry Jones for a 3. Law Firm knocking it down.
Motion to dismiss. Henry Jones asks for a sidebar with your honor and bangs it home. Impressive stuff. And then back the other end, getting huge defensive rebound. Look, Portugal will be, I think, pretty buoyed, feeling pretty good about that first game, especially that first quarter against USA where they held them to what, 11 points, I believe, in the first quarter. I don't think anyone's done that in a long, long time. Simon B. Bowling had a few misses in that first game. Will want to bounce back here. That's really scrappy defense, impressive stuff from USA. But Portugal still have the possession and 10 to shoot. Finds Simon B. Bowling. He finally makes it rain. Finally got that monkey off his back. He's got to be feeling good about that, Vince.
Now, don't forget the first game, it was 54-61, so there is a deficit when it comes to both these teams. 8-2, Portugal slightly in the lead, but let's see if USA can respond. Given a great defensive play by Portugal, and now they're coming down for transition. He's waiting for nobody, stroking it green, 11-2. Woo! This game's getting spicy.
I don't think anyone has ever gone on an 11-0 run against the USA team. Are you kidding me? Portugal firing on all cylinders in game number 2. And if they didn't know it already, USA are in the fight for their lives right there. We could be witnessing an upset in the making. As you pointed out, Vince, 7-point differential from game number 1 in a best of 2 cumulative score. That means Portugal need to win by 8. And they'll be thinking, well, hey, so far so good. And of course, as I say that, the blessing of the commentator right there for USA as they chisel the lead down to 7.
Chiseling it down indeed. Now No Brain Salazar, see if he can do anything with the rock. You're just closing it out, just bringing it out, resetting the game. But PT Creative slicing and dicing to the rim and then slamming it home like the Thor's hammer jam. 13-14, Portugal up. Now, what's going on the left side? CB13, you got to be crazy because he has handles for days, understanding where he's going to go. But a great steal. Oh, man, it is the commentator's curse. Jinx him a little bit. And Mr. B being the big fella, 15-14. Portugal just extending the lead, trying to make sure they come out on top in this best of 2. CB13 going on the right side, crazy hungry, give and go, and another steal, 3 in a row. This is a hat trick when it comes to defense for Portugal.
Wow, we were really impressed with that Portuguese defense in game number 1. And look at this. We said, hey, they held USA to 11 points in the first quarter. Well, right now, we got under 2 minutes, which is a long time when it comes to 2Ks. We get a baseline dunk. Portugal with 17 points in the first quarter, though. Right now, USA are shell-shocked. What can they do to get back in this one?
Hey, hold on a second. This may be the twilight zone. I don't think I've ever seen USA get down by 20 points. And I don't want to jinx it, but I'm one to watch it. I just see Mama That Man going to Super C's, understanding he needs to score some threes. But Mama I'm That Man is trying to take it all the way. 𝐷6 can knock it down if you give it to him, but a great defensive board from Portugal. They got a little pep in their step.
You know history's in the making when Vince starts to speak in a British accent, and I'm here for it, mate. Absolutely, as we see scrappy USA defense. That's just what they needed. Cocked it back, threw it down. What a dunk. Put that on a poster and let me hang it in my room. That was a thing of beauty as we get the full court double team pressure here from USA as well, taking nothing for granted. Now, here's the thing, though. We know they always pack a full four-quarter meal with them. USA are not going to panic. It's up to Portugal to keep up the tempo, the full four quarters themselves, if they want to knock off the best team in the world. Henry Jones rotating the ball. No brain Salazar faked him out of his boots, but that is good defensive rebounding and another quick transition bucket at the other end. Exactly what the doctor ordered right there. Fill that script, USA. They cut the lead just to 9.
Man, this play is getting more intense in Broadway opening night. Lights, camera, action, and I see the brilliance. However, Portugal is trying to make sure those curtains are going to be called. PT Creative right behind the back, trying to find the man, Henry Jones. Great hand in the pencil grade. You cannot telegraph those passes. 1, 2, that's a transition 3, but then a great foul.
Yeah, that was a heads-up foul right there. But, hey, we saw Portugal get 3 steals in a row. Now we've seen USA get 3 steals in a row. I love it. This is a heavyweight title bout. They're going pound for pound, round for round. Absolutely awesome. Give you a quick score update in game number 2 between Turkey and New Zealand. It is Turkey winning 11-4 at the moment in what is a must-win situation there for New Zealand. They have to win by 10 to take that game. Back the other end, we see it rim out for USA. Both free throws missed, if I'm not mistaken. But they are in the bonus as Portugal are going to drop in a massive bucket right there, a buzzer beater. The first quarter is in the books. Portugal 20, USA 8. And if I'm not mistaken, that was eFIBA history in the making. USA have never been held to 8 points in a quarter.
Nope, I've never seen that, and now they're going into the second. No brain sounds are given to PT Creative, trying to extend that lead, and the old saying is, if the God can bleed, then you can take him out, and they're trying to find out, draining it down.
Goodness gracious me. A 15-point lead for Portugal right now. They are absolutely loving it. USA, there's hungry. Getting hungry down in the paint with a nice dunk right there.
This game is feeling like the tournament of power. Who's going to turn Super Saiyan? Who's going to freaking go down to the wand? Here we go. No brain Salazar going from the left side. Giving the chance to PT Creative. Henry Jones one more time, but then a great rejection by USA. Full court pass to Mama I'm That Man, and very smart foul there.
Absolutely, the reach-in foul right there, doing everything he could to save a quick transition bucket. I like the change in tempo we're seeing from USA, though, recognizing the situation, okay? We've got Portugal in form right here. We need quick buckets. But the Portuguese themselves down the other end with a gorgeous finger roll layup right there. It's a 15-point Portuguese lead. Don't look now, Vince, but we might have our first upset of the tournament brewing right here. A lot of game left to play. I can't get too excited.
He was weaving through the defense like a tram through the steep steps of Lisbon. I like it. I love it. I need more of it. But then CP13, you know he's not scared of nobody. There's an old saying, some people have the will to take the shot, but you have the skill to make the shot. Unable to do that right there. Henry Jones trying to find someone. A little fancy between the legs bounce pass. Was that on purpose or mishap?
I have no idea, but let's just give him 10 out of 10 for creativity as we see a nice 15-footer banged home right there. And you want to know the cool thing about Lisbon? You can ride that tram, but you can also go to the beach and ride some big waves. And right now, this is a tsunami crashing into USA here because Portugal are up by 17 points. Are you kidding me? They didn't get the script. This is a rewrite.
All right, Philippines are watching intently, saying, okay, are the number ones having a little bit of a bad game? But now it's 29-10. Now, this is just a pound-for-pound matchup of a team you've never seen before, and that's what you love about eFIBA Season 3. 7 regions, 62 countries. You have no idea how some of these nations are going to play, but you're finding out today here in the Philippines.
29-10. Absolutely phenomenal. USA just can't buy a bucket right now. Back the other end, Portugal making it look easy. Are you kidding me? It rims out, but there's that man, the law firm, getting the offensive boards for his team. came in here with the reputation as one of the best big men in the world, and it has to be said, Vince, holding his own against the world champs. In fact, dominating against the world champs in this game right here. Here come USA, back the other way. Gotta take that open three. It rims out again, though, and here come Portugal. Goodness gracious. This is phenomenal stuff.
I'm telling you, Henry Jones is rebounding as strong as the cliffs of 𝐷𝐓𝐊. I'm telling you, standing against the Atlantic waves every single time, defense and offense, keeping possession on his squad, understanding he's going for transition if he's on the defensive player, but if he's on that offense, getting that second chance opportunity. 29-10, he's keeping him in this game. 2 minutes left in the second. PT create a pump fake back to Henry Jones. Just a little tip pass, give and go. 3 seconds, and a nice little short corner, finish it. That was like Predator and camouflage in the forest. You couldn't see him.
Kidding? He's lopping like the Predator now as well. That was the Predator nuke. The massive baseline drive and dunk. I love it, Vince.
Hold on, I think I can say this. What the hell are you?
What are you? We are Portugal. By the way, I want you to know I understood that geographical reference as well. They are pounding them with the waves right here. This is fantastic. But hey, if there's one team that can dig themselves out of a massive hole like this, we know it's USA. That could be the first step in the right direction for them. They've had the threes, they just haven't been hitting them. You got to keep your heads up and you got to keep chipping away. But take nothing away from this Portuguese performance. Goodness gracious me.
Both are going great at it. Again, great rejection from USA. The defense is still there. 31-13. A minute 26 left in the game. Quick score update. New Zealand 17, Turkey 19. 3:52 left in the second.
Yeah, and Kiwis keeping it close over there, which you like to see. They need to win that game by at least 10, mate, in order to get the clean win on the series. They don't want to lose their third series in a row, so they'll be going for absolutely everything right there. Back in this one, USA bang home both free throws, so the lead is still 16. But a little bit of life in Team USA now. We're starting to see that scoreboard tick over a bit in their favor. If you're Portugal, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. More of the same, please.
Well, PT Creative just gliding to the rim, skywalking. All right, Mr. Person, using the force to your advantage. 33-15, a minute left in the second. Biggest deficit I've ever seen USA have going into the half.
18 points. Wowzers in this one. Really playing fantastic defense and offense as we speak of the devil swatting that ball away. Top of the key, another miss. Henry Jones with a huge defensive board. 40 seconds to play in the first half here of game number 2 between Portugal and USA. Top left of your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, USA won the first game by 7 points, which means if the game ended right now, Portugal would be winning the series, and they play second in Europe. Turkey are the reigning champions of Europe. So honestly, at the moment, based on form alone, this is anyone's championship to take home, Vince.
I'm ready. I'm excited, but then going up, getting the friendly roll, almost getting blocked again, but 33-17, 13.5 left in the second. PT Creative, I think it's going to take a second and calm it down. Hold on. Slow it down. I just dissed you. Let's see to the right side. A little pump fake. No, it's a jump pass to Henry Jones and a foul with 2.7 left.
Looking for the buzzer beater to put the finishing touches on what is probably the best half of basketball they've played as a team. It rims out, but a 16-point lead right now for the Portuguese against USA. That is massive. Score update in the other game. Just a little over 2 minutes to play. It's 5-point lead, 25-20 for Turkey at the moment. Scrapped out 25-22. As we're seeing both screens up right now. Impressive stuff, it has to be said, from New Zealand, keeping it close against the reigning 5-time champions, Turkey.
Now it's getting 22-25, and almost knocking it down. Now seeing that it's going on the right side, understanding, getting that great rebound, 𝐷𝐷𝐋𝐿. Seeing that everything is on the light and on the time, just a 3-point game.
Phenomenal stuff here as we're seeing the Kiwis fight for their tournament lives. They absolutely need to win this series to keep their hopes alive. Meanwhile, Turkey are basically playing their first game. We know sometimes they're a little slow to get warmed up. Really impressive stuff from them, though, to get that 9-point victory as we're now back to Portugal, USA. USA trying to come back here in the second half. They find themselves in truly unfamiliar territory, Vince. I do not remember them having to play from behind this much for at least 3 years.
I think I feel a storm coming. I'm telling you right now, if you're in the middle of the desert, if you're milling on the Midwest, you're feeling those winds, you're feeling that tornado, and it might be a twister, but you got to be able to hunker down and just weather the storm. But it's not over. It's only a 13-point game, and USA has the talent, has the skill, and also has the coaching to come back. But Portugal is not going to allow you to do that. PT Creative for that short top. Right, but couldn't knock it down. But a hand in the passing lane. Henry Jones, great job being defensive prowess.
Well, to quote Shannon Sharp, send in the National Guard right now because they need reinforcements out here. Team USA, Henry Jones for 3. No way! Are you kidding me? The law firm strikes again. What a freaking shot. Phenomenal stuff right there. Amazing performance so far from Portugal, holding their own in the second. Vince, we're in unfamiliar territory. This is great.
The big fella doing it all, rebounding, shooting, and scoring on the. But in a 3 right now, 36-23. USA ain't going nowhere though, baby. This is eFIBA Season 3, and I'm ready for it. Going on the right side, PT Creative, trying to get possession, finding where it is. Great defense of USA, but leaving him by himself. Could have made that shot, but chose not to kill the clock a little bit. Now the time is their friend. They have enough points. Going out, up, down, knocking it all around, 38-23.
I know there's a lot of basketball left in this one. I understand we're at the 3-minute mark in the third quarter, but Portugal are just playing with absolute reckless abandon right here. Zero fear as we see USA coming to life. Certainly here in the third quarter, they recognize that they need to either completely remove this deficit or give themselves a chance at it in the fourth. If you're Portugal, though, more of the same. Keep it coming. You're looking great.
All right, PT Creative trying the best to the Henry Jones. Doesn't give it to him, but actually kind of use up like a shadow clone jutsu, using him as a defender. But then a 3 from USA, 38-29 as they're creeping back. As you see, Charles, the one and only captain, 12-5 in this third quarter. We're showing the USA how they're supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we said this. If you want to beat them, you got to play a full 4 quarters. It's that simple. They do not go away. They are absolutely like presented by Predator in the freaking forest right there. They're going to hunt you down. They're not going to give up full 4 quarters, Vince. And that's what we're seeing right here from USA Basketball. What can Portugal do to answer those? So far, they've been dictating the terms of this agreement. And there it is. Another massive shot right there from the law firm Henry Jones, leading by example. Has to be said, one of the coolest customers in the entire contest.
Yup, and right now they're discovering their power and they're dominating the game with Predator. And I'm looking at it, it's going to lie within. They got to dig deep down if they're going to beat USA, but it is best of 2. As you see, there is a slight deficit, 59-51. That's only 8 points, and they're about to get it done with this 10-point lead, but there's still about 6.5 minutes left in this game.
And USA will be reminding themselves of that as well. They'll be saying, okay, hey, we're down 10 in this one, but cumulative, yeah, we're only down 2 right now. Keep it coming. Here we go. You know the champs aren't going to go away. They're going to be fighting Henry Jones with what feels like his 1 millionth rebound in this game, Vince. We know he dominates the boards in Europe, and now on the biggest stage of all, he's dominating. And also owning things from beyond the arc. That time, it was a bridge too far. It doesn't go in. And here come USA. Back the other end with an open 3. Boom! Right there, cumulative. That is USA going into the lead.
This chemistry is like poetic justice when Kendrick Lamar and Drake were actually cool, but I hope to see that again, but never again. But the one thing I do love is that they're not backing down at all. They don't care if they're going down to the Lions' den. They are fearless, and they're going to try and score another 3, stroking it green, 44-34, 46 seconds left in the third.
Oh, my God. So as it stands right now, Portugal have that 2-point lead on cumulative points. Keep an eye on this, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the and one. It is a shooting foul. Oh, dramatic pause right there. But we are going to see potentially the lead change once again from the cumulative. It is USA as it stands winning right now. Here we go, 36 seconds left in the third. Definitely the best quarter they've had so far, USA. They are coming back with a vengeance in this one. What can Portugal do to answer, though? Henry Jones open underneath, finding the open man for the three. It rattles out, and USA coming down with the board. Back the other end. Open three. Misses. Henry Jones again. It's end-to-end stuff, Vince.
Uncharacteristic. That is USA's strong point. But Henry Jones taking it full court. Big man just dribbling. Giving it to PT Creative. Almost with a turnover there. Looking for the give and go. 5 seconds left. Taking himself, but then a foul, and they got something to give. So now they have to prepare. Wow, I'm studying right now. Prepare a great inbound play.
Hey, it's what, our 10th game already today. It's going big or going home. That's what we're here for. End of the third quarter. If the game were to end right now, it will be USA winning by 1 point. I want to give a score update. It's a third quarter, 2 minutes to play over between Turkey and New Zealand in game number 2 as well. Turkey with a delicate, very delicate 4-point lead. Scrap that, cut that to a 3-point lead. New Zealand pushing them down the stretch as well. The 5-time champions of Europe not going quietly into the night. If you want to beat them, you got to bring your A game. Now here come Portugal. They get the first possession of the fourth quarter. This is the final quarter in this back-to-back best-of-2 series between these teams. It has not disappointed. And as it stands right now, that's a 1-point lead for Portugal. I think I'm going to faint. We need an oxygen tank up here, Vince. This is going down to the wire.
That mid-range had so much grace. It was like a traditional FIBA performance. That was like a lot of emotion because, again, the 46-39 is really keeping them going. The energy is great, and you don't hear Portugal screaming a lot because they're so locked in. But USA with a great offensive board. CB13 cross pass to Super C's. Super C's can knock it down, and with that friendly roll, kisses off the glass now at 46-42.
What a shot right there. Absolutely clutch. And now how can Portugal answer? They pull up with a three of their own and it goes in. It's end-to-end stuff, Vince. Oh my, what a shot. CB13 back down the other end for USA. Pulls up with a three of his own. It rims out. Crazy hungry. Getting crazy hungry underneath that glass right there, though. Gobbling up the glass. Look at this glass. Cedar Dipsy, too. Shout out to Dick Vitale. Here we go. Mama, I'm that man. Trying to be that man. Pick and roll. CB13 thought about it. Pulled it down. Great transitional defense. Off balance three. Gotta have it. Huge board right there, though, for USA. And a reach-in foul. It is getting scrappy down the stretch here.
Scrappy, happy, and I'm liking every minute of it. 49-42, 3:17 left in the fourth. CB13 giving it to Mama, I'm that man. Calling his mama right now, saying, I'm that man. 49-45, USA creeping back.
This is huge. As it stands, cumulative score, it is a USA win right now. Portugal know this. They've just got to stay true to their character, true to what got them this far in the first place, Vince. They were dominating. They were up by 19 at one point over USA. Take nothing away from USA, fighting back in this one. As you can see, dominating in that third quarter where we see so many games won and lost. And now it's coming down to the stretch. Score update, Turkey leading by 8 points over New Zealand at the moment. But all eyes on this historic matchup here. USA reigning World Finals champions, eFIBA Season 2, going up against Portugal the first time they're at the big dance, and they are pushing them for all their worth right here as USA are going not just for the cumulative win, but the win-win as they cut the lead to 2 in this game.
Crazy Hungry was like Nightcrawler on that play, just teleported from the short corner all the way to the rim, and I'm liking that build. PT Creative giving to Henry Jones. He's already knocked down a couple of threes. Put your hand up, give and go. PT Creative, little man, dunking it home, 51-47. Now, as you said, the first game was 59-51, an 8-point deficit, but a win is a win, and this is something we've never seen because USA technically is undefeated with all the tournaments of eFIBA.
And you are spot on, but they are really finding themselves here in the second half. Wowzers, what a massive three-pointer. Huge stuff right there from CB13. Exactly what you need from the leaders on your team. PT Creative now needs to make a little magic of his own. Henry Jones with the rock, 10 to shoot, pulls up. Really good defense from USA. Are we looking at a shot clock violation here? 3 to shoot, got to find the open man. Pulling the trigger, it rims out, and a massive defensive board. Back the other end, USA get the and one dunk with the lead, stamping their authority on the tournament.
Woo! 52-51 and going to the line. Now leading by 2 points. USA is feeling themselves. They just basically had a redemption. It was like 𝐓𝐇𝐄 being resurrected from the mummy. But let's see if PT Creative come back. Great defensive play from USA. Mama, I'm that man. Showing his build. Supersedes giving that to CB13. A good timeout. 2-point game with 1:23 left in the fourth, Chris. Woo!
What a second half, my friend, from USA. Would you look at that? They've outscored them 36-18 in the second half. That's that lead evaporating for Portugal. We spoke about it. When you take on USA, you better pack 4 full quarters of basketball. And they're finding out the hard way now that these guys are the reigning champs for a reason, with another massive dunk finishing in style in this one.
Give and go, just letting it flow. 4-point game, minute 9 left now. Portugal's not out of this game yet. You can still get this W. Going to no one's on PT Creative, and a nice little tomahawk dunk. 53-55. Okay, they're still going.
I'm with you, mate. I think it will be a huge psychological win right here if Portugal can actually come out with the win in this game, irrespective of the best-of-2 series cumulative score. I'm with you on that one. They got to finish strong. They got to tell themselves we were here for a reason in this one. But man, what a finish there. Crazy getting loco down in the paint.
Last time it was this close. They were going against the Dominican Republic, which was 60-63, which was a 3-point game. But it's showing that, as you said, Portugal is meant to be in here. Henry Jones has been talking me through this whole trip, looking me in the face, especially stoic, but saying, I'm here to win, and he's putting it in. He knows the work. He knows what he can do. And this could be a final preview, if you know what I mean. But every team has a chance.
Big facts. I mean, honestly, if we didn't know how close the competition pool was, now we do. Here comes Portugal putting on a phenomenal performance. Their first appearance at the World Finals in person. They weren't there last year. They absolutely blew away everybody in Europe this year to come second and book their ticket, and they did not disappoint. No team has ever held USA to 8 points in a quarter like they did in quarter number 1. That is a huge step in the right direction if you're Portugal. And also, a massive warning to USA that this isn't last year's tournament. These teams have packed their defenses. They came to play, and you got to be on your toes if you expect to win again.
Exactly. And now a nice little fillet to nothing today. Henry Jones unable to hit it. 2.7 seconds left, and it's looking like USA is going to come up with the dub. But valiant performance from Portugal. That's what I like to see. That's what I want you to be here on eFIBA Season 3. Chris, my blood is boiling. I didn't take another sip of the Red Bull. I'm going to do this just to calm me down.
That was a performance for the ages there. And again, a game of two halves, a tale of two cities, as we're seeing a lot of love and respect between both lineups right there. Lots of handshakes. That first half, Vince, that Portugal put out on tape right there might have been one of the best defensive performances we've ever seen against the USA. Phenomenal effort right there.
I mean, a little bit of McShakies there if you went to McDonald's, but I have to admit, I am highly impressed seeing this Portugal team first time at this level. USA, of course, has the coaching, has the talent, and has the skills to come back. But man, that was exciting. We're going to go to the other game between Turkey and New Zealand, in which it was actually a good affair, and which is now trying to find the score, which is 48-59. 53 seconds left in the game. It's safe to say Turkey definitely put what they needed to do in this work, but you never know. And let's see if New Zealand can knock down some threes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to the wire in this one as well. However, we've witnessed it time and time again as we see a nice big dunk there from the big man down low for the New Zealand team. We've seen Turkey just control the tempo of games. It's something that they do incredibly well, Vince. Time and time again, they never panic. They don't mind working and waiting for that last shot. If it comes down to that, they will play at their own pace. No one does it better. Tanzu takes the three right there, misses, back down the other end. No shot clock. It's waved off as New Zealand try a three, but do get the miss as well. It's going to be Turkey in this one. Very impressive performance from them. They come out against the New Zealand team who are well and truly warmed up, but these are the 5-time champions of Europe. So take nothing away from New Zealand. To hold them to 59 points, to get a 50 burger of their own against the best in Europe is quite the performance.
It's quite the performance indeed. And again, back to everything when it comes to this fantastic tournament is that it's been a beautiful showing of all teams. I'm not seeing any real blowouts, Chris.
No.
Everyone got talent here. Everyone's meant to be here. The final 8 teams were justified, and they still are being justified. And this is only day 1. This is
Only
first
day
half.
1. We're not even halfway through day 1. We're approaching halfway through right here. You can see the mutual respect between the players as well. Turkey will be thinking, hey, job half done right there. An impressive performance from them. They didn't seem to break a sweat. Again, Turkey always play at their own pace. We know that about them. It's really hard to fluster them. They rarely ever, they have the best poker faces in the game. They rarely ever get flustered, and that was a truly good performance from them right there.
I mean, strong, calm, and collective. I had to do some push-ups right there on the floor there just to get some energy out. I'm still hype. I'm still ready to go. We still got more games that we're going to be seeing today, and this is all just preemptive to the finals. I can't wait for everyone at home to see what the Philippines has done in this convention center, SMX in the Clark, Philippines. I'm happy Papanga Day to everyone that's here because I think it's a holiday. We're getting people coming in and out. We had a great influencer, Co, that helped us, get some more people to attendance. And again, Predator, Red Bull, also Smart, everything. LDT has been great, but let's look at Group A because this was a great showing of talent all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we tipped off. Obviously, the host nation opened things against New Zealand. They get the win 54-41, 59-44. New Zealand then come back and get a win over Brazil in game number 1. However, tied on cumulative points, it went to Brazil on the tiebreaker, who won game number 2, 58-53. And then New Zealand in Group A have to go and face, as I mentioned, the 5-time champions of Europe. That is a tall task right there. 3 very tough games in a row. But that's exactly what we were expecting. Really good performance from the Kiwis and a good start for the Philippines, Brazil, and Turkey.
And now Group B, Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 46-64, then 55-41. Again, them numbers have to go into play. Then it was Saudi Arabia, Algeria, 45-61, then 63-44, down to the wire. Are you kidding me? I'm liking how Saudi Arabia is looking this squad. I love how they're doing it this tournament, but Portugal is also really strong. As you can see here, United States versus Portugal, 59-51, then 62-53. Look, we don't see a lot of competition when it comes to that against that USA team, but to keep them down underneath 100, underneath kind of 65 is a feat that you should be proud of.
I mean, they held USA to 8 points in the first quarter. No one has ever done that before in the history of the game. That was incredible. At one point, Portugal had a 19-point lead over USA. However, the age-old adage came true. You have to play 4 full quarters against USA because they are always going to pack a full sandwich for you.
All right, we got the dream team here. I'm Vince Shane, the Energy, also Crip Simpson. But now we're going to go to our side court reporters. Give it up for Blue and the Beef Mommy.
We're back here on the floor after such heated matchups. We got Team Philippines and Team New Zealand up here. Man, we're in both sides of the coins right now.
Yeah, we are like on different opposite ends right now. But I'm really excited to ask these about their days and how their matches have been going for them. So start us off, Beef Mommy.
All right, so first up, I'm going to be coming up to you first, my dude. New Zealand, you guys had such an interesting matchup, but at the very end, you guys kind of just had the loss of momentum. What happened? Like, pull me through the last few games that you've had.
Honestly, I think it's just a composure thing. I think you get it from playing on stage more. We're a newish team, so just getting out and being able to compete with everyone else was our main goal. And we pushed Turkey to the right till the end in both games, so that was our goal, to come out here and earn the respect of everyone else.
I mean, you are here for a reason. You beat Guam. Season 2, you were also present, but now it's just like, it seems like back to the drawing board for you guys for the next year. But, I mean, again, we're on the flip side now.
Yeah. How about on this side for the Philippines now? I'm going to be asking you a question as a representative of 𝐓𝐶𝐄, For you, you have been going through some competitions today, and you have been exerting a lot of effort. How do you plan on like carrying that over to your next games today?
We're just been talking about the opponents and like with communication, and hopefully we get the win. And I know that we're gonna win everything.
Oh, a very, very confident
I know.
answer from my boy Clue here. Grabe. That's actually crazy.
I know. Turning on a lighter note, though, how was your experience here in the Philippines so far? I mean, I'm pretty sure you've had like really good food. Yesterday, you were interviewed by Clue.
Oh, yeah.
You tried different snacks. Do you remember which one you liked the most?
No, I can't remember what one I like the most, but it's been a good couple days so far. Thanks to eFIBA for putting on a good event. It's always good coming out to the Philippines. It's always putting on a good show, so thanks again, eFIBA.
Did you have the luxury of being able to do a 1v1 with Kong TV?
Yeah, we did.
How was it? How was the whole thing?
Yeah, it was fun because it's my first time seeing Kong, and I've been watching him ever since. So yeah.
All right.
I got one last question for the both of you, especially for you. You just came up hot off that Turkey game. Any advice that you could give to Clue, Team Philippines, now that they're going up against the same exact team that gave you a hard time?
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
There you go, folks.
Simple.
I mean, no pressure at all, but that's it for now. A lot more action here in eFIBA Season 3. Short break, up now.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.